Senior Director of Content and Community over here at Brand Innovators. Welcome to today's live cast and on Marissa Jarrett can hear me. All right, welcome to today's live cast on Marketing Innovation hosted by 7-Eleven. Today is really special, and as you will see soon, not because of the technical difficulties, I'm thrilled to kick off this event. We've got an awesome lineup of speakers coming to us virtually from companies like Yum Brands, Pizza Hut, PepsiCo, KFC Global, the Dallas Mavericks, AT&T, Keurig Dr. Pepper, Frito-Lay, Verizon, the Global Hotel Alliance, Northwestern Mutual, Scout and Cellar, and of course, 7-Eleven. Remember, we're live. The Q&A widget at the bottom of your screen can be used to ask questions. We'll get to them at the end of each session. The chat widget is there too. It's just from our audience and listeners at home. You can use that to connect with attendees and discuss the event in real time. Now, as this event is hosted by 7-Eleven, we have a guest MC for today. With that said, I'm thrilled to introduce 7-Eleven Senior Director of Digital and Content Marketing, Marissa Eddings, to the stage. Welcome, Marissa. We also have a very special guest, Marissa Jarrett, Chief Marketing Officer of 7-Eleven, here with us too to help set the stage, both virtually and physically. Welcome, Marissa and MJ.
Hey, Pearl, how are you?
Hello, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Need a new MacBook. I'll let you two take it away.
Okay, awesome. Hey, Marissa, how's it going?
Hey, doing well. How are you doing?
Good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's event focused on marketing innovation. We are so excited to gather today with each and every one of you to discuss how we are innovating in marketing to create deeper consumer engagement, to build stronger brands, and to ultimately drive bigger business results. At 7-Eleven, we've been on quite a journey over the course of the past, call it 1.5 to 2 years. This year, we doubled down on our media investment with the launch of our campaign, Take It to 11. And we didn't stop there. We have been innovating and activating our brand throughout the year. Hopefully, some of you have been following on social media as well as in LinkedIn and can see what we've been up to. Some of our more notable events this year have been a partnership with a streetwear fashion designer, Joe Freshgoods out of Chicago, a really unique partnership with Feeding America and with many of our brand partners. Shout out to Red Bull, PepsiCo, and some others who might be on the phone or the call with us today. Thank you for your innovative partnership and helping to raise donations for Feeding America. We've delivered a Slurpee to space hot on the heels of Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson, I might add. So the space race is real and alive here at 7-Eleven as well. And we continue to innovate even into the fall, doing new and different things with aspiring social media influencers and football, as well as more recently launching our very first music video collaboration with a band out of Pennsylvania called Froggy, who you may have heard of. And if you haven't, I strongly encourage you to check them out. They wrote a song about 7-Eleven nachos and as a joke, posted it on social media asking if we wanted to collaborate with them. And we did, and we actually did. And so we've just released that here in the last week or so to really positive acclaim. The neat thing about all of this is not only is it fun as a marketer to be able to work on these types of initiatives and projects, but we're really making an impact. What we're seeing at 7-Eleven thus far is increased engagement with consumers, and in particular with our existing customers, as well as with new customers to our stores. We're seeing upticks in all of our key brand health metrics. And importantly, we're moving the business. We're gaining share, we're driving trips, we're driving revenue and profits. And that's all good. And I can tell you, we're just getting started. We have a portfolio of brands at 7-Eleven. You may have heard about our recent acquisition of the Speedway brand. We have an emerging restaurant business. And so we're looking to really expand what we're doing from an innovation perspective with our other brands this year. So with that as context, we are looking forward to sharing some of the insights that we've picked up over the course of the last 18 months, as well as learning from so many of you. So with that, let me kick it over to Marissa Eddings.
Awesome. Thank you, Marissa. Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here with all of you today. As you saw in the agenda, we have an incredible day ahead of us, hearing from brands who, like 7-Eleven, are also driving impactful marketing innovation. I will say that I, for one, was a big fan of the merch the Pizza Hut dropped earlier this year. If you haven't seen the Pizza Hut Tasteware collection, you're in for a real treat today. We're also going to wrap up the afternoon hearing about how Scout and Cellar is disrupting the wine industry with their clean, crafted wine. You don't want to miss that. So I hope that you'll stick with us all day. It'll be a long day, but a great day. And you'll get to hear about these and all of the other great brands that Pearl mentioned earlier. But we are starting right here at the 7-Eleven Store Support Center in Irving, Texas this morning. And I'm really proud to welcome to the stage several members of the 7-Eleven marketing team, all of whom I'm so privileged to work with every day. So please help me welcome to our physical stage this morning, the 7-Eleven team, starting with Paige Jones, our Senior Director of Brand, Media, and Advertising, Mario Mijares, our Head of Voice of Customer, Stephanie Shaw, Senior Director of Corporate Communications, and Missy Lukens, our Senior Director of In-Store Marketing. Our moderator for this morning's session is Les Harrison from Outfront Media, who is the programmatic lead there. So welcome all of you to the stage. And hopefully we'll see them very shortly. There they are. Hey guys, welcome. It's so great to see you all together and in person. This is really exciting. It will be our only in-person session today, so it's great to see you guys all there. Unless I will hand it over to you to get started.
Thanks, Marissa. Can everyone hear me? We're good to go. Awesome. Well, thank you, MJ and Marissa. That was a great intro. My name is Les Harrison. I am part of the brand partnerships team at Outfront. We are super excited to be here today, live and in person at 7-Eleven headquarters in Irving, Texas. A trip back in time, back to normal. So we're going to take everyone through a great journey today. We have a great story to tell. First, we want to thank the folks at 7-Eleven for hosting us, Brand Innovators for putting together such a fabulous day of content. So let's get into it. Let's take a peek behind this 94-year-old or year-young brand 7-Eleven, led by MJ, Marissa, Jarrett, and these panelists sitting next to me are part of that journey and really, bringing this brand to life. So would love to have them introduce themselves and give a quick background. We'll start with Missy.
All right. Missy Lukens, and I manage what's called our in-store experience team. And that largely encompasses the shopper marketing team that we put together all the loyalty programs that we execute in store and across our own channels. And then also manage all of our on-premise and in-store signage. So whether that's POP or digital media. Been with the company for a little over 15 months. Really come from a background. I am a marketer, 20 years of experience, but really started with CPG, but then also had pharma, some health and wellness, durables, apparel. But man, really glad to be back into food and beverage and really thrilled to be part of this team. It's been a great ride so far and we're just getting started. So I'll pass it over to Mario.
Hi, I'm Mario. My team is all about the customer. We have unprompted feedback with the call center and social listening. We also look at prompted feedback, our post-transaction surveys. My team also conducts all the research that we do, external and internal. We launched our own customer panel as well to do even more research. We also do all the customer analytics, segmentation, and personalization. And the last part of my team does what we call customer access, where we have a platform that allows our vendor partners to access customer behaviors and see how they're transacting in the stores. And I'll pass it up to Steph.
My name is Stephanie Shaw, and I lead the corporate communications team. And that includes our external team who do all of the promotional PR that you see, as well as crisis management. And then also the internal communications team and all video production for the organization. I've been with the company for 8 years, or for 6 years actually, and I was with our agency for 8 years before that. So have been with the 7-Eleven brand for a really, really long time, longer than I probably would like to admit in a group of this size. But I love the brand, and it's a hugely exciting time, and excited to share some of our transformational activities with you guys today. And I'll pass it over to Paige.
Thank you. I'm Paige Jones. It's so nice to be here. I lead a team that is responsible for our brand strategy, our advertising, and also our media across our proprietary brands. So Big Gulp Slurpee, Big Bite, coffee, our food and beverage, in addition to our digital products. So 7NOW delivery, 7 Rewards, and its myriad of benefits. I've been with 7-Eleven for a year now, but have been a fan of 7-Eleven for a lot longer. So it's great to be here.
Thank you, everyone. I think we're all fans of 7-Eleven at either one point or it's still going on. This is going to be fun today. You guys, you can already see the collaboration and camaraderie with the team. I thought maybe it would be nice to start from kind of a little background, just to set the stage for the journey. And Stephanie, since you have a little tenure here, thought it would be nice to kick it off with you. And if you could kind of set the stage for everyone, just to let everyone understand how this, journey started.
Yeah. I mean, so 7-Eleven is an iconic brand. I mean, most folks grew up with a 7-Eleven down the street, or at least, close by, and have memories of riding their bike to the 7-Eleven. I mean, I know I did, and split up candy bar with my dad in the parking lot. So, I always grew up with a lot of nostalgic stories about the brand. What a lot of people don't know is that 7-Eleven started the convenience industry in 1927. So we had an ice stock manager who said, I want to do more than sell ice. I think my customers are looking for eggs and bread and milk, and I want to start selling those off the ice stock, provide them a little bit more convenience, be open when the grocery store isn't. And so our company was really founded on innovation around the customer's needs. And so what's most exciting for me, I think, about this time in 7-Eleven is to see historically how we've innovated over the years to continue to meet that customer's needs, but now how we're able to really embark on this marketing transformation to tell a customer everything we're doing differently for them today and why they should kind of reappraise the 7-Eleven brand. So the team has done a ton of research, Mario's team, about what the customer is looking for and really how they look at 7-Eleven. And we've created this positioning of, 7-Eleven as the ingenious accomplice. And so we help make your everyday better, whether that be having coffee fresh to go at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when you just need it because you've had, back-to-back Zoom calls and you got to get out of the house, or, whether it be 2 a.m. and your kid has a fever and you need Motrin. So I think it's a really hugely exciting time. As Marissa said, we've been embarking on this marketing transformation for 2 years, and we've got a new, fairly new leadership team in place. So there are some of us like Marissa Eddings who've been here for a while, and so it's really a nice combination of folks who have a good history with the brand and understand the business, and folks who have such new perspective to bring. And so melding that together has just been a really exciting time at 7-Eleven.
It's great, and you guys mentioned on our prep call too that you guys were looking to change this into like a modern marketing engine, right?
Right.
And having the marketing team really be the leading group of this transformation and become really strategic business partners. Missy, you had a great example of a promotion recently from PlayStation 5 where really everything kind of came together and it really was somewhat of a springboard to this success. I would love to hear your perspective from that.
It really loops back to what Steph said, that we're always trying to find ways to refresh our brand, modernize it, and get our customers to kind of reappraise the brand. But it really also is all about driving a better customer experience. And that's what we were founded on. And in the past, we had a go-to-market strategy where we were really using our brick and mortar and our social media and all of our own channels to execute our vendors programs. And while that's great, we might have a XYZ promotion over here and another brand promoting in another brand. It kind of produced a fractured customer experience, and it really didn't consolidate or drive 7-Eleven. So we stood up a new process about 1.5 years ago on how we're doing shopper marketing. And it's really about driving excitement and engagement, for that halo to our brand, but also to drive excitement in store, through social media, through PR. And so our very first program that we asked our vendors to participate with us was around gaming, that's a real passion point for our customer, but also our brand, our vendors' customers. So we partnered with Sony PlayStation 5, and it was just kind of capturing lightning in a bottle. It was for right in January, so they launched right before Christmas, and there was a lot of pent-up demand. And so we were able to activate Sony PlayStation 5 to generate excitement and drive consumers into our stores for a chance to win a PlayStation 5. And, you know, we had PepsiCo, Dew and Doritos, Red Bull, Trolley, and Planters Nuts all partnered with us. And we ended up creating this really cool Win a PlayStation 5 promotion that was all over social media, all over in-store. But also we did a really great event, a PR event to kick it off. And it's awesome, but I didn't create it, Steph did. So if you want to talk a little about Gamers Paradise and how that came to life, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great example of, you know, a full funnel campaign for 7-Eleven, and really the first of its kind. I mean, no one had really ever done a partnership like that with Airbnb. So to give you the background, if you didn't see it, we did a partnership with Airbnb where we allowed 2 different sets of folks to come into a brand new 7-Eleven store, one of our lab stores with all of the bells and whistles in like Highlands, Texas, close by to here. And they were able to come in and spend the night in a 7-Eleven store and eat and drink whatever they wanted, use the store. They had full reign all night long. They actually got to spend the night in the store. There was a really cool social media execution with FaZe Temper. And I don't know, you can talk a little bit about that if you want, Paige, but it was really kind of a full funnel campaign, and it allowed people. I think the most exciting part for me was not only, you know, how we as a marketing team were able to quickly come together over the holidays in an ever-changing environment with COVID and still make it happen. I mean, there was so much passion for that campaign to become reality that, you know, the team was just nonstop in making it happen. I mean, we were, you know, barrier after barrier after barrier with COVID and could it be done and concerns about was it safe. And, you know, the team just was so innovative in bringing solutions to the table to make it a reality. And so, you know, we were able to provide 2 people with a really incredible experience during COVID to get out of their houses and do something fun in a really safe environment. And it was exciting. So I don't know, Paige, if you want to talk about what we did a little bit on Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, we took it to 11, really. That is what we did in that campaign, and we integrated delivery into that as well, where, you know, we're gamers, many of them being our core customers as well. We were live streaming gaming on Twitch and then having 7NOW deliveries brought to them during that time. So that was just one part of a gamer's paradise you may not have been, you know, the lucky 2 or lucky 4 to experience in the store, but we can help create a gamer's paradise anywhere that you might be gaming with our products.
That's right.
And just one last point that, you know, the proof was in the pudding, that we actually worked with Mario's team on how to do, to capture the impact for our vendor partners and for our own brand. So we did brand impact studies in terms of looking at consumer regard for 7-Eleven, for our vendor partners. We did social listening, and then also some quant, right? We did some sales tracking, and it did move the needle. We absolutely broke through in a time when, you know, COVID was really taking over the airwaves. You know, we were seeing our all of this playing back in social listening, and we drove some pretty great ROI for our vendor partners, both in terms of their brand regard, but really in terms of driving sales, units, and above category performance. So it worked.
Sounds awesome. I mean, count me in to spend an evening at a 7-Eleven for sure, any day of the week. You know, you mentioned taking it to 11. We have it out here. That seems to be, you know, not just a tagline, but a mantra amongst, you know, the opportunities you guys have. And maybe we'll start with Paige to give us a little bit of background as to, you know, how that came about. Certainly working with, you know, movie producers and directors and things of that nature made it real fun. But and then, you know, maybe Mario, you can piggyback on how that was really hit to the core of the customer as well.
Yeah, Take It to 11 has been such an awesome ride for all of us. We worked with the customer insight behind Take It to 11 is that, you know, we are so deep in the weeds of life that we're actually overlooking what's making life great. And I think that is cross-generational at the moment with everything going on environmentally. And we looked at a creative territory that was finding, exalting the power in the small things. So finding that morsel of joy and working out how to turn it up a notch, literally how to take it to 11. So we launched our Take It to 11 campaign this summer. It was the first time that 7-Eleven's been on TV in over 5 years. It was the very first time that we've ever developed a national campaign for delivery, which is our delivery platform. It's called 7Now. And we're seeing awesome engagement. Our customers are telling us that it's totally changing the way that they see and they perceive 7-Eleven as a brand. Our franchisees are engaged. They're really excited. They're really feeling the whole presence of what we're putting out there in comms. From a industry standpoint, we're getting great feedback in there as well. It's energizing the employees internally. And so then there's the metric part of it that Mario can probably speak better to. But what we are seeing is that Take It to 11 as a campaign is driving trips to store and in return driving sales. And also we are growing market share. We are causing reconsideration and also reappraisal of the brand. So it is, as you say, it's not just a tagline. It's so much more than that. It is that we're holding ourselves to.
Yeah, and on the metric side, I mean, it's great being a retailer because you can do something and you can see if customers are coming into the store and what products they're picking up and all that. And so in launching the campaign, we spent a lot of time before trying to determine what the campaign should be about, doing a lot of research on our customers, testing the campaign, things you normally do in marketing. But when the campaign went live, we all saw it work, that we were getting the customer feedback. My team spends a lot of time with our internal finance team to show them that it worked. Because as a retailer, especially we're trying to transform the brand. We had been spending a lot of time as a retailer before this new team came in on doing product and price campaigns, which is pretty simple to run and measure, and everybody understands them. You take a product, discount, product sales go up, yeah, that worked. This campaign was much more of a brand campaign. We want to elevate the brand. And so, yes, everybody likes it, but does it generate more sales? Right? And so some of the questions internally from some people in the executive team, more on the finance and the accounting side, were, yeah, but there was a guy with roller skates and, okay, he had a Slurpee, but there was no deal. I mean, how's that going to drive sales? That doesn't make any sense. And so we spent a lot of time. I mean, we have very strict test versus control markets where we measure everything. We do it for every single campaign we run. We have very strict test versus control metrics where the accountants now are in full agreement. Yes, it worked. They're still not sure why it worked, but it worked because they can see it in the numbers. So that's the first battle won. The next one is, well, wait a second, why does that work? You didn't even give them a price. So we'll get to that later.
Great insights. I mean, it's, you do a collaboration with a guy named Joe Freshgoods, right? And accounting's like, what are we, right? So, I would love, and that seems so unique but so authentic to you guys as a brand, right? Talk us through how a collaboration like that, happens. What insights do you use? All the things, because it feels like as a group, you guys are really in sync. And so I think the marketers out there really want to understand, how that process works, and maybe if they could embed a little bit of that thinking into their philosophy, especially as collaborations are really key to driving consumer engagement, especially these days.
I can kick it off and then send to you guys, because there's no lack of people that want to collaborate at 7-Eleven.
I can imagine.
Everyone, especially now.
Well, that's the thing. You got to figure out which ones to choose from.
Yeah, we did the Joe Freshgoods, which was really cool. And Joe said, oh, you know what? We said, well, what could we do for you? And he was like, oh, I'd love to be able to take a 7-Eleven store and do anything I want. Go. Really? And then we had Froggy. It's the same thing. Yeah, you guys, it'd be great if you produce our video, challenge. I'm like, yeah, we'll do it. So there's no lack. So what we have is, you can tell I'm the nerd of this. We have a very strict framework of who we partner with, because we just don't do cool things. And I can't reveal the secret sauce, but a big part of it is it going to help us? But is it going to help the brand that we're collaborating with? right? And if it doesn't do those two things, then let's not do it, because it should not only be for us. But who wants to talk about Joe Fresh Goods?
Missy,
You were all
please.
about it.
I can. To Mario's point, right, it needs to be a mutually beneficial, but it also needs to be something that provides a really cool experience for our customers. And so we were putting together a summer promotion, we called it Brain Freeze Season, but it was really celebrating, it was skateboarding, but it was really skate culture. And a huge part of that is street art and urban clothing and fashion. And the one thing about Take It to 11 and innovating is that we're finding our brand voice as an expression now. And we look across and there's not a hesitancy to try new things. And so PS5 was huge, it was national, but we also have the right to be able to say, hey, let's just do something a little smaller, test it out and see if it's cool. So again, we identified Joe Fresh Goods as on strategy for Brain Freeze Season. He is, again, a designer who does a lot of collabs, a lot of street cred, Chicago area. But more than that, he is a huge fan of 7-Eleven. He grew up in 7-Eleven and loves it. So it just was this perfect, again, we seem to be catching a little bit of lightning in a bottle with these things. But being able to just partner with him, and then he did, and we gave him full reign to just take our logo and even change it. Which, thank you, legal team, that usually doesn't. But he just came up with this capsule of merchandise, and then we partnered to promote it via some PR through social media, and again, linked it to our stores to where you could buy products, our vendor products, to get chances to unlock. And it just kind of went from there, but it was really successful. And what's even better is that Joe has a following that's much more than Chicago. It's international. And so we were getting people in LA and just trading things, and the demand, I think his product sold out in mere minutes. So it again was something that was totally on strategy, from the way we do partnerships to serving our customer. And again, borrowing his equity to continue to make us look cool. And then we were able to use our scale to bring him even more customers. So a real win-win across the board.
I think that's right. I just wanted to add to that, just, for the marketers in the space. I think one of the key components to our success throughout this year has been our integrated planning approach. And so, every discipline is at the table when we're evaluating these partnerships, and everyone has a voice, and we evaluate them based on what our customers are looking for and what our objectives for that period are. And I think that, I've been doing this for a long time from a communications perspective, and there's not always a collaborative planning approach. And I think the way that we've defined a process to be able to do that has ensured the success start to finish in these campaigns. And we've gotten better and better about it. It's been a learning process for sure. So no one starts, at the end of the process. So it takes time, but I think it's been a key component to our success. So I think, how you plan and how you engage all of your partners. And we're lucky at 7-Eleven because, we all sit underneath Marissa in marketing. And so it's a little bit easier for us. You guys may have comms in a different function, who sits in legal or finance or, somewhere else. And so that may be a little bit more challenging, but I would say engage those partners early because they can really be advocates for you. And it's really benefited our success. I didn't always sit in marketing. We moved under marketing about a year and a half ago. It's been a tremendous attribute to the business to have us structured this way. And so just wanted to talk a little bit about, I think, how structure plays into success. So it's something to consider.
Yeah. And we're just dipping our toe into brand partnerships right now, looking at, to Mario's point, what we've got to give and what gaps we have to fill. One of the other more recent ones that we've done is with Froggy. As we've mentioned, we've literally just dropped a music video, which is a bit unexpected.
And totally awesome, by the way.
It's totally awesome. And which just shows that, content comes in many different forms. As MJ had alluded to at the beginning, there is a girl riot band, girl spelled without an I. They are just outside of Philly. They have an immense love for 7-Eleven nachos. So much so that they wrote a song about it. They popped it up, recorded it on their smartphone, they popped it up on Instagram and asked if we would be a sponsor. So led by Marissa Edding's team in digital and content, we had to look at it and said, would we sponsor this? Or actually, could we do more with it? Could we help them take it to 11? So, looking at our food offering, which is hot and it's tasty and it's craveable, delighted that they've noticed. We worked with our agency partners and sent a production crew up to Doylestown, Pennsylvania. Not dissimilar from our main campaign, we used our store as our set and filmed a music video. We've been live with it on social platforms for just about a week, and the engagement is awesome. It's young, it's youthful, it's fun. It's as Steph mentioned at the beginning, a lot of customers see us as their ingenious accomplice, and I think that probably Froggy would agree. if that's right. The case.
There's a little bit more on this Froggy because I think it was late last year. Our merchandise team changed the cheese that we had on our nachos. And the customer listening team picked it up on social media that people were saying, this cheese is not as good as the old nacho cheese.
Exactly.
And
like
so, we picked it, we went back, exactly like that. we went to the merchants and said, by the way, this is what this is what people are saying. And to their credit, we tested it, and we have a kitchen down here. We tested it all. We tested with customers, and yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We probably should have tested it more before we changed it. But we went back, so we're relaunching the nachos, and then Froggy comes in and is like, this is sort of made in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So it was good.
Yeah.
For sure. You guys, you can just feel the alignment with your customer base, and we all know as marketers that consumers are really looking to brands that have the same values that they do, and brands as media partners as well, that there's alignment there. And I think what you guys are doing with Feeding America is not just important work, but also speaks to that and the brand, right? In local communities, your pillars of those communities, you have franchisees, all over the world. And I think, Stephanie, when you mentioned, PR being in marketing, like stuff like that doesn't come together if it's not. And so would love to, hear the story of how that came together and really, how the consumer is really taking. And I think there's also, partners that are involved too. It's really, every single example just seems like a case study in 360 or omni-channel marketing.
It is, yeah. During COVID, it was really incredible to see how our stores really came to life for their neighborhoods. They always support their neighborhoods, and the things that franchisees and our store operators, go above and beyond to do, delivering backpacks and donating food. And the stories are endless, but during COVID, it was just truly incredible. We had, stores who were offering lunches to kids anytime between 11 and 1 to come in and get a big bite and a piece of fruit and a big gulp because they weren't getting school lunches because they were home. And so, those things were just amazing. And we wanted to continue that, that outreach. And we've had a longstanding partnership with Feeding America since 2000. And we wanted to bring that to life in a new kind of indifferent way. We hadn't dedicated an entire period to giving back to our communities. And so we really wanted to do that in our second period of this year. And so we did that in a lot of different ways, and it came to life in some really interesting vendor partnerships. Missy, I don't know if you want to talk about what we do with Pop-Tarts.
Sure. With just a little bit of background there too, we do have this fundamental value of serving our communities and our customer. And there was so many people at risk for hunger because the food banks rely on hotels and restaurants and donations, and that was all COVID really interrupted that. So the other value we have that's really very tangible and a driving force at 7-Eleven is servant leadership. And so we looked across, our history, our scale of our stores, and then also our vendor partners, and thought, what are we going to do here? How are we going to lead? And kind of the mantra, in order to do well, you got to do good. So that's where we put together a shopper program where we invited Snapple and Nestle Waters, PepsiCo, I'm not going to get them all, Pop-Tarts from Kellogg's, but partner with us. And we put together, again, something where we could drive a roundup program for our customers. We asked them to round up their change, But it's about the consumer experience, and we wanted to reward people for rounding up. So this is where our vendor partners participated, and we got to grow their brand equity because all of them have certain things that represent their brands. And so we put together ways for our customers to win something big for their generosity. So we had Snapple offer up to win. You could win a year's supply of Snapple of a flavor you created. We had International Delight say, hey, you can win a coffee chat with Emmett Smith. We had, for instance, we have a private brand of water, Skira, that's sourced out of Iceland. They put out a trip for 4 to Iceland to go see the Northern Lights. So there was a lot of really interesting things that our consumers could win just for generosity. And in the end, I think we donated almost 20 million meals. And just real quick on Kellogg's, they were a great partner as well. And they put together here at our headquarters building, we put together a Guinness Book of World Records, the biggest Pop-Tart box ever, and then donated all those proceeds. And then they made a contribution to Feeding America on top of that. So again, just a way to have fun while solving our community's problems and, driving halos to our own businesses.
A lot of equity in the brand with stuff like that, and the partners being on board is super cool. We're in Texas. It was a little chilly this morning, maybe.
Frigid, actually.
Smells, feels like football season, right? You guys are doing some really cool stuff with your fandom, right? Fuel Your Fandom. Got a bunch of influencers on board, tapping into my household with Dak Prescott and Juju Smith-Schuster. Tell us a little bit about how this type of promotion comes together, and really, it aligns so nicely. It's like 7-Eleven and game day snacks is like, peanut butter and jelly. And Paige, if you want to kick us off, and we can just come down the line, but would love to hear perspective on this. And again, you guys are just rolling out the hits.
For sure. Fuel Your Fandom is the thematic for our kind of kickoff to this sales season, or this sales period rather, and football season with the talent that you mentioned. We're really excited about it. I mean, 7-Eleven is the ultimate fan brand. And more from a brand perspective, what we're looking for is fans to help us continue to build our brand in the right ways, with the right audience, with the right engagement. So one of the things that we're looking to do for them, our customers, particularly our Gen Z customers, tell us that they want to be influencers when they grow up, and that's great. So back to being their ingenious accomplice, how can we help them do that? So we're running a program, an influencer influencer solicitation campaign as part of Fuel Your Fandom that offers the opportunity to be officially a 7-Eleven superfan. So there are a handful of chances to win in that. There's an $11,000 signing bonus. There are access to the latest innovation in food and beverage from 7-Eleven. We also have an influencer training camp that we're running, a 2-day influencer training camp. How do you grow your social fan base? And then as a to bookend that, looking for influencers for 2022, and that is your way into helping us continue to build the 7-Eleven brand.
I just think, it's really exciting to think about a brand empowering people who are not already established influencers, but who want to be. And so providing this training camp for them to be able to come and learn, folks who just have an aptitude and who maybe have a passion, desire, to be able to show us that through these videos and have us be able to choose them kind of out of nowhere and obscurity and say, okay, great, we're going to empower you. We're going to provide this toolkit and allow you, in partnership with us to really go and build your own brand while helping us build ours. And so I think that's something that's really not been done before and is hugely exciting. And I think it's more relevant now than ever, especially hopefully someday coming out of COVID and getting back to normal life, which this has been nice, by the way. But I think, so I think it's a really exciting time for that. And the results have been great so far. We're just, a little bit into the campaign, but we're already seeing great feedback from people. PR results have been great. So thank you, media everywhere. We appreciate you always. And a little PR plug. If you haven't shared anything about Fuel Your Fandom, please do it, because I know you have folks in your social media who want to be influencers and want to partner with the 7-Eleven brand. So please take a minute to share that with your folks as well. And Mario, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
The Gen Z part is actually very, 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 very important for us. And one of the things that's great about working in 7-Eleven is that we are the natural place for Gen Z to shop. They really don't go to They don't get an Amazon Prime membership. They probably don't go to the grocery store. They probably don't get a membership to like a Costco or a Sam's Club. They go to the convenience store. So we get to see they're a natural customer, which is great to see. The other thing that Gen Z likes is new products. And we're the natural place for all of our vendor partners to launch new products. So I can't tell you too much about the workings in the back and all that, but it all has to do with a longer plan around this is our demographic that we own as a convenience store, the Gen Z. This is this mythical unicorn that is going to decide what everybody else is going to like, and we get to see how they behave every day. And we help our vendor partners put new products in front of them and see. So a lot of what we're trying to do as a brand is to create more experimentation, not only for us, but also for our vendor brands. That's sort of the way we're going. Fuel Your Fandom is we're doing it, sponsoring this new generation, the Gen Z, because we know we're the natural stomping grounds for them. So we're more than just a place to shop.
And then I would say, so one of the insights was around Gen Z and their desire to be influencers. But there's also the in-store component, right? Providing an experience for football season. And our products do help our customers fuel their fandom. I mean, who doesn't want beer, wings, pizza, snacks, right? Whether you're home gating or tailgating at the stadium. And so the in-store experience, we really wanted to do something that's impactful, but use celebrity talent that's appealing to all of our shoppers, but also are really active on social media. Because again, we do have a contest running. So that's where we got Dak Prescott, who, he's really a big partner with 7-Eleven and just an incredible spokesperson. And we got Juju Smith-Schuster, who just lights up a room. We did our filming and we had a Slurpee costume and he instantly came in, ran over, put it on and started dancing around. I mean, it was like, you're perfect. And a 1,000,000-watt smile. So we're really pleased to be able to partner with him. And then Aaron Andrews, who is just synonymous, right? A great newscaster and spokesperson with football. So very approachable personalities. And so again, being able to put together, and you'll start to see that in store, put together this in-store experience where they're going to be on our POP. And again, just breakthrough point of sale and kind of that in-store shopping experience in conjunction with the influencer contest.
Awesome. It sounds like, Mario, you mentioned earlier, like partnerships are two-way streets, right? And with this influencer platform, you guys are, helping someone take it to 11, right? While you guys are doing the exact same thing, which is really great to see and fun. We have time for one quick question here. You guys have, I think Missy, you told us, you imagine what you had if you had access to everything, right? And it seems like you guys have like the toolkit of all toolkits. To your vendor partners out there, what would you say, what would you challenge them with? How would you want them to come back with, your media partners and be thinking about you guys as a brand and be bringing you guys some ideas? I don't know if we want to start back with Paige and we can come back down the line.
Yeah, I mean, from a media standpoint, we are, we're looking at innovation of how do we get our content, our message, our brand in front of audiences in different ways. Social media has accelerated so much just even in the last 12 months that I've been here at 7-Eleven, but, we're kind of dabbling and, we're doing what's now, we're dabbling in what's next, but then what's new. And whether those are partnerships or they're, passion platforms, or they're just different ways to get our brand in front of the right customer for consideration and reappraisal.
I think that's right. And I think we'll probably all say this, right? But it's first only best in class. We want innovation. We want products that, folks can't find anywhere else. To Mario's point, people look to 7-Eleven to try new things. It's, for the most part, single serve. And so you're willing to try things that you wouldn't try in other places. So use this as a testing ground. So I don't know if Mario and Missy, you guys have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I would just say that we are very, very focused on business metrics. And there is a strategy, there are business goals, but we have a brand that it gives us a lot of permission. And we also have a culture that I really nod our senior execs and MJ that we have a culture that we're allowed to take some risks. We're allowed to learn, and they've taken the fear out of it. And so we are really capable of innovating.
That's right.
And so long as, I mean, if to anybody out there, if you've got an idea for a partnership or social media or in-store, all the above, bring it to us. I mean, so long as it's strategic and, linked to business objective, but I mean, we're sending Slurpees to space, we're doing, riot band videos, but it's all paying off. So we are asking not only first, best, and only, but a little out there. Let's innovate together. That's what I would ask.
I love it.
This has been really insightful. You guys, the work you're doing is really incredible and fun to see. And I think, once a month, something in the trade pops up with something cool you guys are doing. So kudos and keep up the good work. We're all going to look forward to seeing what's next. Hey, Marissa.
Hey guys, thank you so much, team. That was a lot of fun. I know we also have a lot of 7-Eleven team members joining us today who are instrumental in driving all the innovation that you've talked about. So thank you for representing our team and making us look awesome. Really appreciate it.
Thanks again.
Great. Well, for the next 20-minute session, I'm happy to introduce to you Michael Gardner. Michael's the founder and CEO of Finn Energy. Finn Energy creates healthy beverages geared towards the fitness space. So welcome to the stage, Michael. I'm very excited to hear about this. We should see Michael in just a second. Hello, Michael. Are you there?
Hey, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Hey, no
Hi.
problem at all. How are you doing today?
I'm doing excellent. Thanks for having me. And yeah, appreciate the introduction. And I'm actually here to share some innovation with a bunch of brand marketing officers and 7-Eleven. I'm glad to be a part of this. So
Awesome. Well, we're excited to hear it. So I will pass the floor over to you.
Well, as we all know, COVID has changed the way we all think and how we act. And, I'm here today to share something. Health and wellness is a universal language we all need to embrace. And, my background coming from obese families, seeing my own family members struggle with their weight, being a personal trainer, working with some of the top athletes throughout NFL, NBA, I had a passion to really want to help people with their health and wellness, especially weight loss. And one of the things that I identified, there was a missing link, and it was actually behavior modification. So one of the things that, I did, I actually wrote a book. I was on QVC, Home Shopping Network, picked up my infomercial. I was the pitch person on QVC, shopping channel in Canada. And again, for my passion, though, what I identified is, like I said, the missing link. And at the end of the day, it was about, I'm going to share my screen real quick. It was about, what do we all have in common? And health and wellness is a universal language that we all need to embrace. So for me, it was not, just, my book, but I took it a step further. I knew the answer wasn't about a beverage, or it wasn't about a specific pill or device. With all the technology and everything that's out there, people are actually, obesity continues to rise, teenage obesity. So for me, I actually took my principles and I actually implemented a weight loss system. And with that led me to creating, go to the next slide here, a message that I felt that, especially coming out of COVID, there's a void that people are trying to fill, and that void, what's your B? We all have a B. And at the end of the day, that B could be healthy. It could be happy, be complete. What's your B? So tying that messaging, in order to have a true brand, you have to have a message that resonates with your audience. There's a lot of products out there, but for me, it was bigger than just a brand, a drink. It was really creating that brand, but also having a What's Your B campaign that targets a specific audience. And we all know the beverage space is competitive, but what business isn't competitive? You've got to find niches. And we found a niche in the marketplace that's really resonating with the consumer. And I'm going to share our little video here that'll kind of tee up. And first off, I want to tee this up because I'm in Dallas country. I'm actually here in Dallas. One of our co-packers is actually here in Dallas. And Derek Brooks is one of my partners. So I know we have a lot of Dallas Cowboy fans here. But actually, Derek knows Dak Prescott very well. So I'm going to tee up this. Derek Brooks is in our commercial. And this is not for broadcast. This is just internal here. So moving on with that, again, back to what I was saying as far as having a specific persona. You know, for the beverage space, one of the things that I found, plant-based, we don't have a lot of the erythritol, the sucralose, the what have you, but the plant-based is actually resonating in the space. But there was a niche there that I found, and it's an addressable market that's actually been overlooked. The moms on the go, leading a healthy, active lifestyle. Again, they're usually the decision maker in the household for as far as grocery shopping or what have you, but also, you know, at the convenience store, C-level, I saw there's a niche there where there are people looking for the healthy alternative, specifically the mom, where, again, it's about hydration though. And coming out of COVID, the elderberry, the zinc, the vitamin D, the vitamin C, all of those are resonating as far as ingredients with the consumer. So for us, it was not just targeting that female mom on the go. We actually created a women's empowerment board within our company. And as part of our women's health empowerment, and Dee Dee Wallen, she's an international keynote speaker, executive producer in Hollywood and so forth. And she actually embraced our brand. In fact, when I first went to her, she was like, no, this is not for me. I don't do energy drinks. I don't do energy shots specifically. And I said, no, this is plant-based. It doesn't have erythritol. It doesn't have sucralose, no preservatives. And it's actually the healthy alternative. And that's where she really embraced the brand. And once she tried it, because the bottom line as a brand marketer, we all know, I mean, no matter what it is, it's got to taste good and it's got to work if people are going to continue to buy it. And that's really where, you know, I looked at the landscape of what was really out there. And there's a lot of great brands. And again, these brands are great brands. They've all had success. But again, it was finding that niche within this, I mean, competitive landscape. You know, the plant-based, no taurine. Again, we have special ingredients and herbs, plant-based. We use amla fruit for the vitamin C. We also have, you know, crash-free. So without the taurine, there's a lot of benefits beyond just the ingredients. But at the end of the day, the plant-based is what's really separating us from the competition. But also, again, if you think about it, energy is a $9 billion a year market. Weight loss is over 55 billion. So when you look at those markets and you start to really look at who out there needs energy, who out there could actually lose a few pounds or wants to lose a few pounds. Again, it's promoting health and wellness. And again, it's a lifestyle brand that fits into your life. So, you know, kind of with that, it goes back to, okay, well, how are we different? You know, there's a competitive landscape, but at the end of the day, our initiative and my passion is really to create that community engagement. You know, at the end of the day for us, it wasn't just here's our product, but we're actually, the day one, we started giving back to our frontline heroes when we launched. We launched this brand 26 weeks ago. And when we launched it, before we sold our first bottle, we went in our community, we gave away product to frontline heroes, grocery workers, delivery truck drivers, police, fire, so on and so forth, because that's really part of our initiative is to give back. So beyond that, I was really, you know, looking at, okay, what makes this product special? And the feedback from the consumer, again, they're embracing it because, again, we don't have caffeine. We don't have sucralose. All natural flavors. We actually have an organic sweetener. So when you really start looking at the plant-based wellness, keto-friendly hydration with only 5 calories with the antioxidants, in addition, we actually, have a plant-based daily wellness brand that really is interacting with, I'm stuck here. It's actually resonating with the audience. So hold on, joined up here. But anyway, bottom line is my PowerPoint's not working here. Sorry for the glitch there. So from that standpoint, for us, it was really creating this initiative, community initiative, and we're looking at using health advocates in different regions to promote health and wellness in those different regions. For instance, like I said, Derek Brooks, he's there. I see that. So he's actually are in the Tampa market. Then we have some other athletes that we're looking at, and not just male, but also female athletes and celebrities that we're actually engaging with. So from there, I just kind of want to turn it over and kind of get some feedback. Like I said, I guess I'm having choppy on the presentation. I apologize for that. Yeah. The one, I just got a question here about the CBD. In the CBD and athletes, I'm not here to debate what's good and what's not as far as that aspect of it. That's not a space that we're really active in. For us, it's staying in our lane. And again, hey, CBD, I know there's a lot of benefits and more and more research is coming out for that. But for me, it's really a lifestyle brand. For what we're trying to promote, it's not just the brand, but about the community engagement. So from there, I think a lot of what we're looking for is really, getting a health and wellness movement started. So in Tampa, one of the things we're actually gone into Publix now in Tampa. We have some other retailers, definitely with the C store chain. 7-Eleven would be a great partner, and we're looking for those strategic partnerships and relationships with retail that really wants to make it not just about the brand, but about the movement. And that's what we're really looking for. And there's some strategies that we have to really engage with the consumer and drive retail at the store level. Because again, for us, it's one thing to have a drink, but when you have something that consumers are passionate about with a message and they want to be a part of something. And again, back to the What's Your Bee initiative, that's really what we're out there promoting, the What's Your Bee campaign, because that is something that when you look at health and wellness and COVID, there's so many people out there that are lost and they are looking to fill that void. Again, and health and wellness is a universal language that we do need to embrace. And again, when you look at the underlying contributing factors for obesity and complications with COVID, that's a contributing factor to complications with COVID. So there's a lot of different things there that we feel that we can really bring to the marketplace. And we also have our stick packs that we just came out with too. Here in the next week, we're launching those as well. So are there any questions, or I see a couple of them? Yeah, so
like there is.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying it does look like you have a question there in the Q&A box.
Yeah, as far as the audience receptive, it's been hands down. And, as far as the plant-based, when you look at the statistics and with plant-based, right now, it continues to grow in that space, the whole plant-based market. What I found is not only, in the food space, but there was really nothing there in the beverage space. So when you look at, I believe last year, it was over 86% increase in searches for plant-based products. And consumers are looking for more plant-based recipes. Again, and kind of how this happened, it was kind of, meant to be. I actually, in my diet, I would go plant-based, I would go vegetarian, and I would do it to shock my system. And one of the things that about a year and a half ago, right before COVID, I went plant-based, and I just felt really good. I was talking to a friend of mine, and my friend said, "Oh, well, you watch Game Changers on Netflix." I'm like, "No, I haven't." And he says, "Yeah, go watch that because it'll make a lot of sense why your body feels good and why you're receptive to it." I went and watched it, and yeah, it was an eye opener for me. And that's when I came up with the aha moment. Hey, there's not a plant-based drink out there. Because I was looking at organic and I was looking at some different things. And again, you got to separate yourself from the competition and fill a void, like I said, for an addressable market that nobody was hitting. So that's actually after watching if no one's watched that, I'd encourage you to go watch Game Changers. So to answer the question, very receptive market, and it's only growing year after year. In fact, I believe on Game Changers, one of the players, Derek Morgan, he's a linebacker for the Tennessee Titans, and his wife is a chef, and she actually started cooking for the whole team, vegan and vegetarian. And I think it's like 17 or 18 players that have embraced it. And you're hearing more and more athletes that are actually gone to plant-based diets. Not just, again, we're talking about health and wellness, but we're talking about performance too. Because when your body is actually getting the good nutrition and you're not having to process a lot of the different foods, especially a lot of people with meat, everybody's different, but at the end of the day, you'll see an increase just in energy and recovery and all of that. So I think that's important, when you're looking at innovation, no matter what brand it is or what category it is, there's always a niche. And we really, we're excited to share this with the team and, get the word out. And there's some exciting things that we're working with as far as initiatives, incentives, where, we want to pay people to get healthy. And during our campaign, imagine earning cash to actually make better food choices, make better behavior modification choices. So we're actually developing some things right now. And we're looking for strategic retail partners to do that with as well. So we're excited to be able to drive traffic into the store because we know, again, I mean, if you think about it, what do most people do? Well, not most people, everybody. We eat and we drink. So why not eat healthy and drink healthy? It's one thing to have a good diet, but when you're working out or you're drinking, high sugar, high calorie drinks that actually aren't promoting health and wellness, it actually is working counterintuitive to you and what your goal might be. So let's see. Are there any other questions? Marissa, do you have any questions?
I don't. I really appreciate your time, though. It's such a cool product, and this was a lot of really great info. So glad that you were able to join us today.
No, I appreciate it, and definitely look forward to getting the word out and anything we can do to help.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Sure. So for our next segment, I'm just going to start by saying that it's never too early in the day to start thinking about pizza. I'd like to introduce you all to David Graves, the General Manager of Pizza Hut USA, along with Lindsay Morgan, the Chief Marketing Officer of Pizza Hut. That's right, pizza for breakfast. It's a thing. Awesome. Hey, David and Lindsay.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We are good, and we're glad to be here. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy for you guys to be here. Excited to hear what you have to say. And I know you guys have been doing just a ton of exciting stuff. So really glad to have you here, and I will pass it over to you.
Awesome. Well, good morning, everybody. I agree with Marissa. It's definitely never too early to have pizza. I'm David Graves. I'm the general manager of Pizza Hut here in the U.S. And we're jumping slides already. Hold on one second here. And today we're going to talk a little bit about the journey we've been on to really reclaim and get back to Pizza Hut's brand heritage. So we're excited to share that with you. Lindsay Morgan's here. I'll let her introduce herself here in 1 second. But Lindsay and her team have just done incredible work over the past 18 months. So we're excited to share a little bit of that, the journey that we've been on, get your thoughts, talk about it. We were originally going to do this in person, so we're going to do a bit of a back and forth virtually. So we'll see how it goes, but we got Q&A at the end, and we'll spend some time talking about it. So Lindsay, you want to do a bit of intro?
Yeah. I've been at Pizza Hut for 4 years. In my past, I've worked advertising agency side a couple times. I've worked on a couple other brand side jobs, mostly in the tech space. I have 2 kids and I'm a Texas native. So as David said, sorry that we have to be here virtually, but a huge thanks to Brand Innovators and 7-Eleven for hosting us. And I'm really excited to share a marketing innovation story with you guys and some work that we're really proud of that we've done over the last 12 to 18 months. When I work at Pizza Hut, the very first thing most people tell me is a fun memory that they have with the brand, whether it's the Tiffany lamps that are featured in mine and David's background here, the Red Boost that they went to on a Friday night. Sometimes they talk about getting served a personal pan pizza after completing our Book It program challenge and how it was served in a piping hot skillet, playing Galaga games in the store. There are just endless stories and the themes are really special, but there's a lot of common themes, and it's these kind of emotional connections that really make Pizza Hut the brand that it is. And I think we have an open live chat, so would love for you guys to help us make it feel a little live and chime in on your favorite memories if you grew up with the brand. So would love to hear your favorite memories. Today's actually my daughter's 5th birthday. And so I wanted to share my favorite memory of growing up with a Pizza Hut was actually going to the store on a kid's birthday party and grabbing that red cup and really working that soda machine over, much to my parents' dismay, and playing a lot of video games that you never really had access to, at least not where I grew up. And so that was my favorite part about going to Pizza Huts as a kid. It's really just a special brand, and there's a lot of things that we haven't really talked about in the last few years that we want to get back to.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's right, and you're good to say we're in Texas. I skipped that. We're not actually in this Pizza Hut basement. Like we're both here in Texas, but Pizza Hut is like a marketer's dream. Like you have all these distinctive assets. We're going to talk a little bit about that on our distinctiveness journey. But it's kind of woven into the fabric of America. So we feel very blessed to be able to work on this brand and to really take its marketing to the next level. And so really the challenge, what we're going to talk about today is like, how do we tap into all of that latent memory and distinctiveness of Pizza Hut? How do we bring that to the market in a really innovative way? So Lindsay, why don't you, we've been doing a long intro. We'll jump into the work.
Yeah. So kind of what David and I were talking about is that prior to 2019, the brand lacked a lot of consistency. So we were changing directions really frequently, which left customers confused on what we wanted to stand for as a brand. We were chasing price in the category. We were leaning into these kind of quick gimmicks and walking away from some of the things that really made Pizza Hut special and some of the memories that you guys had growing up with the brand and I had growing up with the brand. We weren't really leaning into that. We were kind of playing more of a Me Too game and just chasing a lot of different things. At the heart of it, we just lacked a clear identity on what we wanted to be in the marketplace, and it left our customers unsure of what we stood for. By being lots of different things to lots of different people, we didn't have a clear positioning or a very solid message. So over the last 18 months, we've really been on a journey to define what that looks like for us in the US market. What do we want to be known for, and what do we have a right to play in? So when we talk about what makes the brand special, people talked a lot about just great tasting pizzas that you can only get at Pizza Hut, and our history of a strong innovation and having access to these pizzas. Sometimes we were the only restaurant in town, and so we're known for giving people high quality products and also the experience that comes with those high quality products. So at our core, we're just a pizza company started by 2 brothers in Kansas who had a dream of bringing pizza to America and having a little fun doing it. We're born out of Wichita, Kansas, and so we're a Midwest brand. So gimmicks and quirky flash in the pan innovation is just not what our brand has been known for. We're straightforward and we're fun loving. And what is more fun than selling or eating pizza?
Absolutely. And I think, so the challenge that Lindsay was really talking about there is like, how do we get back to the consistency? Like we're kind of in different places. It's interesting. Like I'm sure if you saw that previous slide, like I see that it brings up memories from my childhood. And so to me, when you think about working on a heritage brand, it's all about how do you go back to like when the brand was at its best, when it was really just thriving, and how do you take that? How do you take the essence of that? And then how do you modernize that, right? And so this picture that you've got here on this slide in front of you, actually the bottom is actually a traditional red roof pizza. That red roof is actually the second most recognizable architectural element in the US. So like, think about that as like a distinctive asset, the red roof. It's why it was so critical for us. Like I have it on my shirt today, but like to get back to that heritage logo that leverages the red roof. But it was also the picture on the top there, as Lindsay mentioned, is actually the very first Pizza Hut, right? And today it's a Pizza Hut museum that's in Wichita. And so when we started on this journey of like, how are we going to refine consistency and reclaim our brand heritage, Lindsay, myself, a few other folks who went to the Pizza Hut museum. This was right after I started on the brand. So I should have mentioned that I started back in January of 2020. And so we went to the museum and we started really digging into like, what really made Pizza Hut great? Like when it was at its best, what made it great? And if you really pull that out, we kind of came back with three pretty clear conclusions. One was, it was all about pizza, right? The brand was about pizza. It was founded for people who love pizza. It was about creating pizzas and getting pizzas that you could only get at Pizza Hut. And then the second thing was, this was a really famous brand. Like I can see some of the stuff coming in on the chat, but if you think about Pizza Hut back in the day, it's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like in movies, like with Spike Lee, like it was present in culture. It was a really famous brand. And the third part was, it was all based on hospitality and creating amazing experiences. And so that was like, as you went through the museum, it's like right in your face, like example after example after example of that. And so we pulled those three things back and said, when we come to a new consistent brand positioning, ultimately it's got to rest on these three things. Pizza, how do we get back in culture and become famous? And how do we create experiences that people love about Pizza Hut? So if you go to the next slide, Lindsay, what we ultimately, we're not going to go through our brand positioning today. That's a much longer discussion, but at the top of our brand positioning, we've distilled it down to this idea, right? A very simple question that we use across the whole organization, which is, why will a pizza lover love this, right? We're here, we exist to serve pizza and we exist to serve pizza lovers. And so that becomes a really powerful display of like what our brand positioning is. And it becomes something that actually impacts way more than marketing innovation. It becomes something that impacts the types of innovations that we do, the products that we're going to bring to market, which we'll talk about that in a little bit. It even impacts the way that we design our stores. It impacts the culture that we have with our people. It becomes a compass for the whole organization so that you can move together and the organization starts to really understand, why are we doing what we're doing, so that they can make their own decisions. And so really it was all about, hey, if you can't answer the question why a pizza lover will love this, probably we shouldn't be doing it, as the simplest distillation of our brand positioning. And then kind of those underpinnings of, it should be about pizza. It should be about how do we become famous and how are we creating really memorable experiences that Pizza Hut rests on. And so, Lindsay, maybe you can jump us into the work and talk about how that starts to come to life. And it's a bit theoretical, so we'll get into how it comes to life now.
Yeah, as David mentioned, through our positioning, we wanted to be hyper focused on three parts: pizza innovation, the experiences in which you enjoy those pizza innovations, and then fame, getting back to our roots. And to get to fame, you really need to be distinct. And so that's a little bit about what we're going to talk in the next few slides. So QSR is super competitive, like most categories that we're all in. It's moving really, really fast. We have many more competitors than we've had in the past, with aggregators joining the scene. And we're just fighting for a lot of the same customers, and pizza is often seen as generic. What are you in the mood for? You might say, I'm craving some McDonald's fries, or you might just say, I'm in the mood for pizza. So we want to make sure that we pull our brand away from the generic pizza. And here's just a quick graph, and these are including some of our own work from prior to 2019, where everything just kind of looks and feels and sounds the same. So the challenge is, how do you pull your brand away from that? And in a sea of sameness, we want to be something that's different. We want to make sure we don't show up in a way that could be misattributed to another brand, but we want to make sure that each and every single time we show up as a brand, it feels unmistakably Pizza Hut. And I know we have so many marketers here with us today, and the way I usually describe this when we're talking with our franchisee partners is that we all have those brands that no matter when you see them, you know it's that brand. If it's on social, TV, if you see a team member working, it's always showing up the same way. And so those are those news brands that you know they do a great job of becoming iconic by leaning into the same icons in a consistent way. So we wanted to use our brand cues in a different way. And there's a lot of discipline that comes with that. You have to be okay with walking away from some things that have maybe become habitual over the last few years. And so really pulling apart from the category and feeling special in what makes Pizza Hut Pizza Hut. So the first thing we talked about was how do we get a tight box of distinctive assets to lean back into? And I think a lot of these kind of go back to the earlier setup of what you remember about the brand if you grew up with it. And a lot of it's the warmth of a pizzeria and a place that feels familiar and feels like home. And so we wanted to get to a tight toolbox where it's the red brick, the wood, warm wood tones, the checker tablecloth, and also going back to our original logo that we had in the 80s and the 90s. Internally, we talk often about a t-shirt test. Would you wear this brand on your shirt? Is it cool enough to be worn on a shirt? And so that was one of the reasons why we decided to revert back to this. And that typeface is really tied back to our brand during those few years. So we actually created our own iconic typeface that was pulled out of our Pizza Hut logo. The next thing, we wanted to talk about how we shoot our food. So when we get to the brand positioning of being a pizza lover's pizza, we want to make sure that we're putting our product first and foremost every single time. And it sounds kind of gimmicky, but screen looking craveability it's just a different way of bringing our food to life. And so making sure that every single time we're showing our products, that it's these tight, delicious shots that really evoke the craveability of our products, getting back to what makes Pizza Hut so great. A great quote we heard from our customers whenever we were talking about what attracts them to our brand versus why people choose other brands. And someone said, if I'm in the mood for pizza, it's like getting sleep. They said, if you have a nap on a couch, it's okay. But if you really want great sleep and you really want to scratch that itch, you want to sleep in a bed. Like Pizza Hut's like a good mattress. It really satisfies my craving for pizza. If I'm in the mood for just something quick, easy, cheap, that might not be my first thought. But if I'm really craving a good, delicious, abundant hearty pizza, that's what I think of. And so knowing that customers want that, that's what we've been leaning into our food. And I'm actually going to ask the brand innovator team to help me show one of our ads as well, the first video.
The fresh hotness is back at Pizza Hut, baby. Detroit style pizza with the cheese all the way to the crispy edges. Layered with 80 pepperonis. And a savory sauce poured right on top. Go ahead, get yourself some Detroit style. I think I'll send Detroit a thank you card. Dear Detroit, thank you. The Detroit style pizza. Create your own or pick from 3 signature recipes. No one outpizzas the Hut.
So when we talk about where we're showing our food and tapping into those owned equities that we were known for, it's a lot of small things. It's not necessarily one thing. And so we wanted to create this world that would house all of those iconic equities, the Tiffany lamps, the red booth, the where food shows up, all of those fun memories. How do we bring them together in one consistent way? And so this idea of new nostalgia was born. So this is kind of the ultimate pizza lovers man cave, fan cave, where all of these elements that people loved about our brand could live together consistently. So one thing, not only is nostalgia just a marketing term, who doesn't love that, but the twist on it from nostalgia to new nostalgia is that we wanted to make sure it wasn't a look back on the past and saying, our brand used to be great. This is how people used to love us, but having this more modern twist on it. And so it's taking those older elements, but bringing them to life in a modern way that's relevant for today's customer.
Awesome. Yeah. So I get asked a lot about nostalgia. I think I may have even asked you about it when it first came, Lindsay, and you had to explain it to me. So, a lot of times people ask me, what does nostalgia mean? And I think it's exactly, the way Lindsay just explained it. It's all about taking those things that people love and then doing them and bringing them back to life in a modern way. And the example I always give when people talk about that is the Pac-Man example, which Lindsay and her team did. Amanda West designed this amazing box that had a Pac-Man box on it. So like when I ask people about, hey, tell me about your experience at Pizza Hut, like inevitably like 1 out of 3 people are gonna be like, oh, I would go and I would eat pizza and I would play the Pac-Man table, right? So we knew like video games were like core part of the experience. But how do you bring that to life? It's the middle of COVID, like no one's going to restaurants. And so the team did this amazing box and said, let's bring Pac-Man through AR to life, right? And so we brought that experience back to life, but people could scan the box and then play Pac-Man at home on top of the box. So it's an interesting way of thinking about like it's tapping into that memory that people have, but doing it in an experience that's very modern and engaging and in a way that'll age down the brand because, you know, gaming is more relevant than ever. So if you can flip, I think we're going to show one more video now just to kind of cap off kind of our distinctiveness journey. And then we're going to talk a little bit about kind of some of the products and then get into Q&A.
Yeah, I think our friends at Brand Innovators can play the second.
I like pizza. I do too. I love it. That's a sexy delivery driver right there. Any original pan pizza can be a personal pan pizza if you believe in yourself.
Sorry, it's a nice video dance between a few people here. So I love that video because it kind of goes through our greatest highlights. And I love that who doesn't love a good hype video, but it shows a lot of the fun touch points that come across so many different places to make a brand famous again. It really has to be in culture. It has to be the way that you show up in advertising. It has to be these other moments that kind of break through traditional mediums. So when we talk about making Pizza Hut famous again, we want to do that to get new audiences and grow our brand in new ways. And that really matters because media consumption is a lot different than it was when our brand was famous in the 80s and 90s. And there's so many different ways that people are consuming media. So when we were at our best, we were a key part of culture. We were in movies, we had amazing celebrity partnerships. And so how do we get top of mind to customers who maybe haven't considered us in a while? We've been doing that through three key parts. One is creating distinct Pizza Hut products. So the cool thing about this is that customers will tell you what they like and don't like about your brand on social. And people were commenting on some of the ads that we were just showing of how much they loved the checkered suit and they loved the pizza necklace and they remember the red cup, similar to myself growing up. And so we did a Tasteware drop shop where we brought those products to our customers. They were asking for them. We went ahead and made them and launched them, and they were really popular. And actually the red cups sold out. It was a 4-pack same day that the drop shop launched. Another thing that we did around the holidays of 2020 was we took our pan product and brought it to life on a gravity blanket. So a weighted blanket that weighs 15 pounds. So in 2020, when everybody's seeking a little comfort in something special, we partnered with Gravity Blanket to bring those out for the holidays. And it's leaning into the fact that pan pizza is comforting and warm and you can wrap yourself around it. And so it is a fun way of leaning into something that was relevant that people were talking about in a different way. Another part is that we've been talking about packaging. And so here we have the Detroit box, which is the product that's in market right now for us. And we want our packaging to feel distinct and premium, just like we're talking about how our food shows up in TV. So I want this to feel really special and not just that generic pizza. So it's really going through what makes that build of that pizza so authentic and so special. and leaning into those pizza innovations that were regional trends, but using the accessibility of Pizza Hut to give everybody access to that. And then the last part is just leaning back into the things that we were famous for in our food. So original stuffed crust, original pan, products that we invented, but we hadn't been talking about in the recent years. So giving those their own life and putting a spotlight back on those products.
Absolutely. So I'll close this out really quick here. But we mentioned one of those three pillars was pizza, right? And Lindsay, like we sort of at Pizza Hut, we're very blessed. We have like a bit of the all-star cast of pizzas, right? Like we have the original pan pizza. We created stuffed crust. Pizza Hut actually invented the Supreme Pizza. And so when you think about that filter that I talked about at the beginning of like, why would a pizza lover love this? It starts to really shape the types of things we would do, right? It leads us to bring back those iconic pizzas and revive the icons we have, right? Things like pan and stuffed crust, and give them a personality. If you go to the next slide, it also leads us into where we go from an LTO standpoint. So it starts to lead us away from gimmicks and lead us towards things that are really iconic. So things like Detroit style pizza, which is frankly the largest trend in pizza right now. And as the brand who's the innovator in the pizza category, it makes sense. Like our customers expect us to bring it to them, or even why we would go do something with Beyond Meat, which is all about plant-based being such a big trend. But for us, we had we waited on that for a while. And the reason was it was really important to us that it tasted just like regular sausage, right? So that the customer could get the exact experience, that the flavor that they remember, but eat it the way that they want to, right? So, and then one last slide, like if you ever call a Pizza Hut, or if you listen to calls at any pizza place, like the first thing most people ask, like, tell me about your deals today. And so a lot of calls come in on the phone. It might surprise you. And so when you start to have this type of positioning, you can even take things like a $9.99 three top, which was kind of in that sea of sameness picture that Lindsay showed at the beginning, and push it towards an equity platform or a branded platform that we can innovate within. And so that's how you see things like $10 Tastemaker, which becomes a value platform that's completely ownable by us, and it comes out of that positioning filter. So just clicking to the last slide, Lindsay, what I would say is, thank you to Lindsay and her team. And I feel very blessed to be up here and to get the chance to work with her. I mean, we locked in this positioning in April of 20 and really just launched the campaign that we were showing some of the ads from today in Q1 of this year. So we launched the Craig Robinson's Beer to the Hut campaign right before Super Bowl this year. So it's still really early days, but having that kind of clear filter, we've seen a real material shift in the business. Obviously, you can look at same-store sales growth, but beyond that, we've seen an increase in our ad responsiveness, our brand health. We've seen our value scores have ticked up despite taking discounting out of the business. So I think it's a real testament to the team and the ability to build something that's distinct and stick to it, to see the power of that, and customers really come out for it. So I know we still have a long way to go, but I just wanted to say thank you for hosting us. We were excited to share. And I think we're going to transition to Q&A now. So probably we'll talk more about a lot of that stuff as we go.
Yeah, thank you guys for that very insightful presentation. Awesome videos, the amazing photography, very cool. I really love that Pizza Hut and 7-Eleven are both these heritage brands. We've both dropped super cool merch this year, so we have a lot in common. I guess the real question is just who has the better pizza, right? So maybe a taste test is in our future, but all jokes aside, you guys are doing some really incredible things over there, and I'm very hungry now after seeing your presentation, but definitely want to keep you on our virtual stage for our fireside chat now, and welcome our moderator, Ken Mooring from Neustar. So welcome, Ken, to the stage.
Thank you very much. Hey guys, how are you?
Hey Ken, good to see you.
Good to see you too. So first, a bit of housekeeping. We're talking to the team that has been leveraging nostalgia, which is a new term for me, and innovation to make Pizza Hut a relevant part of the cultural conversation. This is no easy task. So if you have questions or any kind of comments that you have, please put that in the chat now. It's hard to stay relevant in today's culture, given that it changes every 10 minutes. Thank you, TikTok. But please, it's a very interesting topic to me. So if you have questions, let us know. And one of the things I like to do in these fireside chats is get into the origin story. Today we're probably want to get to more other questions, so I'll be brief. But for you, Lindsay, you've been a marketing professional for 15 years on technology products, on digital content, working on the agency side, as you talked about. After spending 4 years in brand communications, you're recently promoted to CMO. So congratulations on that. How has that transition been for you?
Yeah, I will say the honest answer is it's been a complicated transition. I think one thing, usually you move up because you're good at your craft and you're love storytelling and the mediums that go into communicating with customers. The more you move up, the less of that you actually do. And the more you're setting the strategy and setting the spotlight on your team and trying to remove those hurdles. And so I think it's just flexing a different muscle and building out some of that. I'm really lucky, like David said, we have a really large team at Pizza Hut who's brought a lot of this work to life, and they're best in class marketers who sharpen my thinking every day. So, we talk a lot internally about how the culture of Pizza Hut and the people that you work with, make your job. And I think the examples that we walk through as far as like a Pac-Man box and dropping streetwear and kind of just fun, different ideas, it's just nice to work with like best in class creative marketers.
Gotcha. And, when you think about, what pizza lovers would really want, in this role, you probably have to think about growth and accelerating that growth. What opportunities do you see to accelerate that growth, or they really kind of work hand in hand?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of said it jokingly of TikTok and emerging channels. When we talk about bringing in a younger customer and using new mediums to get those new customers, I think it's about experimentation and being okay with trying some things and seeing how they work out. And like you said, the speed of market has always been really fast. It's even faster now with COVID and more people adopting digital behaviors. And so I think the biggest thing is just being okay with trying things, learning quickly, and either evolving or cutting bait and moving on.
Almost like a startup where you're making bets and pressing those bets when they work and quickly moving away from them when they're not. Well, cool. So transitioning quickly to your background, David, you've had an interesting career working at P&G as a brand person. That's, like getting a master's degree in brand management, I would say. What did you learn from working on Pampers that you can leverage at Pizza Hut?
Yeah, I've done a lot of different things in my career. So I spent a lot of time in consumer products at P&G before I came into the restaurant space. I think, you pick up small things along the way. So, I actually started my career in customer insights. I worked a long time in insights, and then I worked in forecasting and media optimization. I would say working, and then I actually sold to buyers for a while when I was at P&G, and all those things transfer. So selling to buyers taught me a lot about how do you build your business case? How do you talk and sell to franchisees? Frankly, working in forecasting taught me a lot about prioritization and what really matters. I think probably the most important thing though, when I think about what really transfers, is really starting with the customer. So I did spend a good portion of my career working in insights and analytics. And, if you're really clear on the customer and you're really understanding why you're doing what you're doing, and then you can start to really focus on the endpoint and maybe spend your time thinking about how do I get to where I need to get to for the customer? How do I serve them? How do I add value? And it makes the things along the way that sometimes we can kind of over rotate on or spend a lot of time on. You start to say, maybe I don't have to spend as much time worrying about those things along the way because I know what I'm trying to do for my customer and I know how I'm going to serve them. And I would say that's probably the biggest thing. It doesn't matter if you're working on diapers or shampoo or in pizza, or before that I worked on fried chicken, all those things. It starts with the customer and frankly our team members.
Right, and you worked at KFC before Pizza Hut.
Yep.
I assume there's a lot of things that translate one side to the other, but can you explain what is most relevant or what is surprisingly not relevant?
Well, they're very similar and they're very different, right? They're both restaurants, obviously. You have to really understand how the business trades and the occasion and the customer that you're serving. And then that has to start to shape what you do. So when you think about how the business at Pizza Hut really operates relative to KFC, they're actually quite different, right? So Pizza Hut's a group meal, delivery is a gigantic part of it. And so when you're clear on those things, it starts to shape, okay, I would do a different innovation. I have to be really careful about how I think about pricing. Those types of things start to become really important from a strategic standpoint. The one thing that's very consistent in both of them is when you run a big retail environment, a restaurant or retail, like ultimately your team member is your customer experience. And so really thinking through the marketing that you're doing and how's that going to impact the team member and their ability to ultimately deliver it and frankly, deliver a great customer experience. Like that has to be the first thing you think about, because you can have the best marketing or the best product, but if it's not executable at the store level, it doesn't really matter. And so that's very consistent across both of them. But the types of things we do are different because of the differences in the way that business trades.
Interesting, very interesting. And question now for the both of you about Pizza Hut. You're bringing back this Detroit style pizza. Why was it the right time to bring that pizza back, and what elements factored into that decision?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one. So for Detroit pizza, we had that topic out a few months back, and it went a lot faster than we were expecting. And so, one of the things we talk about accessibility that our brand is known for, and a lot of that has to do with democratizing trends and making them available where not everyone's going to get a chance to go to New York to try a Big New Yorker, and not everyone's going to get a chance to go to Detroit to try a Detroit style pizza. And so how do we take those types of regional food trends and make them available for more people? And the first time we hit Detroit a few months back, it was done in a few weeks because it was super popular. And actually, our most popular DMA was Detroit. And so I thought that was a very interesting insight. So we wanted to bring that back to customers quickly since it was so successful.
It seems like one of those bets that you guys made, and it's really worked out well. So kudos on that.
It does come back into listening to the customer, right? Like at the end, when you sell out in 3 weeks and your customers are complaining, like, why don't you have this? It makes it easy to bring it back.
That makes a lot of sense. It's funny. I think I would disagree with most of your customers. I like crust. You guys seem to be against crust with your stuffed crust pizza and your Detroit pizza, which has the cheese all the way to the side. But that's a different meeting that nobody wants to have except for me.
Well, we have original pan crust, which has a golden bound. It's almost like a crust handle for you. So you should just go there, and then you can.
That's where I will go. And I will go back to the Pac-Man table because I was never allowed to the Pac-Man table. My father did not like spending a quarter.
Ken, your name works perfectly for the leaderboard.
Not Kenneth, but Ken. Yes. That's funny. And what about if I'm having the personal pan pizza, what about you guys? What's your favorite pizza?
My personal favorite pizza that we've done is the Edge, which we had in the summer. It's a thin and crispy pizza that has, I guess you're right, has no crust. It's toppings edge to edge. And it has this really flavorful herb and garlic seasoning that's really delicious. And so we had it in the 90s and we recently brought it back this summer. And so that's my favorite pizza. What's yours, David?
Yeah, I'm torn. Like, I do love the Detroit style pizza. It's great. And I love the cup and char, like crispy cupping old world pepperonis. But I would probably actually, and this is an interesting fact. Like, people don't know this because Pizza Hut's really known for pan pizza, but Pizza Hut was founded on thin crust pizza, and our thin crust pizza is really great. So that's actually my favorite as well. Thin crust, extra cheese, mushrooms, pepperoni. It's great.
Founded in 1958, if memory serves, from my research. So been at it quite a while. Great job. Going back to your presentation, you said this guiding principle of, why would a pizza lover love this? How did you determine that as the guiding principle? And were there any other kind of principles that you considered?
Yeah, I think the filter comes out of the positioning. So when we said, what do people know and talk about our brand and what our customers are saying are the reasons why they love us? And just looking at the chat, it's stuffed crust, it's the pan pizza, it's the pizza. And so we wanted to make sure that we were leading with pizzas and not other things as far as like the process or the price, or not that those things aren't important, but what people love about us is actually the products that we make. And so that filter came out of the positioning of saying we want to be pizza first again and lead with our product innovation. And so why would a pizza lover love this? What's great about that, and I think a lot of marketers on here can relate, it's really hard to get something very simple and concise. It's so easy to give yourself a lot of room to kind of iterate on it. And so we wanted to make sure that it was so simple that if you were recruiting team members to work in the store, that you had the same lens. If you were working in IT and you were saying, okay, this user flow makes sense because this is what pizza lovers love. And so it's simple enough that it empowers everyone to be good stewards of that brand positioning and not have everything kind of flow through a handful of people.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And it's, kudos to you, especially, when you're in a new role and you're thinking about growth. It's, it's good to think about the customer, as David said, and have that be the guiding principle on your way to growth. And speaking of growth, you guys mentioned since launch that you've increased ad responsiveness and brand perception. How are you measuring that success?
Yeah, so we use a couple of different pieces. It's a mix of qualitative learnings and quantitative learnings. And so some of the tools that we use internally, we use iSpot to track conversion for ads. And then when you're talking about brand perception, that's a pretty long lead time. So what we're really looking for is making sure that our brand perception and the trends that we're hoping to move the brand towards are continuously headed in the right direction. And so, it's a mix of immediate ads and how those are performing, and then also keeping an eye on how the brand's doing long term.
Gotcha. That makes sense. iSpot does a good job. Was there anything specifically surprising in the numbers that you observe and the benchmarks that you're aiming for?
No, I would say one thing that's interesting is that like media over the years, it's just getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And so, TikTok's a great example. Whenever I'm scrolling through, I give something like 2 seconds to decide if I want to watch it or not. And so it's interesting trying to find ways to serve up ads that are relevant to the right customer. And you really have to kind of get it right in the upfront or they're gone.
Well, that's funny. I'm not a prolific TikToker, but I have kids old enough who spend way too much time, in my opinion, on that platform. And luckily in the family chat, they'll send me funny stuff. So I have, now an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old to filter TikTok for me, which is nice. Now, speaking of younger audiences, you've been on a journey with the past 18 months. How do you feel you've done in engaging newer audiences that I think is, building relevancy with those guys is going to be really important for you guys?
Yeah, I think we're making good progress. I think we're just getting started, like David said, and we still have a bit to go in that journey. But a lot of it's just, I think it's coming down to relevancy. So we want to make sure that customers are considering us and you're top of mind again. And I think a lot of that comes through some of the funner stuff that we were talking through. A great, I think, point of reference is that if I have my non-marketer friends send me something because it's made its way into their newsfeed or into their group. And so, when you have somebody who doesn't work in this industry and they're like, how do I get a pan pizza blanket? You're like, yes, I've branched out of food marketing news.
Oh, that's great. Because it's the questions I get from civilians or outside of marketing and ad tech is, why is this retargeting so creepy? So that must be nice. And I'm like, oh, it's easy.
That's a different panel, Ken. I was going to say one thing just to build on Lindsay's point. I think when you think about younger customers, definitely we're making progress in that space. I think it's very much a journey for me, like working in the restaurant industry for the last 6 years and 2 different heritage brands that have been around a long time. What you realize is like you have to build relationships with these customers, and it takes time, and you have to do it in a really authentic way. And so having something really distinct that they're excited about, the t-shirt test is a good example, or like they're trading these things around in their news feed. You're connecting with them in a really authentic way. That's really important, and you have to have some patience with it because they're really attuned to being marketed to, and they want to have relationships, and you just have to have some patience there. I also think though, like, the days of chasing TRPs, that's probably not going to be a great, like, you're going to have to figure out how you're present where they are. I have a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old, and like, I mean, the way they consume media is totally different. And so we've got to get comfortable as a marketing community leading into some of those things, because that's going to be the only way we make progress with some of these customers.
Gotcha. And that kind of is a nice segue into my kind of Newstar related question. So forgive me, but when you're thinking about segmentation, how has your segmentation changed, and how do you do that effectively to get the right messages to the right audiences, given that everything is changing so quickly?
Yeah, I can take that one. So a lot of that comes down to, I think, real-time optimization and putting out different pieces of content and seeing how they work on your different segments and optimizing accordingly. I think the great thing about digital media is that you can move really fast. I think the tricky part is for bigger brands, you need to be set up on the front end to be able to move really fast and say, you know, if this is working for this segment, how do we do more of this and less of that? And so I think it's really been working really closely with our media partners.
Gotcha. And, you know, one thing that's not very optimizable, especially not in real time, is the people you decide to work with on the spokesperson side. So kudos on the choice of Craig Robinson. I mean, he spans all the he spans old folks like me, and my kids absolutely love the guy. So nice choice there. And there has been any halo effect helping you to kind of recapture previous Pizza Hut customers as well? You know, bringing parents back to bringing the kids, or having the kids want to bring in the parents. Has there been any observable effect there?
Yeah, I think the last 18 months, you know, we've talked about, we launched a lot of this work within the last little over a year. And so it's been pretty new. And as everyone knows, the world's been complicated during that same time. And so I think we were well positioned to serve customers safe, dependable dinners that travel well, and that you were used to going online to come and get that product. And so we've seen a lot of people come back into the brand in the last 18 months or so. And so we've been pretty focused on how do we keep them coming back again and again.
Gotcha. We've got I have many more questions, but I don't want to be selfish. We've got some questions coming in from the audience. So let's see what we've got here. From Karen H. As you're trying to grow your marketing reach, what departments do you focus on strengthening first? What department are you focused on bolstering now?
I'll kick that one to David.
You want me to take that one? Well, I think within marketing, there's a lot of different disciplines. I think what I would say is the most important, like pick the things that you think are most important. And I don't know why Lindsay kicked this to me. Like, she has a great answer for this, but pick the things that are most important and get it right, and then move on to the next thing. Like, the organization can really only absorb so much change at one time. So for us, it was about, hey, let's really go figure out our brand positioning, because that's going to guide everything that we do. So like, if we don't have that right, like, we're going to end up probably creating rework in other places. So we started there. We obviously have a big CRM and loyalty program. And, we've actually put a lot of effort now using first party data to start thinking about, okay, what really is the outcome that we're trying to drive through what we call CER, which is a combination of CRM and loyalty. Like, what behaviors do we want to drive, and how do we shift that? And so you're seeing a much bigger focus going there now, to really start to think about, but that's because we feel not like we're done on the legendary, like kind of building the distinctive brand, but we got to keep doing that. And now we can layer another layer on top of it, and there'll be a layer after that. I don't know if you would add anything on top of that, Lindsay.
No, I would say, as far as, after what areas you want to focus on, one thing I think as marketers, we've been trying to adopt a mantra on my team that's more progress over perfection. And obviously you want to do your best every single time, but I think sometimes you can spend a lot of time, you get something 80% and you spend a lot of time kind of needling that last 20. And sometimes it's better just to keep chunking at it. And so that would be my one added build of just progress over perfection.
Yes, don't let perfect be the enemy of good, is the saying we have at Newstar from time to time. So Mark N chimes in and says, love the memories growing up in Pizza Hut. Cites the Book It program. We celebrate with two other families in his neighborhood as he and the others finish their books. He hopes this continues to be part of the marketing effort, after COVID when families can reconnect in a positive way. Is Book It currently part of your marketing program? And is it coming back?
Yeah, Book It's it doesn't have to make a comeback because it's still here. So Mark, don't fret, Book It is still around. One interesting thing that we've done is we've worked on digitizing the program, and so allowing teachers who help steward that at schools to have a digital portal to talk to our Book It team through. And then the second part, over the summer, we launched Camp Book It, which gave kids resources and teachers and parents resources to keep kids reading over the summer, because I have a 2 and I guess as of today a 5-year-old. And a lot of times you're running out of things during the summertime, especially coming off of the heels of pandemic parent behavior, where the joke is like, what day is it? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The days are the same, the months are the same. And so we used our Camp Book It program over the summer to encourage reading over the summer and give parents some quick, easy tools to do that at home and not have to put so much work into it.
But I would say on that, like, we love Book It too. We're doing a lot of great things. Be on the lookout. Maybe there'll be some more stuff as we go forward. I think it's a really, like, when you think about the distinctive assets and the iconic parts of Pizza Hut, we didn't talk about it. I almost wore a Book It shirt today, but it's right there with all the other assets that we talked about. It's really important.
It is. We have a lot of just Pizza Hut shirts and things like that. And I will say, if I wear a Book It shirt, I always get a comment from a stranger who's always like, I loved Book It. I love Book It. I'm a teacher. Some kind of fond memory, which is, an easy, fun marketer's dream, but it's also just a great thing to do for kids in our communities.
Gotcha. So I believe you dropped a teaser there. It's the call in the business, David. We'll look for at information going forward. I think we're perilously going.
How do you mute David, Ken?
I don't know. I think everyone in the audience would probably just be happy if I just muted myself. But we're running perilously low on time, so I'm going to ask a question. I think that doesn't apply to it applies to what's really going on in our country today, and that's that the QSR industry has been impacted by labor shortages, right? And Pizza Hut has the upcoming Pathways to Possibilities conference, which seems to help prospective employees understand the benefits of a career with Pizza Hut, including topics such as culture of belonging, career pathing, and becoming your best. What are your goals there? What are your expected outcomes?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say labor shortage, definitely not exclusive to QSR, and a lot of companies are dealing with the same things, and kind of trickles down. Even if it's not directly your industry, it ends up being somewhere up in your supply chain that then affects your industry. And so it's definitely been just a tough time for all brands to, I think, get labor in. From a marketing perspective, we have been putting kind of the messages out there that why you should come and join the brand. A lot of people, which I think is a very cool thing, and it's one of the things that I love about working at Pizza Hut, is that we have people who have worked from like starting as a cook all the way up into area coaches and general managers and jobs like that. We have a really successful, awesome franchisee in the West Coast who started as a cook when he was like 16, and now he owns like 100+ Pizza Huts. And so it's really, the conference is really talking about two things. One is just a culture of belonging and why we want to include people in the Pizza Hut family. And the second thing is just the possibilities of where you can take your career.
Got it. That's refreshing, and we wish you guys all the success with that. And I see Marissa, so I know that we're getting the hook.
Thank you, David, Lindsay, and Ken, for the conversation and for spending about an hour with us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. It's been great.
Absolutely. All right, so I'll be bringing to the stage the next group to chat with us. So we have Abhi Vyas, the head of digital engagement and acquisition with Verizon. And we have Megan Lundy, solutions consultant with Aperty. Hello. So still waiting for them for 1 minute. Hey, Abby and Megan.
Hello, good morning, Marissa.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. I've been having a great time listening along so far this morning and excited to get started and have a little chat with Abby.
Awesome. Hey, Abby.
Abby, I think you're on mute.
Yep, you gotta. Almost, you're still muted. Let's see, maybe we can get you unmuted.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there you are. We got it.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
Finally.
Welcome. Glad to have you here. I will
Thank
pass it over to you guys.
Great. Thanks so much, Marissa. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Lundy. I'm a solutions consultant at Amperity. Excited to be joined by Abby Vyas today and talk a little bit about the future of digital and media. For those of you who don't know Amperity, we are the leading customer data platform for consumer brands, and we help brands accelerate growth by using machine learning to help you build accurate, comprehensive customer profiles. And my role is really to help brands take the massive amount of messy data that you have on all of your customers and kind of spin that into the customer insights and marketing gold. I'm thrilled to be joined by Abby today to talk about the future of digital and media. And we're really lucky to have Abby with us. He's a real visionary in this area. He's the head of digital marketing, personalization, and lead gen over at Verizon Wireless. And there he uses innovative web media intelligence, analytics, and behavioral targeting to execute disruptive marketing strategies. I think this is really cool. Abby's an adjunct instructor of mobile marketing here in the Dallas area at Southern Methodist, and previously held marketing and management roles at Dex YP and Metro Media. So welcome, Abby.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, glad to be part of the conversation, Megan.
Yeah, thank you. So again, we're here to talk about the future of digital and media. And we've had a ton of fun preparing for this session and kind of sharing our thoughts and ideas in this area. And one of the areas where we spent a lot of time was talking about recent developments. And so I think a great place to start would be to get a sense of kind of the current state of digital and media. So Abby, what's your kind of take on digital media today?
Well, I mean, let me be very candid with you. I mean, the state is not good. It's not rosy, and the future is very grim. And we all know about, what the cookies happening, the privacy things and all. And I mean, if you look at it for last 20 years, we have built a complex ad stack, for targeting customers, using our, private data. And for last, 5 years, there has been a lot of concern about, privacy, and all customers and consumers are like kind of yelling back, hey, this is my digital currency. You have no right to use. So I think, we really have to reinvent, how the entire digital advertising and the media ecosystem works. Because, I mean, ad tech is roughly around $350 billion industry in US. Mm-hmm. And folks, even in the ad tech, they don't even know how things work. I mean, so it's like the system is like so complex. And now, we have brands like, Apple, who's coming and, telling enough is enough. And again, we have to question, what Apple is really trying to do. And everything comes back to, data, which we have been talking about, and privacy, all consumers have been asking. And literally, our digital currency, which is our data, has been sold, resold, aggregated for the last 20 years. And I think, as consumers, we are saying like enough is enough. And now, we have to really think, what's the future?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think privacy is, to me, it's the word that's going to define kind of the coming decade here. And especially pertinent is who is defining privacy, right? So in the current state, this is being kind of defined both by kind of government as well as private companies. So kind of what's your take there? And how do you see that evolving?
Yeah, I mean, private. I mean, look at Apple. I mean, according to Apple, if it's on device, it's private. Mm-hmm. But if it leaves the device, it goes in the cloud. It's public. So now, I mean, and Apple was really, taken to challenge when, I think last month or so when they announced that, they will be scanning the photos on your iPhone for, child CSAM, which is child sexually abusive material, right? And again, the interest was good. They want to protect and all. But again, consumers, there were two groups. One said, okay, go ahead, do it. Another group said, wait, it's my phone, my device. You have no right to scan it, right? But Apple has been scanning your, emails in the cloud, for almost like 5-6 years, and nobody knew that. And now we know that, well, okay, hang on. So it left my device, it went in the cloud. So again, to answer your question, Megan, I mean, who decides what is private and what is public? Are these big corporations like, Apple and Google, do they have the right to decide, okay, for consumers, this is private and if this is public? Same thing happened with, when, Google was trying to build its FLoC, right? And they had to push the FLoC 2 years now. It's going to be 2023, which is great, for advertisers and marketers just to kind of regroup and see, how everything will evolve. But I think, the corporations have no right to decide, what is private and what is public. And we have seen, government step in. We see the GDPR come in. We have seen, CCPA come in, and all these, regulations are coming in. But I think, time will tell. But as consumers, and especially ad tech, they have to do something about it, Megan. And again, I think marketers are to blame too. For last 20 years, like we are so much focused on, clicks, and, upper funnel, middle funnel, right? The whole, MarTech is just focused on that. And we are all focused on like buying impressions. And I think in that flow, we kind of lost the creativity, So marketing is not about buying impressions. It's about creating impressions. I think that's why we have to do is, putting that creativity back into the marketing. I think our previous panel on Pizza Hut, they were talking about, how can you be creative, bringing those experiences to the customers, truly engaging. Forget about the upper funnel, middle funnel, lower funnel, let's get back the true engagement for the customers.
Yeah, I've sensed that theme come through a lot in both the Pizza Hut and the 7-Eleven panel that we heard earlier, that kind of need to create those kind of engaging experiences and bring that creativity back. So I guess we'll shift gears a little bit. I mean, we've talked a little bit about kind of the doom and gloom of how uncertain everything is right now. But I guess it'd be great to talk a little bit about some areas where we're seeing that creative innovation coming to life and platforms of opportunity. What do you see in that regard?
Well, I think, again, we were talking about it, TikTok. I think that has really come up as, one of the most, UGC, user-generated content. And it's really taken everybody by surprise. And I think last month, TikTok dethroned YouTube on Android platform as the most watched. So I think that shows that, okay, the eyeballs are going there, customers are going there. And TikTok is not just, just a platform. It has also evolved into a shoppable platform. And what I see is that, the future of e-commerce would be shoppable UGC, which will be powered by platforms like TikTok. So, live streaming, that's a great concept, which has really picked up in, I would say, last 2 years in US. It's very popular in China. Everybody loves live streaming. Think about QVC, but, similar to QVC, we bring it live streaming, and you can do shopping, live streaming combined together on TikTok. So I think Walmart tried that earlier in December. And it was so successful. So they did it again in March. So it works. And I think, especially, beauty, travel, retail, all these industries are really leveraging TikTok to their fullest advantage. So I think TikTok as a new channel is really great for marketers.
Yeah, and I think I want to kind of go back to one of the things you pointed out there is that, TikTok has overtaken YouTube on certain platforms in terms of hours watched and kind of the engagement from the folks who are using that. So I know we were hoping to set up a poll. I don't think we did that, but would love to hear maybe
that's a good
from
question.
Our audience.
Yeah.
If you want to put in the chat, have you ever bought anything based on something you've seen on TikTok or shopped on the TikTok platform, or more broadly based on some kind of live streaming or metaverse platform? Would love to kind of see what interactions folks on the listening in have had with that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Let's poll it and see, these are the marketers. Are we really buying, right?
Okay, great. It looks like the poll is up, and we have a couple of folks coming in saying way too often, and I think that's going to.
Nice.
Yeah, go ahead, Abhi.
And I think, I mean, if you follow TikTok, I mean, there is a hashtag, TikTok made me buy it. And if you follow that, I mean, it's got almost like 5 billion impressions. So, I mean, so it's really, it's like, another platform where people are buying, and it's really, very, very popular.
So question that's come in is, how can brands kind of start to take advantage of these newer platforms that are, growing really quickly, but in some ways are can have the perception of being untested?
Again, be authentic. I think that's the key. Again, be authentic, be real. So why did TikTok come? Because it presented raw, unfiltered videos, and that's for consumers like. Anybody can become a TikToker, and you don't need like studios, and you don't need fancy equipment for recording. Your iPhone does wonderful recording. So just be authentic, be real, and if you have the content which is engaging and appealing, that's the key to kind of embark your journey on TikTok or any social media platform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think another kind of platform area that we were talking about was kind of the metaverse as well, and specifically thinking about things like esports and kind of the large prizes that are associated with that. Can you chat with us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, if you look at metaverse, Roblox, Fortnite, I'm pretty sure our audience, has played, or their kids have played. They know what it is. So it's no longer D2C, which we say, direct to consumer. It's now D2A, which is direct to avatar. So what is your avatar on Roblox, right? Or, what is your avatar on Fortnite? I mean, we had, 2 years ago, Travis Scott, his avatar performed in Fortnite. He had 13, 14 million viewers. So, and if another thing, Vans performed, and they created actually like a stadium, where you can come, like a skateboarding stadium. So you can play virtually. And if you talk to any, I would say the younger Gen Z, the time they spent is mostly on these metaverse universes, which is Roblox and Fortnite. Mm-hmm. And 90% of your Gen Z have played some kind of metaverse environment. And a funny story, if you talk about metaverse, I mean, this thing was kind of started in 1993. If you remember, the sci-fi movie, I think it was called Snow Crash. Yeah. So Neil Stephenson, kind of talked about it. And then here we are, Facebook CEO Mark, he talks about metaverse is real. And his goal is to connect your online, digital, and virtual environments all into one. And we have all seen, personally, what I would like to see that, okay, what I've created in Minecraft, can I transport that into, let's say, Roblox? That would be that, connecting environment, that how, what you're creating in one platform can just come into the second platform. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's here to stay. And I think it's really, challenged, or I would say, charged by blockchain technology. And we've all seen the NFTs, the rise of NFTs, especially in the art and gaming sector. So that's also, another area to look at.
Yeah, a lot of emerging technologies kind of that represent a lot of opportunity right now. Question came in from someone in the one of our listeners that I want to share with you. Kind of related around what surprised you. Is there a prediction you made a couple of years ago that and kind of the outcome has surprised you, and how can we take any kind of learnings from that forward as we kind of work with these emerging technologies?
Yeah, so I think what we were thinking initially, that rise of mobile commerce would have a longer window. But what happened, when the pandemic, the mobile commerce, the share of mobile commerce as a part of total e-commerce, it reached 45%, which is pretty high. And we were expecting that the mobile commerce share would take a couple of more years. But just because of the pandemic and things were closed and people were on their smartphones, and everybody invested in digital transformation, all the brands. So it really, the share of mobile commerce peaked very quickly, faster than what I had expected, and analysts had expected too. I think that was something which you were all taken by surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great learning there. I would love to see if we can share kind of the results of the poll that we put up a couple minutes ago. So Brandon and Radar's team, are you able to kind of publish those results so we can talk a little bit about, what folks' behavior has been?
Yeah, I would be curious to see, how many people have actually shopped on a live stream event
Yeah, and I know in the chat, we saw some comments of folks saying, way too often, or a lot of purchases have been kind of influenced from that. And if I'm looking, I just saw the results come up. And it looks like about 40% of folks have said, yeah, they've actually bought something based on kind of a live stream on TikTok or a different channel.
That speaks to the emerging platform, right? It works, right?
Yeah, and I think the other element of that stands out to me is that we can't just dismiss these platforms as being, for Gen Z or for a small niche of our population, right? These are, we're all being, even if we're not maybe directly in the metaverse, because of all of kind of their surround sound and how important it's becoming and how much press it's getting, there's that secondhand knock-on effect too, that even if you aren't part of that live stream, you hear about it and that influences you as well.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, you're talking about metaverse again, like Gucci, the bag sold for a higher value than what actually it sells in retail when they dropped the Gucci bag in Roblox. I mean, that just speaks, about, how people are like crazy and how much, money is being spent on purchasing V-Bucks by the kids. So, I mean, if you're looking for, so these are like kind of emerging channels. And again, coming back to, why focus on metaverse? Because yes, it is new and marketing always follows where your audience goes, right? So again, this is an emerging platform. This is new, and you can really try, different new things with your and how do you engage customers on this new emerging platforms? And then creativity is something, which will be your competitive advantage. And in metaverse, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, I read something even this morning about a brand that is for their packages going out to influencers, instead of sending them actual product, they're sending them kind of virtual product that they can kind of try on and show in the metaverse. So it's again, kind of that creativity, that authenticity, and meeting customers where they are is you can really see that all coming together in that strategy.
Yep, correct.
Great. It looks like.
So what's your avatar, Megan? What's your avatar?
That's my avatar. Oh, I don't know, but she probably has really cool colored hair, right? Like if you can do whatever you want, you don't have to be bound by the limits of professionalism. You can look pretty cool in the metaverse.
Absolutely. Yep.
So I think we have time for one more question. A question just came in from someone in the audience that is are we, as marketers lean more into the metaverse, are we encouraging its growth? And is that counter to our kind of social responsibility corporate social responsibilities? And how can you kind of balance kind of doing what's right by society with what using it as a lever to grow your brand?
Well, China came pretty heavy on all the gamers, right? They shut down. They said the kids can play games only 3 hours a week, and they just cannot play. So I mean, that's a classic example of hey, if you're the whole let's say the Gen Alpha is spending hours and hours on all these channels and platforms, what do you do? So as a parent, I think it's your moral responsibility, kind of monitor the time, the usage, and everything. So, the corporates, I don't think so. There's a CSR element in this yet. It's more an individual and it's very subjective.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your thoughts on that. And I think I saw Marissa pop up a moment ago to give us the hook here. So I'll just close with saying, Abhi, thanks so much for joining me today, sharing kind of your thoughts here. Had a lot of fun. And Brand Innovators, thanks for putting today together.
Thank
Awesome.
you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. Thanks, Megan.
Yeah, thanks to both of you for such a great chat on a topic that we all know is super relevant today. So we really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Marissa.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Next up on our virtual stage is a company that drives more than their fair share of innovation. We obviously all know PepsiCo makes our favorite beverages, but they're doing so much more these days with partnerships like the one they have with the big game. And they have plenty of brands under their umbrella, of course, like Ruffles. And I actually have my personal favorite here, the jalapeno ranch, which is so delicious. That'll be my snack here shortly. But with that said, let's bring Courtney Larson, the head of Ruffles brand marketing, onto our virtual stage. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, good morning, Marissa. I love that you have your jalapeno ranch there with you for lunch.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us today. I will hand it over to you.
Wonderful. Let's see, Marty, are you there? I'm trying to find you on my screen.
I think we had just you for the first 15 minutes and then Marty was going to join us. Did you want him to join us now?
Yeah, if that would be great.
Okay, let me reach out real quickly.
Perfect. While we're waiting, I would love for everyone to put in the chat your favorite Ruffles product. And if I ask you what you think of when you think of Ruffles, what do you think of? Whether that's from marketing or products over the last year or or throughout history, it would be really helpful. So Ridges, I love it. Everything is coming through that I expected, which is great.
Awesome. So it sounds like we might be waiting a few minutes for Marty. We'd love to just hear about some of the things that you're doing, maybe as a way to get started.
Yeah, definitely. Well, good morning, everyone. So I'm Courtney Larson. I am the marketing director on Ruffles here at PepsiCo. I've been with PepsiCo about 6 years. So I started in our Chicago office for the first 3 and got to work on some of our iconic brands there, like Life Cereal, Captain Crunch, Quaker. And then about 3 years ago, I transferred to our Frito-Lay office down here in Texas. And I worked on Lay's for about 2 years, and now I've been on Ruffles for the past year and have so much exciting stuff to share with you guys with Ruffles. While we're waiting on Marty, I would just say, it's really been such a big year for Ruffles. And if you have a minute today, Google Ruffles Without Ridges. We launched our first big campaign in a decade in March at All-Star Weekend and on the Grammys. And you'll see just our amazing TV spot with T-Pain and Anthony Davis and a bunch of others. So that's my plug to make sure you see our latest and greatest ad. And thank you for everything coming through in the chat. So keep it coming. Favorite flavors, if you want us to bring back a flavor we had that we haven't had for a while, anything else. I'm reading all of your chats. Keep them coming while Marty and I chat here.
Hey, Marty.
I'm here. Sorry, I didn't have time to do the virtual background. I hope that's okay. I'd love to promote 7-Eleven. Hi, Courtney.
Good morning, Marty. How are you?
Great, thanks. Sorry about that little blip, but we'll get right into it.
No problem at all. I will hand it over to you, and thank you both for being here.
Of course, fantastic. Well, good morning to everyone, and thanks for joining us today. As you're now aware, I'm Marty Berman. I am VP of Sales North America and LATAM for AdMix, and I am so excited to discuss marketing innovation with Courtney. As you know, Courtney is the head of Ruffles brand marketing from Pepsi, which is an iconic, Ruffles being an iconic consumer brand as well as Pepsi, obviously. And Courtney, a big thank you to you for sharing your time and insights today, and also to brand innovators. Real quick intro about AdMix, if you aren't familiar with us. We're a pioneering platform that's bridging the gap between gaming advertising, gaming and advertising, which is driving the in-play movement, integrating data driven ads, which are available programmatically via IAB standard sizes and product placement. And most importantly, they're non-disruptive into the gameplay experience, meaning that your ads are not displayed, the ads are displayed within the game experience, not the annoying rewarding ad or disruptive ad that you can't close. Anyway, Courtney, Ruffles has been out of consumer marketing for the past 10 years, but brings back great memories of campaigns like you just mentioned, the Ruffles Have Ridges.
Good Courtney, art, Marty. Good art.
Thank you. And Courtney also used to live in Chicago, she said, and she's a huge fan of Annette's Ice Cream, which is literally a block down from my house and where I am right now. So we had some good shared experiences when we were chatting.
I think basically I was in Chicago. I was telling everyone before you joined. I was in Chicago working for Pepsi for about 3 years before this, and then spent about 10 years on and off in Chicago. And so I think the joke here is, Marty, we have probably run into each other honestly like hundreds of times, and we have not known it. And now we're reunited here. So
exactly,
we've got some fun times.
I've passed you. I probably passed you when you were in line getting ice cream with the kids. So Courtney, we talked so much about the fact that Ruffles has not been super active over the past 10 years. And it's a really exciting time for you and have been spending a lot of time the past year in getting ready, I think, in terms of really 2022 and defining the brand. What have been the three biggest challenges over the past year as you have been bringing, have you brought Ruffles back into the spotlight after being gone for a while?
Oh gosh, just three, Marty.
Just three. Well, you can go on further if you'd like, but I figured it'd get three.
I could talk about this for a while. And it's ironic. I was actually just looking at the calendar this morning. It's essentially right at my 1 year mark on this brand. And when I reflect back on the journey we've been a part of, it's just truly been extraordinary. But if you would have asked me if I would have liked to have repositioned such an iconic brand and one of the best in our PepsiCo portfolio during probably one of the craziest years of all of our lives during a pandemic, I would have said no, and you're crazy that anybody would want to do that. But I think it's been a blessing for a lot of reasons. I think one of the biggest challenges I think we all face when doing brand repositioning is how do you reposition a brand in a way that's both timeless and timely. And so I think the timeless aspect, regardless of what's going on in the external environment, is pretty straightforward in terms of the methodologies and how you talk to consumers and examine your rich history of where you've been and where you want to go. And so that, I think, whether you repositioned a brand a decade ago, today, or in 10 years, that formula works. I think the timely part of it is what was challenging. So much is going on in the world, and when we talk to consumers, which is, Ruffles is a consumer first brand, and we pride ourselves at PepsiCo as one of our guiding principles of always being consumer first. You have to tease apart what consumers are telling you because of what's going on in the world as you think about repositioning. And so I think the biggest challenge was just thinking about that. What is the timely way to relaunch this brand in 2021? What's the timeless truth that's gonna set the foundation moving forward? The second thing I would say is consistently reminding myself and my team that a brand repositioning is a marathon and not a sprint. And so it's that classic, you got to walk before you can run. And the Ruffles brand, and I saw, Marty, you probably saw all the ridges and things coming through in the chat. Ruffles has ridges. Ridges are our number one product attribute. And, candidly, it was a marketer's dream, and it is a marketer's dream to work on a brand that has a product attribute that is such a strong equity that can stand for so much more that we just haven't unleashed. And so restraint is the name of the game that my team and I are constantly playing, because there's so much we could do and so much we want to do, but you don't want to come out the door with everything all at once. And how do we lay the story and the chapters with this brand so everything builds from a choreographed perspective? And then third, the biggest challenge, and I hope most of you will agree, definitely drop in the chat if you have any tips on this one. Just with all of our day-to-day lives, working virtually over the past year and a half and navigating that, because as marketers, I get a lot of my energy from other people. A lot of our aha moments on brand building have been in in-person work sessions and whiteboarding and building off each other. And we've done a great job of replicating that virtually, I think, as best we can. But I think you'll all agree, when you're together, that energy and the human connection, whether it's in front of consumers and consumer research groups, or it's at an experiential event, that we do as part of being the official chip of the NBA, or it's with my awesome agencies and teams and media partners in the office, the magic happens, I think, when you are face to face sometimes. But again, we've made it happen virtually as we can. But I think that was a challenge, is to try to create the best attributes of those in-person sessions and bring them virtually to reposition this brand.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. It's probably a big challenge to do when you're all not in the same room together and all being, virtual. Complete side question. With the pandemic and everybody being home more often, did you happen to see an increase of consumption by consumers during this period when they're all home?
The short answer to that, this is another one I could talk about for a while on how consumer trends and behaviors have changed, but absolutely. And I think it was, again, one of those things, we were repositioning this brand, and one of the benefits of doing it at a time when consumers are home more is we had, some consumers that haven't really been a part of the Ruffles brand and family for a while, trying the product and getting reintroduced as we're repositioning, which is always a marketer's dream again.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And, again, as we talked about Ruffles being out for a considerable period of time, a decade, which is a long time in from a brand perspective. I think one of the things that we talked about, which was really interesting because of the tone that you have decided to take, but things have changed a lot, not only in 10 years, but also within the past year and a half with the pandemic and now where things are. But also, as Abhi, mentioned at Verizon, is, we've got TikTok, we've got, the metaverse, we've got all these different channels now that are much more active from a consumer standpoint. But more importantly, I think the tone that a brand takes is so much more relevant today than it ever has been before. While it's always super important, I think there's so much more you can do with it, but at the same time, you have to be so much more careful. So I think it's like a double-edged sword almost. How did you decide on the tone of the brand? I mean, because this is a huge undertaking. And how did you really decide which direction to take it that would really be relevant to your consumer base, yet engaging enough to excite a new generation of Ruffles consumers?
Completely. And I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record today, the number of times I'm going to say consumer first, because it really does start with our consumers. When I came on the brand, we were about halfway through a really robust consumer research plan to chat with our consumers, to pan social media, just to gather as much data as possible on everything, how they are experiencing our product, the equities we have, all those great questions I put in the chat with you. I think listening to the consumers, I think going deep on the occasions, like when do consumers consume our product? What is that eating experience? How do they think about it? Are we meeting expectations? Are there unmet expectations and needs? And then also looking at our equities. What do we stand for? What's an equity maybe we haven't really tapped into? Again, our ridges that I talked about a second ago, which is, the biggest, taking a little side note here, the biggest problem to solve that our team has been rallied around is our number one product attribute is ridges. And Ruffles is a brand that people love the product, but they don't love the brand as much as they should and as much as we should be building with them as marketers. And so I think it starts with the consumer. And again, that timely, timeless element. And as we really dig in, we're a snack brand. We're part of the snacks category. We're part of the subcat of potato chips. And this is a fun category. If you look at our history, Ruffles marketing has been fun. It's been light. It's been humorful. You look at the time that we're in when we relaunched this brand with our first campaign in March. The world was heavy. It's still heavy, and we'll talk more about tone as we look at chapters 2 and beyond. Because chapter 1. It needed to be light. It needed to have that humor. And that's really our foundation. That's our true north as Ruffles, but we know we can stand for more. And again, we'll talk about that more later, but I think that's what you saw come through. We had a big idea of own your ridges, and ridges are what make Ruffles Ruffles and you. And what makes you, it's a spectrum, right? It can be funny things like our very first Chip Deal athlete that we signed the beginning of last year, Anthony Davis. What makes Anthony Davis him? It's his unibrow. He owns it unapologetically. It's funny. You look at T-Pain and some of the other examples we did. it's funny, but it hits on our #1 communication objective to truly define Ridges and to set the foundation. Again, it's in chapter 1, this marathon, not a sprint, of where we're going with this brand.
By the way, my wife makes fun of me because not only do I not have a unibrow, but I have baby brows. I have no eyebrows. My wife endlessly harasses me.
I think that's a future opportunity in some of our content for you.
So, listen, I think, thank you so much for sharing that. I know that it's such an exciting time to be a part of what you're doing. You're just laying the foundation now for what is going to be, again, a marathon, not a sprint, which is a great vision. And I think it's so important that, brands know this, but I think it gets lost so many times that if there's not a consistency with your message and your programming and your partnerships, that, you can't just jump in and out of things because consumers, they catch on to that. You've got to have that ever persistency or ever persistent messaging and brand messaging. One of the things that we also talked about that I think everybody would love to hear is, while there have been challenges in each organization, there's certain nuances from a brand marketing perspective in selling up. How did you sell up to senior leadership when you decided on the tone and you decided where you're going to go? What were the challenges when you were selling that brand vision to leadership?
Yeah, absolutely. Before I answer that, I just want to hit on the consistency note that you mentioned, because it is so true. We often, I remind my team and they remind me the attention span of consumers and just how to build a brand over time. And we do have this tendency, I think the consumption of media keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And some of those trends we've heard on other panels today, when you're really building a brand to be an icon like we are doing, that consistency is key. And that comes back to that restraint messaging I was talking about earlier. But yeah, leadership challenges. I think with this repositioning, there's a lot of typical challenges when you're repositioning, selling the story, anytime you're designing, implementing, and executing a new strategy, how to go about that. I think what I found that was really unique with this is the need for me to sell a story and a vision, because like I said, there's a chapter 1 and then there's a long-term chapter. And how do you, again, during a pandemic, how do you sell that this is the right time to do this with this brand versus waiting? One of the benefits of working at PepsiCo is we have a vast portfolio of brands, as everyone knows. And that challenge, it's continually, what's the prioritization of each brand? What's the role they play? How is Ruffles different from our other snack brands, other brands in the portfolio? And so for me, I think the biggest challenge was, again, just really painting that compelling vision. And I think I would just, give as advice to others out there is look at case studies of other brands that you admire. How have they done that over time? Two, just looking at, again, what are some early wins that you can get? What are some things I want to test and early wins kind of in year 1, but then again, what is that vision? For us, it was, okay, we're going to introduce Ridges, then we're going to do more with them and make sure it's not only, hey, here's what I want to do now, but here's where this brand can go and here's what I need. And so I think that was what was really unique to this is it was, a brand that really hadn't had a lot of marketing activity over the last decade. So it's a blank slate, white space, and which is really exciting, but also really challenging as you think you need to tell the whole story, not just a chapter of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you're basically starting over, but with, again, an iconic brand that you have the history that you still want to represent in some way, but yet take it to the next level. And it's, I'm sure it presented quite some challenges. And the process that you went through with leadership, was it a long process? Was there pushback on any directions? Did you have to shift a little bit in terms of what your vision was compared to their vision, so you could create that shared vision?
Absolutely. And I think, one of the things I will say, when you have such a great marketing opportunity like we did with a foundation of Ridges and Ruffles with Ridges and a big idea that really was scalable, it was an idea that traveled, it makes the whole process easier. I think, the challenges the biggest thing I spend a lot of time on is just how are we going to measure this, right? Because performance marketing and measurement is everything. And that's what we all stay laser focused on. And it's challenging in a pandemic year as well. Like we talked about, there's so much noise in everything right now. If you look at shopping trends from in-store to e-commerce, and if you look at media consumption, a lot of those trends have been amplified by the pandemic, but certainly there before. So I think the biggest thing that I got pushed on, that I worked on, are what are those KPIs? And there's standard KPIs that we all use for every campaign, all of our media, et cetera. But my team and I really, we double clicked on that and said, but what else are we going to gain from repositioning a brand? And so again, as the official chip of the MBA, there's a certain level of talent attraction. Is Ruffles going to be able to procure different and not better, but just different and kind of higher caliber talent, partnerships, cultural opportunities, et cetera? Then also just looking throughout, at the end of the day, we're in the business of selling chips. So if we look at our customers, by building this brand and repositioning in a different way, what customer opportunities does that open up with 7-Eleven and all of our other customers? And how does that open the door to really modern marketing and creative brand building and doing some of these really fun things that we're seeing happen with NFTs and shoe drops and some other things? Then we can talk about our armored ridgetop shoe drop.
I was just going to say, yeah. Tell everybody a little bit about that. I don't know if everybody's super familiar with it, but you guys launched a gym shoe, a basketball shoe.
We launched a basketball shoe, and this is
with ridges.
With ridges, it had ridges. So we have Ruffles has ridges. Ruffles also has ridgetop sneakers. So we pride ourselves in looking at consumer passion points, and one of our major passion points is sneaker culture. And so we have dabbled in that game a little bit, but I would say we really made an entrance with our Ruffles armored ridgetops that we dropped as part of the NBA playoffs as a follow-up to our campaign that we launched with during All-Star Weekend and at the Grammys. So, this was one of those ideas that our creative agency Motive and the brand team had together. Candidly, it happened in under a week before we shot our TV spot. One of our key sayings across our cross-functional agency and internal team is, we lose nothing by exploring. So we had this idea. So we said, let's explore. Like, what if we put this sneaker on Anthony Davis? We did something really cool, because when you see the commercial, if you haven't seen it, there's a night scene and everybody loves horses and armor and all of that. So we said, hey, can we design an armored ridgetop? And so we partnered with a shoe surgeon. We designed an incredible shoe, got it made really quickly. It was an idea we explored and made happen. And then we dropped it a few months later. And so I think that mentality, again, going back into kind of selling a vision and piloting things, did we execute that shoe drop in the way that we would all have loved to have done if we had, 3, 6, 12 months to plan? It wasn't during a pandemic. No, but did we do a great job? And, did we, have a bias for action over perfection? Absolutely. And we're really proud of it. But I think it's, again, one of those things, just keeping a pulse on the consumer landscape, the opportunities and the ideas. Because good ideas, another thing I always tell my team is good ideas can come from anywhere. It can come from me on the brand team. Obviously, they come from our creative agencies, our media partners, can come from our innovation partners. It can come from our finance partners. Everyone that touches a brand is still a consumer. And so how do we harness that collective energy?
Yeah, no. First of all, kudos to you guys for launching a shoe that quickly. I mean, if you look back historically, you've been in brand marketing for a long time. That pivot and that decision-making tree, if you will, usually from a brand perspective, is a much longer window. So the fact that you were able to come up with the concept, design the shoe, get it out into market in that quick a period of time is just amazing, and actually put it all together. So, the fact that you were able to successfully do that in such a short turnaround time is just absolutely amazing. And I think that really, segues nicely into the next question I have for you. And that is, under the circumstances of COVID, everybody being, externally, disparate in terms of where they were and everything being virtual, and having, multiple agencies and taking these ideas from everywhere, how have you been able to navigate that? I mean, obviously very, very successfully, but what has been the reason behind that success from both a brand and a partnership standpoint? Because I know that when we were talking, for you, the partnership aspect of what you do with everybody that you work with is super important. You mentioned your creative agency, your media agency. Talk to us a little bit about that. And then also from your internal team, because I think those are two separate. You've got your partners, but then you also have to, work as a team, and, being able to make quick decisions and launch something like that is just absolutely amazing. So can you share with that a little bit with everyone?
Yeah, great question. Great question. Honestly, teamwork and collaboration in one team. It is the only way, in my opinion, that you ever get to great work. And we say we're in the business of smiles and making magic at PepsiCo, all of our brands. And that can happen if everyone on the team doesn't have a voice. They don't have the ability and the support to voice their opinions fearlessly, et cetera. And so I think, going back to the Ridgetop example, just to build on this for a second, sometimes you have to, which it makes you uncomfortable as marketers, you have to do step one of a plan without really knowing what step 2 and step 10 are going to be. So we didn't have time to really design everything and have all of our ducks in a row per se when we put Anthony Davis in that sneaker in the TV spot, but we knew what we were going to do, and we had those kind of charges, if you will. So I think, the biggest thing that, my team and I have stayed true to is have a plan, but staying nimble. And gosh, I mean, no true words were ever said during the age of COVID. I could give a million examples of how we have navigated that, as I'm sure everybody here today can as well. But, make sure you have a plan when you do something, but also don't let the fact that you don't have a full plan and everything's not black and white prohibit you from taking the first step. And so I think just really having everyone get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and having that agility and resilience was really key. And the second thing I would say is just over communicate. We have all stared at Zoom and these boxes on the screen like we're doing right now, unfortunately far too often over the last year, but how do you use new communication channels? How do you continue just to keep a pulse, whether it's, informal kind of what we called mugs and memes conversation on our team. We would just all grab coffee and chat and share some funny things we understand through social media, or carving out just more informal times just to talk about where we want the brand to go and the vision. So, I think it's having a plan, but staying nimble, I would say. I think 2, it's, over communicating. And, 3, just getting creative. We have done so many productions virtually. None of us had ever done that before. You have to navigate that, and you have to get creative. As we look at experiential, that wasn't happening. We weren't on the ground at different events. So how do you take that virtually? Just so many other different examples. But I think at times it's been difficult, but at the end of the day, I think it's made us all better marketers, better teammates. And we've really gotten to know each other more as humans and less as marketers sometimes, which gets to the best marketing, in my opinion.
No, absolutely. And before we go on a little bit, I figured I'd take a quick couple minutes and see if there was anybody that would go to Q&A. I still have a few more questions, if not, but I know everybody's passionate about their ruffles. So, and certainly in their flavors. I just wanted to throw it out right now and see if anybody had any questions for Courtney. And if so, we can you can type it into the chat. If not, we'll kind of continue on, but feel free to pop those up, and I will take those as they come. So, Courtney, one of the things that with all of this is being so exciting and being in brand marketing for so long. What's been the most rewarding aspect of relaunching Ruffles for you?
Great question. I'm going to take a little bit of a pivot from what we've been talking about, because it's actually the potential. And this is going to sound very deep for a second, but I think it's the ability to build a brand that I know can make a difference in the world. And I can't say a lot about this today because of what chapter 2 is going to be for Ruffles, but building purpose-led brands is just something I'm personally really passionate about. And I think that's one of the things this last year has really done is accelerate the need and the desire and the excitement around building purpose-led brands, because we've all taken a pause from our busy lives and everything going on in the world, and taken stock personally, and I think as a society, of what matters and what's important. And so, for me, I think it just is the power of brands. I think we're hearing that from our consumers. And, I think sometimes you look at, Ruffles and other brands and other categories, and you think, well, how can these brands really make a difference in the world? But there's so much potential. And so, I would just say, for Ruffles personally, what we're laser focused on now is, just what I said, the definition of ridges. Ridges are what makes Ruffles Ruffles, and your ridges are what make you, you. And as we talked about with tone, we've got some funny ways that we have introduced ridges, but we're really excited because I think ridges can be a lot deeper than just what you've seen from Ruffles so far, and the ability to use those as what we're saying internally as having your ridges be your superpower. So more to come.
That's exciting, and I know you shared a date with me. I'll let you decide if you wanted to share that, but and so forth. But we did have a question come in, which I think is a great question, and I actually have a follow-up question to this. Are there any secret flavors of Ruffles coming out soon?
Oh, great question. This is one. I mean, there's so many fun aspects of my job. This is one of my most favorite, though. What I will say to that is. And actually, I'll answer your other question. So as well with this answer, Ruffles is the official chip of the NBA, as I mentioned, and the NBA is launching its 75th season here in about a month. And so you're going to see a lot from Ruffles during that 75th season. I will just say that. And specifically around flavors, hopefully most of you have tried our 2 chip dill flavors. So our first chip dill flavor was with Anthony Davis, lime and jalapeno, in 2020. And then in 2021, a few months ago, we launched Jason Tatum's Flamin' Hot Barbecue. So both those flavors are on pack. The flavors are delicious. We've got a lot of great content out there you can see. But I will just say on the secret flavors coming, we've had a couple chip deals. Maybe there will be more. And I think we're also, just continuing to look at we call LTOs, limited time offerings. I mean, I think if you look at the categories out there, I mean, I love just walking down the grocery store aisle and, in the age of COVID, following social media with all of what we call our snack influencers and seeing what other brands are doing. But the collaborations and the LTOs and just the exciting news at shelf, virtual shelves or in-person shelf is really exciting. So I would say, let's look at chip deal and then get excited for some LTOs and stuff.
So my follow-up question to that, Courtney, is do you ever reach out and work with consumers, or have, I know brands in the past have had consumer promotions. Do you take and have you thought of engaging consumers to come up with any new flavors?
Great question. And like I mentioned before, when we kicked off, before I worked on Ruffles, I worked on Lay's. And just a little plug for Lay's. I mean, I think Lay's has two-way consumer dialogue better than any brand that I've seen. So Lay's Do Us a Flavor, I think, was one of really the first brands to listen to consumers for a number of years and turn any idea for a potato chip onto a potato chip. So you guys have seen those flavors across the board from various places. So I think for Ruffles, we haven't really tapped into this yet, but it is definitely a priority. So stay tuned for that as well. We've got some exciting ideas on the table. But what I would say for now, for anyone that engages with Ruffles on social media, we do all sorts of community management, and we read all those ideas. So if you got ideas, put them in the chat or share them on any of our Ruffles social media accounts.
We have another question that just came in. What can a heritage brand learn from newer digital first brands when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z? I know from a gaming perspective, I have my own preference and insights, but from your perspective, what are you doing outside of the NBA sponsorship to really engage Gen Z authentically?
That is such a great question. And something we think a lot about, because we have, you're always wanting to build what we call our next generation of Ruffles brand lovers, while not alienating your core consumer base. So I think we do a number of things. I think one is, again, just looking at how consumers are interacting with their brand, but also looking at how Gen Z is interacting with brands, and building a brand is very different now, as we've talked about. So I think it's media consumption. That's a big part of what we look at. And we were just talking about TikTok and all the media platforms, and the ones that don't even exist today that we're tracking on how that industry and social media and that landscape is going to migrate. So it's really just having an external perspective. I think it's the biggest thing that my team and I try to do is just always look at how other brands are growing and developing and changing. Just the consumption and the buying that's happening through social media is exploding, things like that. So it's really just having a pulse on culture, having a pulse on how consumers are interacting with our brand as well as other brands. And again, just staying nimble and being open to admitting, I don't know what I don't know, and I am not the consumer, which is another thing we say a lot. Even though we all love Ruffles, we like to say, we're not every consumer, and how do we empathize and put ourselves in their shoe?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's really interesting is that a lot of people don't realize, and I'll give a little plug for the gaming industry in general, is that consumers now are spending an equal amount of time on social media and within gaming. And I think that it's been an underutilized channel that we really see a huge opportunity for brands to reach those next generation of consumers, but also the fact of a wide spectrum up to to families and parents with children at home that are all involved in gaming. And it's so interesting that so many people don't define themselves as gamers yet spend a ton of time playing games.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And just to build on that, Marty, too, I think it goes back to knowing your consumer. We were talking about gaming's been on the rise for a decade plus now, but especially over this last year, as consumers are looking to carve out small moments of joy and small moments of fun, and that's something we're looking at. Ruffles has partnered with NBA 2K for
Right.
a while now, and how do we authentically integrate within gaming and those platforms, like you talked about as well. And
Yeah.
I think that's really the key with changing everything from the media landscape to consumer landscape is what is the authentic way that your brand can engage in gaming and some new verticals, because it's very different how Ruffles should be showing up in those new areas versus a brand that's just launching. And how do we stay true to that?
Yeah, it's got to be genuine and authentic. And I think if anything, that the Gen Z population and consumer authenticity is more important than ever. And you can definitely fall flat on your face if you do not do it right, and they will let you know.
Completely. And which also ties back to what we were talking about purpose-led brands and building brands with purpose. Because, again, consumers want to have fun, but they also want to make sure that the brands they're interacting with share their values. And so, again, how do you do everything that you do in a very authentic way?
And I think you touched on this a little earlier when in a couple minutes ago, but maybe I missed it specifically. But I think one of the things that we talked about was how you'd like to see Ruffles make a difference in the new world that we're living in. Is there correct me if I'm wrong, did you just talk about that, or was there something that specifically that you think Ruffles can make a bigger difference in the world we're living in?
Yeah. I talked about it a little bit
I thought I remember you talking a little bit about it, but I know it was something that you wanted to talk about. So I didn't know if you had fully expanded on that. So I thought I'd give you a chance to expand.
No, it's perfect. We've hit on so many great topics today. You're going to see us do more in the terms of, again, bridges are what makes Ruffles Ruffles and what make you you. And so I think we all have those things that make us unique. They make us different, whether they're visible or invisible. And again, how are we going to define ridges to mean more, and what's our role that we can play? I would just say, it's a personal passion of mine as well. I mean, we are brands that are the fabric of culture, and we pride ourselves at Ruffles. Like I mentioned, we have a culture council. We are deeply ingrained in consumer behavior, what's going on in the world, and what is a need that we can feel authentically. And again, marketers dream, like we have a product attribute that mean more, and so really excited because I just feel like the potential of this brand to make a difference, as well as to be a brand that consumers just have a lot more fun with. Both parts are there, and I think what gets me really excited is I think you can do both at the same time. And I think too often people want to lump brands into, oh, it's a fun brand, or oh, it's a purpose-driven brand. And I think if you stay true to the consumer and put the consumer first, you can do both. And so that's what you're going to see from Ruffles.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I love the direction that you're taking that we all have ridges, because I think in today's society that is more relevant than ever before about it. Consumers in general are so like focused on who they are as it represents into the world, and how do you combine their own self-worth from that perspective and tie that in with a brand message. So I really kudos to you. I think that's just a great way to approach that. We're getting close to time, and just thought I'd ask if there's anybody else that has any other questions. Please feel free to ask them in the Q&A, and Courtney will be more than happy to answer those. Here we have another one. How do you balance, and I don't know if you guys have done a lot from an influencer standpoint, but how do you balance the macro influencer campaigns versus micro influencers? Like, for example, like what roles do each of those type of influencers play? You know, getting back to, you know, everybody's got ridges. I think with social media now, you can go down a rabbit hole into a very niche audience if you're not too careful. But at the same time, there's so many niche audiences because everybody has their own personality and their own style of what they are to the world. So how do you balance that from a brand perspective?
That is a great question. So a couple things we think about, you know, there is the overarching kind of brand message, and what we're focused on now is own your ridges and finding ridges. And so, you know, you see from a distribution standpoint, we've got linear TV and we've got some big platforms, but we also have what we call, you know, our brand passion points. So we have gaming and we have sneakers, we have a couple of others. And I think within those audiences and within those passions are audiences that are more niche. And so that's where we really look to engage kind of the micro influencers with those passion points, because those are smaller audiences. And then use kind of influencers with, let's call it just a larger social following for our overall equity brand message. But candidly, that's something we're looking at, and how do we interchange those? Because they don't have to be so segmented and so siloed. But again, great question, and something that I think is really important, and it's only going to continue to increase as we just candidly see the influencer landscape continue to explode and change and become such an important channel for us.
Fantastic. Well, it looks like we're at time. Courtney, thank you so much for today's fireside chat. It was very, very exciting. So
thank you so much, Marty. Appreciate it. I'll see you in Chicago at an
Yes,
event.
absolutely. You got it. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you both. We really appreciate it. And I love what Courtney said about we lose nothing by exploring. I will be using that. I'm going to frame that and put it on my desk. So thank you guys for spending time with us. Okay, this is our last session before lunch. So next up on the stage, we have Ashley Travis, the Director of Consumer Digital Experience at KFC Global. And our moderator is going to be Colin Johnson, the Head of Retail and CPG at Nextdoor. Welcome, you guys.
Hi, Marissa. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks
Hi.
for being here. I will hand it over to you, Colin.
Wonderful. Well, it's great to be here talking to this lovely virtual audience. My name is Colin Johnson, and I lead the retail, CPG, and QSR teams here at Nextdoor. And you know, QSR in general is actually one of our most interesting emerging groups at the company, as restaurants like Kentucky Fried Chicken are members of the community in which we all live. And so brands are finding really great performance by utilizing our ecosystem to drive highly efficient store traffic and net new digital customers, as brands are able to leverage their unique CRM, their data, and their insights at a really granular level to bring messages to the consumer. And that's a really, really great transition to the theme for today and for Ashley. Marketing innovation can encompass countless different subjects. But for Ashley and the Kentucky Fried Chicken team, they are innovating their entire digital marketing ecosystem to be more nimble, to use data from across their global footprint to unearth insights that are then being turned around to drive increased customer satisfaction and overall business growth. So I'm just So excited to be talking to Ashley today. We touched base earlier this week, and it was a really interesting conversation to pick her brain. So I'm really excited to have her share a lot of those insights with you guys here today. And so welcome, Ashley. Hello.
Colin, hi, good to see you again.
Yes, good to see you as well. I guess let's just get down to it, because we're not going to have enough time to cover all the amazing stuff that you can share with the group. And so I'll just start by saying you've built a truly amazing career at blue chip brands. Anyone who wants to take a little spin through her LinkedIn profile will be very impressed. You've worked across retail, you've worked across CPG, you've worked across QSR, and you've always had an eye towards technology and innovation. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your role and your team at Kentucky Fried Chicken right now, and how you guys are and how you personally, I guess, are tapping into your previous experience to build a COE?
Sure. So a little background on KFC. So we're a very global brand. We're one of the largest QSRs in the world, and we are in over 145 countries, over 26,000 restaurants, and 80% or more of our business is outside of the U.S. So we have a global center of excellence in Plano, Texas, where Pizza Hut is headquartered. So I saw, David and Lindsay were here earlier. They're down the hall. We have some young folks here. And really our job at the Global Center of Excellence is to identify best practices and really amazing work that's happening in all of our markets around the globe, and connect the dots and share those best practices to additional markets to help us all accelerate much faster. My role in particular as leading digital customer experience is across things like e-commerce, launching web and app solutions, CRM and loyalty and what that looks like for us globally, as well as performance marketing, and most recently data centralization and usage. So it's a large remit, but the good thing about our organization is we're very collaborative, and I don't have to do it alone, because I have counterparts in 145 countries to work with me to help make, and they're the ones that actually make it all happen. So using my background, what drew me to this role was coming from Amazon and Starbucks. QSR is just so new in this space, and I joined in 2019 before COVID, and I knew that there was a huge opportunity, not just with KFC, but with QSR in general, to leverage what I had learned at my past employment to make a difference and make an impact, and that was really exciting for me.
That's awesome. And yes, your remit is huge. I don't envy the task in front of you for trying to organize your day and trying to get all those things done. I think something you touched on really early, and probably for all of us in the industry, we intuitively know that KFC is a global brand, but until you're really able to share how big your guys' footprint is outside the United States, it really doesn't hit home. And so that's a really unique component to your restaurant compared to probably almost anyone else. And so, you as the COE for global strategy, you need to be cognizant that one size does not fit all. Yeah. How do you try to balance the innovation needs of the brand from an overarching perspective, while at the same time trying to tailor your POV to the nuances of each individual market?
Great question. I would say it really comes in twofold. One is scale and speed. So we look for partners or solutions that have scale. If it doesn't have scale beyond one market, then let that market kind of lead the charge. It's just not under my remit. My remit is to find innovation and opportunities that have scale across the globe. However, we have to do that, to your point, within some sort of boundaries or considerations. So we use a philosophy that we call freedom within a framework, where we have kind of these frameworks of solutions that, in general, the basic principles and guidelines will meet all of our customers' needs around the globe, but there is some freedom within that because we want to ensure that we're empowering our markets around the globe to be able to tailor execution to their local needs, their local business needs, but more importantly, their local customer needs. And because one of the powerful things about our brand compared to a lot of our competitors is that we operate in a very decentralized way, but that allows each of our markets to be able to tailor the brand and fit the brand into the local culture. So it feels like a local brand, even though we are large, because we actually have local teams on the ground that are in charge of doing that. So it's a fine balance that we're constantly trying to kind of walk the line with, but so far we've been successful at doing that. But it always, as digital and technology increasingly becomes a priority, that line gets harder and harder. But we also find that when it comes to technology in particular, a lot of the needs and the customer behavior is the same. So in terms of scale, it's how do we find solutions that we can leverage our scale to actually be able to enable speed to market much faster.
Scale and speed, I imagine, is a theme that's going to come up multiple times during our conversation today. But I was just thinking in my head about what an interesting opportunity it is to have all these local markets that can operate in nimble fashion. And you could launch pilots in these different areas and take those learnings really quickly and apply them across the globe. And I think that's going to come up today too. So let's talk about insights. The topic of the event today is marketing innovation, but one of your primary focuses at KFC has been data, measurement, optimization, and of course, the holy grail, insights. I'll say, I don't think any of us have heard any brand over the last couple of years not talk about the value of first-party data, not talk about the value of insights. But not everyone knows how to actually deploy those mechanisms for their own enterprise. And so, when you kind of look ahead, you started in 2019, you've come a long way till today. What is the opportunity at KFC and for the QSR category as a whole as it relates to innovating within the measurement, insights, and optimization space?
Oh gosh, there's so much opportunity. I mean, we're just kind of, I think from an industry perspective, right? COVID accelerated our digital transformation. What we thought was going to take us, 5 to 10 years to achieve, we had to figure out how to achieve in one. But with that, at KFC, I think, in the last earnings call, you would have heard that we have in the past, 2 years doubled our transactions that are coming from digital. So globally, we're at over 40% of our transactions coming from digital now. And but with that speed also comes an influx of data that, not to be candid, we're not always prepared to use and to leverage. So I think that is the big challenge underway. And in talking, to some of my counterparts and other brands as well, I think as an industry, that's a challenge that we're prepared with of like, oh my gosh, we have all of these customers. Do we have our CRM set up properly? Do we have the right journeys in place to be able to welcome them to the brand and migrate them through their journey with us? But then also, how are we gaining insights about their behavior to improve their experience with us? And so there's so much tremendous opportunity. And I think at KFC, we have a unique advantage in being so global that we have markets that have been in this space for a long time. So our team in the Middle East, they've been doing delivery long before COVID, and they're really, experts at executing. Our team in Australia has been doing collect for, over 5 years, and they've, we can learn from them. And so what we've been able to do is identify those learnings. And then, when COVID happened, frankly, we reached out to, our friends and, in Asia and then in Italy that we're kind of on that first wave of it. And hey, what can we learn from you so we can be prepared to ensure that our customers are safe and to, ensure that we're doing right by our team members. And so, I think as we start to look to centralize our data and start to look at the holistic picture, being able to benchmark KPIs around the globe based on different maturity levels, being able to identify similar segments and test in one market and then scale to an additional market will enable us to move a lot faster. And then I think, being able to, take that, look at the data from a hindsight perspective to be able to get insights, but then out from a forward perspective to start to do things like predictive analytics and advanced analytics, AI, machine learning, and be able to leverage, a larger data set than just, one individual country is a unique advantage that we have that I think we just haven't tapped yet, but I think it's going to fuel exponential growth in the future.
That's amazing. And two themes I already heard you talk about today, but it was, every market is different and nuanced. You mentioned the Middle East has been doing delivery now for some time. And then of course, taking learnings from one area and applying it to another using benchmarks, things like that. As COVID really accelerated this digital transformation shift, and you were able to look at your Middle East markets and see how delivery worked there, learn from mistakes that have been made potentially in the past. How effective was it in helping you guys scale up here in the United States?
Extremely effective. I think in the U.S. Because we were frankly one of the last markets to really can be hit with the pandemic, being able to kind of have we had this crisis team that just was in charge of helping all of our markets around the globe prepare our infrastructure, prepare our teammates. So we as the center of excellence, our responsibility is to take those learnings, quickly put those into playbooks, and then help the additional markets execute. So I think in terms of being able to be more prepared in the U.S., we fared, I think, a little bit better than maybe some other brands that didn't have the advantage of learning from other countries. But then I also think, we have an amazing team in the U.S. that has taken that and then catapulted forward. So their ability to then, advance and then be a pilot in other areas of our business for markets overseas to learn from is there too. So we've been very fortunate.
That's amazing. And you mentioned just the incredible growth within your digital footprint. You said now in your most recent earnings report, KFC is up to 40% plus within the digital channel. What was it before COVID? Just out of curiosity.
Less than half of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a lot accomplished in a really short amount of time. Congratulations to you and the team. That's a nice transition into our next kind of set of questions. And believe me, I could pick your brain all day on the details of KFC, but during our discussion, what really stood out to me is just the actual process of transformation. And in this case, digital transformation. A lot of companies say they want to innovate. A lot of companies are putting some resources against that, but to alter ingrained processes, an ingrained way of doing things to create something new is probably one of the toughest things an individual can do, let alone a massive organization. And so KFC has invested really heavily in this area, and you guys have adopted an agile framework across your organization. What are the fundamental focus areas of agile for KFC and why?
Yeah, I think we historically, just like other QSRs and a lot of brands, frankly, we've been a very traditional brand of, hey, we're going to build a campaign, we're going to launch this big campaign, we're going to measure success and then move on to the next campaign. But as we start to become, to really become a modern brand and become modern innovators, we had to adopt a different mindset and a different way of working. And I think, earlier this morning, you heard the 7-Eleven team talk about how structure yields success. And that's kind of really what fueled our process last year to say, hey, if we're going to be a digital company and we are going to be, leaders in the digital space, we have to start thinking differently about our business and about our processes. And so we started piloting this kind of agile way of doing digital marketing. And what that means really for us is, first and foremost, let's have a focus and have it be all about driving digital transactions. Let's, number two, identify what processes we need to put in place to be able to move faster, make quick decisions, and be nimble. And then three, as we start to learn that, what kind of gaps do we have in terms of people, talent, capabilities, and even partners that we need to fill? And then four, what kind of mindset shift does that require from us? And I think the mindset shift has been the most transformative. The processes, people, partners, that is all gonna, will flow out of a mindset shift to being willingness to try things and experiment and fail, having a test and learn mindset, being iterative and adaptive to campaign launches and to product launches, as opposed to thinking it has to be perfect right out of the gate. So, it's been a wild ride. It's been extremely transformative. We're still kind of in the transition, but it has really helped us truly start to operate as a modern brand and as modern marketers.
That's fantastic. You mentioned when we were talking earlier that Agile, that framework, is traditionally applied to product and engineering orgs. So it's not necessarily something that's been adopted outside of there heavily, and certainly not within marketing organizations, which, to your point, many times are very, very traditional. And so your call out of the mindset shift being the most important thing, I think is something we can all apply to our own jobs, our own companies, and our own roles. But I think we all know transition in general is tough. And so what were the biggest challenges you faced as you personally and then your team embarked on kind of rethinking your digital marketing practices? Where was the friction, and how did you break through that?
I think the first point of friction is just having the focus and the time and the resources to actually kind of to focus on this, because as anyone probably can attest to, the past year and a half has been really busy. Things are constantly changing, and we have day jobs, right? We can't just dedicate 100% to learning Agile. So how to fit it in while maintaining the business on a day-to-day basis, I think, was the first challenge. And then, I think the other challenge that we have and that we're still in the middle of is we have different team structures around the globe. So as I mentioned earlier, we're very decentralized. We have local teams that run the business, and that allows us to be relevant within each country's culture. But that also means in some markets, we have really big teams that could, a little bit more easily hire and change their organizations, around this type of thinking and operating. But then we also have smaller countries that only have one person doing all of digital marketing or plus additional jobs. So how do we start to take this, the mindset and the process of, Agile and quick decision making and testing and learning, but how does that look for, let's say in Italy or, one of our smaller markets that, don't, they don't have as many stores, they don't have as many resources. And so that's kind of what we're in the process of doing right now, is figuring out how to ensure that all markets can take advantage of the revenue growth that we're seeing from this process, no matter their structure.
And would you say that, did COVID make this more difficult? Did it change this process at all? How did that affect the overall trajectory?
I would say it made it more important because, there was, we didn't have a lot of focus on digital marketing prior to COVID because honestly, we didn't have a lot of markets with web and app solutions. So driving digital transactions wasn't a priority. Now, since we've accelerated our growth in getting access to KFC through digital platforms around the globe, now there's a need for it in our business. So, I think it helped, the transformation to just become increasingly important of like, hey, if we're going to have these, modern ways of accessing the brand, we need to up level our skill sets in CRM and performance marketing and UX UI optimization. We need to be best in class at doing that so that we can ensure that we're continuously adapting to changing and evolving customer behavior and driving growth, with our business so that by expanding and improving on those customer experiences.
Amazing. See, I'm doing a time check already and I'm like, I knew it. We're not going to have enough time to go over all the questions, and I want to make sure we have a moment to get to the Q&A from the group as well. So I'll ask you one more question now, and then we'll get to the feedback from those that are tuning in. But probably one of the best outcomes of increased digital transactions is the data that comes off of that and what you can do with that information. And really, for brands across all different types of advertiser categories, first-party data has emerged as really one of the best defenses to the changes that are happening outside in our industry and the fuel that can help your business grow. In fact, I think a very overused term is data is the new oil. And yet, not every brand knows necessarily what to do with the information once they have it. And really, most importantly, you covered this earlier as well, once it's operationalized. And so, what are the most pressing use cases that you guys at KFC are exploring with these increased data assets, with these increased insights from across the globe, which is now significantly more digitized than it was prior to COVID?
Yeah, I would say a couple. One, we're still learning, just like everyone, we're still trying to figure out, hey, what do we do with all this data? How do we make sure we have access to the right KPIs? So having the right partnerships with resources that can ensure that we have a holistic picture of our customer behavior on all of our channels, the right attribution, et cetera. But then also this is a priority for Yum as well. So they've made acquisitions and purchases of Quantum and of Dragontail Systems. And so we're kind of bringing experts into the fold of TikTok, which is a Israeli company that is, experts in, the e-commerce space and chat ordering, et cetera. And so that we're bringing people into the fold that have history of doing this and bringing them into the Yum family so that we can adopt and adapt a lot faster. So things like media mix modeling, calendar optimization. We have really amazing now data scientists and analytics teams within the Yum family that we're able to leverage that didn't exist a year ago. And so that will enable us to move a lot faster.
That's amazing. One of the things I've appreciated about the increased resources a lot of these companies are getting when it comes to data science and insights and things like that is you can ask these questions and now there's people and teams that can help you answer them. There's these things that intuitively we might have known for a long time or thought, and now you can comb through the information and really generate insights, which is amazing. So I'll transition here to a question from the group. And this person's asking from a very high level, what does great look like to you in terms of empowering your global markets in the experience space within the next 12 to 24 months?
I think what great looks like to me is that the teams feel like they have the right people, partners, and capabilities to really drive what we call a RED customer experience. So RED stands for relevant, easy, and distinctive. So how do we ensure from end to end customers are just having a great experience with the brand, that we're giving them the relevant products, the relevant experience. It's really easy to access. We're being adaptable to however and wherever they want to be able to get KFC. We're making it easy for them to do so. But then we're also like bringing our tone and our brand distinctiveness along the way. And I think for us to date, we've been moving so quickly. We've been like focusing on function and function and function, but actually to be able to look at the holistic customer experience from end to end is a really huge opportunity for us. And to me, that's what great looks like, is when we start to infuse everything that we've learned to date and start to work super collaboratively to really drive an end-to-end great customer experience.
I will take the bait on that question about the next 12 to 24 months and now pivot it into your digital marketing investments or your digital marketing bets. As you guys look ahead, what are some of the areas you're going to focus on that you haven't yet had the chance to build pilots against?
Well, I can't say too much about what big bets we're going to I'm not going to tell you this is a pilot that we're doing. Shh, don't tell anyone on this live recording. But what I can say is that we're going to continue to focus on driving digital transaction growth through conversion optimization. And why that's so important is because, if we, from a customer level, if they're not converting, then there's something that we're not servicing the customer appropriately. There's something that we need to fix. Secondly, from a business level, 2 points of conversion rate improvement can, have, billions of dollars of impact on our business. And so we're going to continue to drive that. I think CRM and loyalty is a huge opportunity for us. What does that look like for our brand? We have a different business model than a lot of other QSRs because we're about buckets and family sharing and gathering in a lot of our markets. So what does that look like for us? And then performance marketing. Now that we, have all of these channels opened up, how do we start to get a little bit more granular and data driven in terms of driving conversion with our customers and kind of migrating them to these channels and letting them know that they exist and that they can access our brand whenever and however they want.
How closely are increased conversion rate and enhanced capabilities around loyalty closely tied? I imagine very close, right? If these people are already part of your CRM, they're already customers of yours, getting them to buy an extra meal a week or an extra meal a month is probably lower friction than bringing a net new customer in, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think we have to look at customers in segments. We have to start segmenting our customers from, hey, we still need to drive penetration and bring new customers into the brand. But then with the customers we already have brought into the brand, how do we start to migrate them to the next level of their journey with us? So we need to have specific strategies for different customers throughout their journey. And I know, that was a big part of my role at Starbucks, is kind of understanding, okay, once a person orders ahead in the app, how many times do they need to do this for it to be sticky? And then, okay, once they do that, then how do we continue to drive growth with them through personalization? And so, I think that level of sophistication, now that kind of we've launched and we've got the data kind of flowing in, is a huge opportunity.
Kudos on the Starbucks app, by the way. That's a really slick product. There's a lot of coffee ordering. I just had to do the
marketing behind it. I had the easy job.
I tell you, there's a lot of coffee ordering that goes on in our household on that app. So final question, so I'll be cognizant of time. For marketers listening today or leaders listening today that are going through their own innovation, transformation, et cetera, what's the one piece of advice you would give them based on your last 2 years of experience?
Listen. I think that would be the singular most important piece of advice, is listen. Listen to your teams, listen to their ideas, be open and willing to change and adapt. I think we listen to your customers, listen to what your customers want from the brand, and be willing and open to new ideas. I think customers are changing rapidly, and the teams, our employees, and what they want from work and the enjoyment that they get out of work and what they're looking for from a culture perspective is constantly changing. And we need to listen and be willing to change and adapt. And so I think yeah, that's the single most important piece of advice that I know that I'm trying to adopt to myself. It's hard because I like to talk and I talk a lot, but I'm trying to slow down and listen.
It makes you the best candidate for a fireside chat, first of all. And congratulations to your organization, to your team, and to yourself. Amazing stuff. I've learned a lot. I hope everyone on the call and viewing was able to pull out some really powerful nuggets as well. So
thanks,
thank you,
Colin.
Ashley, so much for your time.
Thanks. I'm really fortunate to work with amazing, talented people, and I just feel honored to be able to represent them.
That's a pretty good
Awesome.
send-off.
It's great. Thank you, guys. And Ashley, I love that advice. Listen, so important. So thank you for that. And just a special thanks to our audience for your participation throughout this entire morning in the chat. I love it. You guys have been super engaged, and that's great. So we've made it through our first half of the day, and it's time for lunch. So I don't know about you guys. I made a ton of notes. I'm excited about the content we have this afternoon as well. But for now, we'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll see you back here at 1 p.m. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's 1 o'clock. We're going to get started. I hope you all had a great lunch. How many of you ran out to get Pizza Hut or KFC or grab a bag of Ruffles while you were out for lunch? I'm sure several of you did. Okay, so I'm really excited about our next speaker. For those of you who live in Dallas, you'll know there's nothing like going to a Mavs game, and I'm very pleased to announce that we have Iris Diaz, the Chief Marketing Officer of the Dallas Mavericks, with us today to kick off our afternoon. And our moderator is Chris Dietert, the COO of Influential. So welcome to Iris and to Chris.
Hi, how are
Thank you,
you?
Marissa.
Thank you. Very nice
Hey,
to meet
guys.
you. And Marissa, I think I know you. I think we've actually gone to the same gym. So this is actually pretty interesting.
Very
So that's
exciting.
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank
Great
you for
to see
having
you.
me today. And I hope you guys can hear me.
can.
We're having lighting issues in this strip, so I'm having to do this from my phone. Somehow all the lights went out in this strip, and I don't know why.
No problem.
No. I feel extra bad. I feel
we-
extra bad because I've got like the ring light and all. I could turn it off if you want to stay in the dark together.
You look great, Iris. You look great. The lighting is perfect.
Oh, no, it's fine. I know you're showing off, but oh my God, no, it's fine. This is all good. As long as you guys can hear me, Chris, as long as you're good, Marissa, you guys are good, I'll be
We're
fine
great.
here.
Awesome. Well, I will hand it over to you guys then.
Thank you so much. Hey, Iris, how are you doing?
Good to see you. Well, I'm hoping the lights come on soon. So if something happens in the back end, it is not production. It is definitely just my home. Everyone else's home that doesn't have any lights right now. So thank you for having me, and thank you for the chat prior too. So I'm actually looking forward to also get to know you as well.
Likewise. Well, I'm excited. This is going to be fun. So yesterday we were talking, about some of like the most important things that make up the Mavericks organization. Tell us about the importance of community in your role as the CMO of the Dallas Mavericks.
Sure. And I think that's honestly with the community and everything that we've done in the last year and a half, I think it's been more than that for sure for everybody. The biggest thing is making sure that we, everything that we stand for, everything that we do from a brand, from a marketing, from anything that we do in the community, from events, sponsorship, everything like that, is definitely a revolve around community. Community is definitely, it's us, it's you guys, it's everybody else going into the arena. We want to make sure that everything that we do is for our fans. And I think that's one of the biggest things that we are really hang our hat on, because we do so much. And we do so much because there's so many needs that we want to help certain groups. We want to make sure that we're always involved in the community. And our VP of our Mavs Foundation and community, her name is Katie. She does an amazing job. So whatever we can do to make sure that we support that in the Dallas, we certainly want to do that. One of the biggest things, especially last year going into COVID, was definitely how do we make sure that we help our employees? How do we make sure that we help back and give back to the community and to our healthcare workers, to the schools, to teachers, to everybody that also was, on the front line dealing with everything from a personal level, from a career level, and of course us. And for us, that was definitely the biggest thing, is how do we give back? Because at the end of the day, everyone coming back into the arena is our community, is our neighbor, it's our fan, it's the person at the grocery store, it's everyone from the rec centers that we work with, the academy camps that come and show up for us. And how do we show up for them? And that's why we do what we do, is we show up for them every single day, because at the end of the day, they're the ones coming, screaming in the arena, tossing popcorn, getting excited about what's happening on the court and off the court. And one of the greatest things, and I know I mentioned this before, but I always toot our horn when it comes to this. We grew about 800,000 followers during the first 4 or 5 months of the pandemic, and basketball wasn't going on. We didn't have anything happening on the court. We knew that people were following us because they wanted to see what exactly the Mavs were doing and how we were taking the reign of making sure, the lights are on, how we're making the, see, they heard me, the prayers came through. It's more about how we were making sure that we were doing the best that we could for our community. We grew our fans about 800,000. And it's a huge number, especially for those months with everything that we were posting on social media, the content that we were delivering. And it was more about them. How do we make sure that we give them a smile when they're scrolling through social media, and what content to get them excited with all the news that was happening around that time, and making sure that they saw how our players were involved and donating food, helping with education, doing camps from home. Everyone I'm sure on the call has had to adjust to all of it. But that was one of the major things that we realized, that people weren't following us because we were just a basketball team, and we're more than that. We definitely were more about what we were doing in the community, and it really showed.
And I'd imagine that 800,000 followers during 4 months is probably an anomaly even in the regular season. Was there anything that you guys were doing specifically that was growing it, or do you think it was just organic growth because you were reaching out in an authentic way?
From our perspective, it was more of just organic growth. I think a lot of things also we started switching once the season started. But the biggest thing is everything that we normally would do, we went 10 times harder on it. Whatever we could do was what we wanted to make sure that we did. And when it came to just the content alone, I remember when we were sitting there on March 12th okay, so what are we doing from a marketing side? I'm like, well, we have to figure it out right now. So it's more like, how do we bring some good light? How do we bring up some behind the scenes items that we haven't done before, some video that from our favorite players, and also some jokes and different content that we've been able to capture, but we've never shown it during the season because everyone loves highlights. But how do we bring that into the energy that's happening right now to make sure that people are still interested in the Mavs, regardless if it was a social post, if it's a graphic, if it's photos, if it's animations, or whatever it is how do we make sure that we bring back the audience and making sure that people are still listening and watching us because they just want something positive. And that was definitely the direction. When I remember sitting in the office and our CEO was asking, okay, what's our plan? It's like, well, this just happened yesterday. So today, let's figure it out. And at first it was like, we're going to get 2 weeks off. Everyone kind of settled with everything that was happening. And almost 2 years later, we're still in the same situation, but in a good way. And it really allowed us to really plug into areas that we hadn't done before. Like I said, digital was definitely a piece that we always do because definitely that we know that that's where our audience is at. But we really multiply that times 10 to actually be creative in what content we put out there to make sure that people were still engaged, regardless if there was something happening on the court or off the court. Obviously, the bubble was something huge for us that we were also understanding and learning. How do we feed content to people from third parties that we're not on site all the time? How do we work it with one videographer capturing everything that you can within the bubble to make sure that we still give that same experience and that same engagement to our fans? And first and foremost, and I think I've said this before too, with several things that I've done, it's like everything we do is for the fan. Everything that we are listening, we're watching.
Marissa, I've got Iris frozen here. Yeah, I was just making sure you saw the same thing as me. Yeah, and I know she was.
There she is. Excellent.
Iris, we lost you for about 15 seconds. Can you start over?
I'm sorry, Chris. Sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. I'm sure it's I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No worries. I know you're tethering off of your cell phone service. We lost you for about maybe 20 seconds. Marissa came in and saved me for the moment, but let's just kind of go back to the top of what you were saying.
Okay, I think we did lose her that time.
Yeah. Got any good jokes?
Well, shoot. We will give her a chance to hopefully come back. There she is.
Quick recovery. Good. All right.
Excellent.
Are you still on your phone, or did you go to a computer?
There we go. Can you guys hear me better?
Yes, much better. Are you on the computer now?
Yes, I'm good now. All right, let's get going.
All right. Rocking and rolling. All right. So we were talking about the rapid growth of your social channels and how it kind of worked into the community aspect of your role. So we'll pick up from there.
Okay. No, yeah, I think it was pretty much hitting most of the high loads. The one I was going to mention is TikTok was new for everybody. I know that's what big entertainment piece, especially from videos to music to trends. We had 12,000 followers in the beginning of last year. We ended up with 1 million at the end of the year. So it was just more about how do we make sure that we, one, the right people in the right places to make sure that our social team are rock stars. They understand that they're always following the trends and giving us advice like, hey, this is what we need to do and this is how we need to treat. If we're giving this message over here on Mavs Off Court, on our Instagram, on TikTok, it needs to be a video actually telling a story. And I'm like, let's do it. So I think it's a testament to the people. It's not just me, it's everybody else that really puts in the work and really understands what that audience is looking for, so that way we are delivering that constantly. And we're always moving. We're always changing. We're always trying new things. The biggest thing, and I think one of the greatest things about working here is, let's try it. If it didn't work, well, it didn't work, but at least we can say we tried it, didn't work, and now how do we adjust it? Or we just do something different. So definitely social, we're always learning, and we're always learning right now with new things coming in for the next season that we're excited about. So we want to make sure that we're consistently giving the right content to the right audience and how they're consuming it now. I would say that.
Okay. And it seems like, you know, when it comes to that sort of ideology of, you know, we'll test and learn and we'll try new things, I feel like that has to probably come from the top. And so you work for one of the most famous entrepreneurs and certainly the most prominent owner in the NBA, and Mark Cuban. What's it like working with Mark?
He is involved as much as he wants to be involved, but he is very direct. And I think that's what we can appreciate from him. He is very like, this is what I need, this is what I want, and I'm just go mode and we deliver. Our CEO is very similar. She's also more involved when it comes to a lot of the business assets that we have to do, especially for marketing. So working for both of them is definitely, you get the two areas. You get the one that's like, hey, here's what we need. Okay, here you go. So we look forward to the short form emails, but then also explains what exactly he's looking for without you having to fish for questions, because it's very straightforward. So I think it makes it easier to work, but he's a smart man, and we follow what he's looking for. Obviously, he's in so many areas. So whatever he's looking for, whatever he needs from us, we just certainly deliver, because there's a reason why he's asking. So we want to make sure that we definitely do it for him and for the company, for our CEO.
Yeah, and he's a brilliant marketer at the base of it. And so you as a chief marketing officer have to appreciate the ability to work side by side with somebody who has that sort of influence.
Oh yeah, it's just you get to learn from different areas that you didn't even think about it that way. You probably saw it as a certain way of a traditional marketing space, but that's why I think the beauty of working here is just like, let's try it. And if it didn't work, it just doesn't work. But at least we tried, and we can say we can fix it or anything. But that is the beauty of also being a creative person. It's like, let's figure it out together. What might not know the answer, but we eventually get to the answer and try to make it better.
Awesome. So obviously diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, those are all important things to Dallas Mavericks organization. Can you please tell us about being a Mexican-American female and how it's helped you lead the way with a number of firsts within your organization, and how you promote DEIA in the community?
Sure. I would say I work really close with our VP of D&I, and of course, all the stuff that we also do from the community send. It all intertwines together. We all are always looking for making sure that we have that as our part of our DNA now. It's something that our CEO, like you said before, it starts from the top down. Our CEO is the first Black woman CEO of an NBA team. And it stands for a lot, and it's very heavy. It's something that she definitely carries well. We learn a lot from her, just because she's also been in that position, that role for so many years prior to coming for the Dallas Mavericks. And her not having sports background, I didn't have sports background, but really, how do we implement that within our role and within the organization itself? We have a very diverse team. We definitely have a lot of women in leadership roles, which is very important to her, to us, to the business, to our owner, for everybody, because we learn from each other. There's always room for everybody to grow and to have a seat at the table, to make sure that people know that your voice does really matter, because there's a different skill that you bring to the table that probably somebody else didn't think of, or because you have past experiences, a different story. D&I is definitely one of the biggest things that we do work on. We do have, like I said, someone that oversees all our ERGs and everything that we do externally that I work with as well, because it is very something very important to me as a Latina Mexicana. I do speak Spanish, so one of the biggest things for me is definitely making sure that we are catering to the Hispanic audience, especially because it's important to us, it's important to our fans. If you go to the arena and you look at our fans, it's a different crowd every single year. It's very diverse every single year, every single game. Our court is very diverse, so we need to make sure that we do our due diligence for them, for our fans, for the businesses, for our partners, for Dallas, period. We are working with local vendors. We're making sure that everything that we do is very local rooted. Even our brand, even our VP of brand, she's really great about making sure that we do something different every single time for our jerseys, for our court, for all our marketing assets, and really understanding the way that we think and understanding the way we're going is the right way, because our fans are gravitating to it. Our employees are definitely involved as much as we need them to be involved in everything that we do. So it is very important and very rooted. One thing that we did start last year was Mavs Take Action through our CEO. It's how do we make sure that we are talking about social injustice and making sure that we are diverse, and we're making sure that what are the things that we can do without posting something on social. Like we can post all day long, but what are we doing as a company to actually take some action? It's not just about posting a message and say, okay, call it a day. We said we were with you guys, so we're just letting you guys know. But no, she is very much about we speak with our actions, and that's what we do. We're making sure that we're in the right communities. We're always partnering with the right people, and we're making sure that our employees are very diverse to make sure that we bring new skills to the table. But I say that because one of the things that we're doing with Mavs Take Action is one thing I hate doing is this is not a campaign. This is part of our DNA. This is not just a social post and we have a social handle for it. This is more of how do we make sure that every single thing, every single sector that Mavs Take Action brings to the table, we are ingrained with it in every single thing that we do, from a marketing perspective, from sponsorship, from ticket operations. It's a promise in a sense of what we plan on doing, and what we make sure that everything that's going out the door is a part of that promise.
Yeah, when we last spoke, you had said that one of your focuses is on the importance of brand and how you have to deliver on that promise. Can you give me a little bit more on that?
Sure. And I think that goes to that. I used to work for an agency, and I love that they have this, but it was so true. And somebody actually just reminded me about it. And I'm like, yes, a brand is a promise of what you're delivering to your fans, to your consumers, to your customers. And every single time people see the logo, the Horsehead logo, it's not about just merchandise. It's about what is perceived and what people feel and know about when they see the Mavs Horsehead. And maybe it's Luka, maybe it's Mark, maybe it's Cint, our CEO, maybe it's all that. But how do we make sure that every single thing that encompasses our logo and our brand is out there, which is community, which is our Mavs Take Action, which is our ticket operations, how our club member members feel. Every single thing is making sure that we are delivering on that promise of who we are and what our values are. The biggest thing for us, for certainly brand, I mean, we can get into intricate things about logo placements and all that, which is the basic brand of one-on-one. But most importantly, I think one of the things is everything that we're doing in the community from an action perspective. And of course, everyone sees our crazy content and good content that people love, but it's making sure that we're delivering on that promise, as I said before, about our brand and what we represent in the community, making sure that we're donating, we're helping, we're educating, we're helping with scholarship funds. We're sitting at the right table at the right time. We're making sure that we're making those connections because we want to be a part of the community as much as we want to be a basketball team. So it all encompasses everything. And we're a small group but a very mighty big brand. But we want to make sure that everything that we do is certainly intentional to our fans. And one of the things that I know I mentioned before is one of my favorite quotes from our owner is, I don't own the team, the fans own the team. And it's so true. Everything that we do is definitely for our fans and what we can do. So one of the things that I certainly take away from just all of this is listen to your customers, and they're telling you what they want. So it's much easier. So they're giving you the answer. That's why you see several things on our social media and our content. Some things might be animation, some things might be just highlights, the back end, that it definitely encompasses everything that we do from our true MFFLs to our newer Gen Z audience that keeps following us because of, we're not naive to it, because of Luka, our big global superstar that we're excited about going into this season.
So that actually brings me to another great question. So yesterday I learned a term, MFFL, which means Mavs fan for life. Please tell us about this and how you market to that customer base.
Well, actually, I did not come up with that. That is certainly what our owner came up with a long time ago. And I think a lot of fans that are on the call probably remember Rowdy, Proud, and Loud. That is another one that we also call out, and everywhere that we can, especially within the arena, to bring that energy, because we are rowdy, we are proud, and we are certainly loud. Anyone that has stepped in, especially this last time for the playoffs, I think everyone was just kind of ready to just get back into normality and actually get into an arena with fans and friends and family. And I think there was no person sitting down, and I'm like, this is a representation of what an MFFL is they're here, they're passionate about their team, they love their city, they're here to support, and that's the reason why we do what we do, is to make sure that they are always coming in safe. Their value, our values are definitely represented into everything that we do from a marketing perspective. But MFFL is something that he actually trademarked a long time ago. We carry it on because it's very true to our heart and everything we do from a community standpoint, like I said, from marketing, from our camps, from our GEM program, Girls Empowered by Mavericks, from our events, everything. We're all MFFLs at the end of the day, because we're here to represent, we're here to show up for our team.
That's super cool. And do you guys actually like market that outwardly? Like at the stadium, do you see MFFL stuff? And if you were to say that in the greater Dallas area, people are like, I know what that means.
You don't need, okay, one thing that I have learned, especially throughout the years and all my schooling, is if you remove the logo from a PowerPoint, will people know that that's the Dallas Mavericks? Or if that's Frito-Lay, or if that's, Takis or Barcel or anything like that. I'm thinking about that because I was looking at some of their stuff. But it's like, you remove their logo, will you know that that's still them? And I think you don't even have to use our logo for that. People recognize what MFFL is. And I'm glad you know now, because now you can actually
I'm going to tell everyone.
We have it on several of all our marketing. Even now, we actually did something really cool and something interesting during our playoffs. We had our MFFL, but then we switched them over. We kind of flipped it forwarding the other side, and made them sit-ins because of Luka. So everyone knew, and we didn't have our logo on there, but everyone knew it was Dallas Mavericks. It was Luka Doncic. It's his phone. It's his number. So we wanted to make sure that we did that. It was intentional for sure for those true Mavs fans, that they know exactly what it is. And our logo was nowhere near it. So I think that's always a great thing when it comes to a brand, that you know you've been successful with your creative when you can remove the logo and people still know who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to go back a little bit to the diversity thing, just because it's Latinx Heritage Month. Would love to know whether it's a program you guys are doing right now or overall. What are some of the things that you do to really recognize? And obviously, Texas is a very deep, rich Hispanic community. Tell me about some of the things you guys do on that front.
Sure. So the great thing about it right now, especially because Luka and KP, a lot of people don't realize that they speak Spanish. So what we certainly do is they actually speak Spanish. We've done interviews with them in Spanish. We want to make sure that we certainly highlight that for our content. But one of the areas that we actually, because we don't play during September, maybe a lot of people don't know this, we recognize their Hispanic heritage in March. So then we get ready to make sure that we do our Los Mavs and Somos Mavs festivals, and we partner up with every single year, we partner up with people that definitely want to make sure that we're hitting that audience. I always have an argument that we should always be advertising to them, period. It's not just 1 month. But that is our goal, is to make sure that we have campaigns that are running closely with our general market campaigns to the Hispanic audience, because it's just like anyone that's been in marketing or advertising to Hispanics, it's not just a straight translation. You have to speak to them in their lingo. So for me, is making sure that people are aware of not only that their language is there from a Hispanic side, but also Latinos, but also making sure that they're aware of how much we are actually grown and how much we actually cater to them. Most importantly, audience, what they're looking for is content. They want Spanish content. We get limited in the sense because we're always running with our bigger items and trying to make sure that everything gets done. Like I said, we are a small group but a very mighty brand. But our goal going into this year is to make sure that we do increase our Hispanic audience and presence, whether it's with influencers, whether it's with our radio broadcast, with our writers, with our own employees, and of course, making sure that we put KP and Luca in that great light. One of our actually bigger, most viewed videos that we have on YouTube is when Luca actually opened up to the Mexico game when we played in Mexico. That's another thing we always want to make sure that we're encouraging to hopefully play overseas in Mexico. When he opened up the stadium and opened up in Spanish and then said Viva Mexico, the crowd went crazy, and that's still one of our top viewed videos because of what he did and why he did it. Very authentic to his roots and to the languages he's able to speak. But for us, is learning that process, that it is very important to make sure that we do that going into this year. So we start acknowledging, I guess I would say in March, not a traditional calendar year like anybody else.
I remember you saying earlier that both you and your CEO came from backgrounds that weren't sports driven. Obviously now you're right in the thick of it. How big of a Mavs fan are you both now? And how well have you grasped the understanding of the sport?
Oh, that's a great question. I think if you guys know who our CEO is, she's very popular. She's awesome. She never sits down. She's always screaming and clapper in the beginning. I always look over in the intro. She's standing up, dancing. She is always dancing and standing up. She is definitely the biggest cheerleader, especially for the Dallas Mavericks. One of many. And if anyone goes to a game, you'll see our CEO certainly standing and clapping all the time in the beginning. She loves to dance. She loves the energy. She has an amazing story and her background. And for me, I was always a fan. I think the first year I started being a fan was when Michael Finley actually left to the Spurs. So I'm in that era of fan. But definitely puts you in perspective, especially working in sports, of how crazy and good crazy, but how fast paced everything really works. Everyone normally, the biggest questions that you get once start people understanding that you work for the Dallas Mavericks or a sports entity is, are you with the players? And that question is
just hanging out.
They're just sitting next door to our cube. Yeah, it's fine. But we definitely work from our business side. We certainly are always working long hours and making sure that everything goes out the door. We have over 116 images that go out, or marketing pieces that go out for just one game. We have to do 41 parties every single season. And we also make sure that we promote our away games to make sure that fans know where to tune in every single time and make it easier for them to consume it. But for me, the biggest aha moment was definitely more the back end of what really has to happen before a game. And I always say we should do a reality show with the back end of what really happens from the in-game entertainment side, from our business side, from our player side, what has to happen for just one game. But it really puts everything in perspective. And I think it's funny when I think I mentioned this before, and I say this story because I was on a panel and there was a young student that raised his hand, and he's like, so do you know all the stats of all the players? And I'm like, no, but I didn't get hired to do that. I got hired to do the marketing, and I will learn them. But his face was like, how do you not know that? And I was like, I know marketing, and that's what I got hired for. But you get to learn all that stuff, and you get to really understand. You understand it's not only are you working for a brand, but you're also working for the players. The players, they're showing up for us on the court. We have to show up for them. We have to do it from a marketing perspective, from creative, from just all their car brand, their gear, their photos, making sure that we're putting them in a good light, especially with all the marketing stuff that we do and all the creative things that we have to put them on. From magazine covers, making sure that they have the right facial expressions. You want to make sure that they're happy, and even comment on all of our social media platforms. So we want to make sure that if they're commenting and they're liking and they're sharing, that we're obviously doing a good job. And that if they just run into a dart bus and their image was on the side, they capture that. So we know we're doing a great job, and we're always asking them for let us know what you guys don't like and what you don't want, and what do you like, and what areas we want to make sure that you focus on, because what's important to you is definitely important to us.
So let's talk about the arena experience. Obviously, as a chief marketing officer, curation of that experience and the time that the fans spend there. What do you guys do that's unique in making sure that they have a standout experience every time?
I think for us, and because of the fans that we do have, the MFFLs that show up every single night, it's always making sure that we have the right energy. A lot of the times, we don't have to we do a lot. We have our music, we have our in-game entertainment, we have the right halftime shows. We want to make sure that we pair everything with our theme nights that we get to put together, things to get fans excited. And one thing that I remember that our VP Entertainment actually said to me, and that was the first year I was here. He's like, my job is to make sure that you forgot you went to a basketball game. And I was like, what? And I'm like, oh, that makes sense, because it doesn't matter if we won or lost, is we want to make sure that the fans had a great time, whether it's streaming, making sure that we have the right video content, we have mashups, we have funny stories and funny video content that people can actually watch, is making sure that we see it every single day. But what is it that they haven't seen yet that we want to make sure that they get excited for? And then things like that we see in game or content like that, people get riled up. The biggest ones that are always so fascinating is it's the ones that the noise meter, it's like, hey, get up and get riled up. And everyone just listens and understands. And we love the fact that they do get up, they do start yelling, they start, the last 2 minutes of the game, everyone's standing up and just waiting for the three-pointer to shoot. And just the buzzer beaters and the music is definitely a big emphasis on what we do too, making sure that they're getting hyped up during the first, second quarter, and making sure that everything is safe. Actually, going into this season, I will say that definitely everything that we're working on the back end to make sure that we have the right communication is more for safety for reasons, obviously due to COVID. And one of the things that we can certainly apply every single year, regardless if COVID is not happening, we want to make sure that all our fans are safe. I literally just I watched Malice in the Palace. I don't know.
Oh, wasn't that great? I watched it 2 weeks ago.
I was like, oh my God.
That's your worst nightmare.
I was like, I hope no one ever, that never happens to us. But that's crazy. I didn't even know about that story until
let me give the crowd here a little bit of background in case you're not sports fans or big ESPN 30 for 30 watchers. So Malice in the Palace is a hour special about 20 years ago in Detroit. There was probably the worst fight that had ever happened that actually involved both players on the court with fans. That is absolutely just the worst of the worst. And it was largely driven by the fans egging on the players. Yet you could always say it's not right. The players should be more professional. But what ended up happening was multiple arrests and the suspension of Ron Artest, who's now Meta World Peace, which I kind of find funny. But yeah, it's absolutely wild, and it's got to be a sports team's worst nightmare. So yeah, very interesting that you got to see that the other day.
I know. And then the amount of cops that were actually there, the fans that were actually through, and then when they interview, I shouldn't tell all the story. If you guys are on, watch it. It's really interesting.
Please do.
And the guy that was like, the guy that did the whole incident was just like, yeah, it was me. I'm like, what? And it was so.
He was proud of it in a demented sort of way.
I was like, that's not a good thing. But anyway, just a story from those three players. And I remember Jackson, yes, when he played with Golden State
Jackson.
In the 8th game. I mean, we were actually the first team, and they were the 8th seed, I believe, and they beat us in the first round. I grew this, just typical fan, like, no, I hate Golden State. But I remember him, and I was like, oh, I didn't know he actually played for Detroit. But great player, him, and I forgot the other guy that he actually played with. They were really great players. I remember he played for
was it at Golden State? Probably Baron Davis?
Baron Davis. It was Baron Davis. Yes.
He's a good friend of mine. I love him.
Yes. So I was like, oh, wow. So anyway, it was good to see the story. I loved his attitude in the sense like, hey, we're a family, we're here together. But If you guys have a chance, watch it. It's definitely something that we definitely don't want to happen here.
No, worst case.
Things happen, yes, and how things have to adjust. And that's how we had to do it. We had to adjust with COVID, no fans in the arena. You literally, I think I was showing up to one of the games with our CEO and it was like 3 of us there on the arena. It's like we rented out the whole game for just
You must have felt kind of cool though, I have to admit. I would have.
It was crazy, but it's like, there's piped in noise, just like the noise that you guys, everyone heard on the podcast. I can tell you guys stories of all the stuff that was happening in the back end and in a good way, like this is what we had to do to make things work. But it was different. It was crazy. It's like you heard the noise in the back end, but it's just 3 of us there. And that's our CEO. She never stopped cheering. She was
she had to hold it down for 20,000.
Yes, exactly. She was at 19,999 and I was the other one because I was just like watching, but she definitely brings that energy that she to the arena. She brings it to the office. So everyone always asks me like, how does she bring that energy? I'm like, I have no idea, but you have to be at that level. If not, just move out of her way. To me, it's like you have to and you want to be because she really brings that energy to the office.
I love it. Well, we're getting close to the end, but I have a couple more questions. Hopefully we can get through them. Being from a company called Influential like I am, I'd love to hear about what you're doing from an influencer and social strategy and how that's evolving.
Sure. So one of the things that we definitely were researching throughout the summer, and everyone, and then actually our PR VP of communications, she definitely helps us with all the influencer programs. So we all kind of spread the work together to make sure that we're all working together on everything. But one thing that I know that we were researching and just really understanding, just like I said, we go off and we run on a certain platform or program, but then you start figuring out, okay, you know what, that's probably not the best way to use it. Maybe we do it this way instead and trying new things. But one thing that we definitely are looking into more is more influencers that have less audience. We've noticed that also some of the people that have bigger audiences, like 20,000 plus or bigger, 30,000 plus, they're great. And we certainly always want to work with them to make sure that we do that. And we're always going to have a different balance. It's not always going to be them. It's not always going to be smaller ones, but the ones that are actually more unique, which I've noticed too, is the people that have 5,000 or less. But the thing is that influencer that has 5,000 or less or 6,000 or less, they are specifically only talking about whatever product that you're actually wanting to get involved with. For example, if it's shoes or if it's wallets or if it's necklaces or if it's fashion, or if it's someone just hats alone, they're specifically in the grind of just that one concept. So that if you can get 5 people or 5 different influencers that are specifically talking about that category every single time, those 5,000 followers are following because they know exactly what they're talking about. They know exactly that they're in the mission of just the same information, not same information, but innovative, but in the same category versus someone that's posting about their dog one day and then someone about their earrings and then the fashion and then how they blog and all that. That's all great and dandy and it works for everybody. There's always different things. But we definitely want to focus on more of the nitty gritty, the people that are actually really in the grind of talking about just shoes, talking about just fashion and talking just about that. That is definitely the way to go in the sense of spread the love a little bit more and then also work with more local influencers. We certainly do it in that sense. So shifting our point of the way of we think when it comes to influencers, it doesn't mean that just because they have 20,000 followers is the right way to go. If they have the 5,000 followers, that more than likely are going to take some action after they see your advertisement or after they see something. That is definitely the way to try to invest the money and to see if that's another wave of actually doing something, for example, for our shop or to sell tickets or to let people know to tune in or to sell into our Mavs ball. But definitely trying to think of it differently to see if it works. Again, if it works, great. If it doesn't work. But one of the things is definitely focusing on to smaller influencers.
Got it. So highly engaged and domain expertise type of people. That makes a lot of sense. All right, so we've got 1 more minute, but I have one last question for you before we end today. With today's theme being marketing innovation, I'd like to hear about what the Mavs organization is doing to stay ahead of the curve.
I'm going to tell everybody right now, since we only have 1 minute and I'm not going to get into much detail, is learn about cryptocurrency and learn about NFTs. This feels the moment when everyone was learning about social media and it's like, what's Facebook? Doesn't matter. Get a Facebook page. But this is the area where a lot of that is shifting, especially for very different digital companies, and definitely for a lot of NBA teams. I think a lot of people have seen everything that we've done from an NBA standpoint, not just locally. But that is the talk, and that's something that if you haven't learned it yet, learn it. Learn it. Do not get behind the ball on it. So that's all I'm going to say on that, to make sure that you guys focus on that. And then the other thing that is actually something really cool that we're doing is more push notifications instead of them just being just a regular text. We're actually trying to deliver more video content so that way people are more engaged within our app. That's something that we've always tried to make better. We're not perfect, I would say, in every way, but we definitely we have a vision, and we want to make sure that we get to that vision in several of our products. So doing more video engagement on our app is definitely something that we want to do going into next year, because that's how people are consuming things these days. It's not just about text. I read one article that even just social media text, you have 80% of that text doesn't even get read. If you don't hook them on the first 5 words, then that's it. You probably just keep scrolling on your stuff. So that's what I would say.
All right. Well, sage wisdom. Iris Diaz, CMO of the Dallas Mavericks. Thank you so much. One parting thing, since we have a large audience here, and I want to help your followership. Is it at Mavs on Instagram? Is that what
Mavs.
At Dallas Mavs. So everybody here, go follow at Dallas Mavs. Make Iris look good. Thank you so much. You were fantastic. I could go on for hours and hours with you. We talked about this yesterday. We're both chief marketing officer folks that just talk a lot. And I hope one day soon we can get together in person and chop it up.
Oh, for sure. Thank you. And thank you, Chris, for your time. Thank you, Marissa.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you both for such an entertaining session. It was a lot of fun, and it was so great to see you, Iris. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Marissa. Bye, Iris.
So next on stage, we're going to welcome John Starkweather, the Associate Vice President for Advertising at AT&T, and we're going to bring Marty Berman from AdMix back to moderate this session. So welcome, John and Marty.
It's good to be here. And as promised, this is going to be a marketing chat over a Slurpee. And I appreciate the sugar-free option. This is vitamin water and watermelon or something else. Excuse me, my voice. And maybe that's the brain freeze or something kicking in and affecting my voice here. But anyway, big fan. Thanks for hosting today.
Absolutely. I will turn it over to you guys.
Thanks, Marissa. Hi, John.
Hey, it's good to see you again.
Nice to see you again as well. Well, hello, everybody again. Thanks for joining us. Again, I'm Marty Berman. I'm VP of Sales for North America and LATAM for AdMix. Super excited to talk with John. John, thank you so much for taking the time to share your insights today. I know that it was funny when John and I were talking before. I had remembered emceeing an event and recognized his background. And so we're having a good laugh about that. So anyway, listen, I don't know if you're just joining us or if you've been listening the whole time. I'll try not to be redundant, but if you don't know anything about AdMix and you're not familiar with us, our pioneering platform is a bridge between gaming and advertising. We really drive the in-play movement from a gaming perspective, integrating data-driven ads that are available programmatically via IAB standard ad sizes, as well as product placement. But most importantly, it's about being non-disruptive into the gameplay. And I think that's really what, for me, is really exciting, because I'm a gamer and I hate those ads that disrupt my gaming experience. I just want to play. And that's what we do, is we place our ads within the gameplay so it doesn't disrupt that experience. Anyway, well, John, again, thanks so much. Really excited to get into our conversation. I know really we went off on a couple of tangents the other day when we spoke. And like I said, I'm really excited to dive into that today. And one of the things that we talked about in a pretty deep way was the customer experience and how much that's been changing. Where do you think brands today are really, going from a customer experience perspective? What have been the biggest challenges along those lines?
Yeah, I think our worlds are littered with many good intentions, but too often more of a short-term ROI focus tends to outstrip the good intentions that, and particularly as marketers or those who are thinking about kind of a complete customer experience, those tend to be longer term investments. And I just see too often, I'm not speaking necessarily about myself, although I've seen that in my experience in the places I've worked, but in talking to peers across several industries, that very much in a world today where you can measure everything, that it's about now versus, Ted Rubin who was very involved in this community for a long time. His big thing was like, quit talking about ROI. Let's talk about return on relationship. And we need a healthy balance of that to make sure that we are absolutely, like in all of our actions, remembering that we're serving a customer, not just a shareholder or somebody a few levels above us.
Or a stakeholder, right?
That's right.
Always have to remember who your stakeholders are, consumers, and for most brands, I should say.
For sure.
And along those lines, one of the things that we talked about extensively, and we won't go deep into the cookieless future, but more so, I think that's really brought up, deeper conversations and thoughts from brand marketers in terms of measurement. And, what do you think the three biggest challenges that brand marketers are facing from, this new measurement world? I think that one of the things that you brought up that I really loved was that, your brand marketers are losing the crutch, or losing their crutches was a term you used. So can you please share with everyone a little bit about what you think the three biggest challenges are right now for brand marketers in this new world?
Yeah, I don't know if I have three, but I have a couple of overarching things. The first is, as an industry, we've allowed great to get in the way of good. Because you can go measure a lot of things, we tend to overthink and overmeasure and not look at, talk to the customer. Like, what's that experience like? Like, if there was one measure you were looking at, it might be NPS or some sort of customer satisfaction score, along with obviously measuring, click through and efficiency performance metrics that we all have in this industry. But too often that side of the customer is lost. Secondly, so maybe there's two things. As we talked about yesterday, is you can't go to any conference or read anything on marketing without somebody or everyone talking about the cookieless future and, oh no, like the world is coming to an end. And I think the world's opening up for us as we lose, you mentioned this, as we lose this crutch of cookies. And I call it a crutch because it has been so good at tracking an individual or tracking, a browser or device that somebody's on. And we have shown through all this over measurement that we can drive really good returns if we chase people around the web with retargeted ads. It doesn't matter whether I really in market for something and I was really searching, or whether I was buying a gift for, shoes for my wife or something else, and then I get chased with those things. We as marketers have learned, and I'm guilty as well, that I look at the ROI on those retargeted ads, and the darn things work. They keep working in terms of driving that activity. And I'm excited, honestly, about losing some of those capabilities and forcing ourselves to do a better job at really being helpful for our customers. I found the third point was actually within the second point, and that's really about privacy that's involved in there. I think you and I were talking about the fact that you and I at the same point, I won't share all the details of it. You and I at different points have had the same surgery that a number of men go through. It's not non-life threatening, but it happens to some of us. And I had this earlier this year and came out fine. And what happens within 6 weeks of my surgery being over and I'm back to normal? I start getting ads for a class action lawsuit about not just this specific surgery, but the type of material that was used within the surgery. And went, wait a second, like, who has that data? Of course, I'm anonymized in so many places. I tell a lot, like, we do data and we target based upon anonymized data sets. But it was not common enough and too specific enough, and it felt horrible. And I don't know where the data ultimately came from. It could have been as benign as the YouTube searches I did trying to understand this, but I never got that specific, so that was interesting. But somewhere my data, some brand decided that my data, that the value of selling my data was more important than the relationship that I had with that brand. And I can't pin it down to one particular brand, but everybody in that mix. I've been back to see a doctor just very recently, and I told my doctor about this, and he was very much like, no, we don't do those kinds of things. And I said, maybe not, but everybody in that circle, I trust less.
Yeah,
now, there are times, right, that a customer can pin it down even more specifically. Is the value of their data, is that more for a short-term gain? Is that more than a long-term, that return on relationship with this customer? I certainly hope we don't live in a world where the former is true. Like, I hope that we will take this opportunity, like death of cookies, to better respect, our customers.
Yeah, no. Listen, it's and I think they talked about this in the last session, and from a retargeting standpoint, and consumers. I think consumers are becoming more savvy in terms of their data and what the value of that is and how much they want to share. However, at the same time, they don't understand enough about it to know why they're getting the ads or why this is happening. And so it's going to be interesting moving forward. And I'm glad that you view that as an opportunity, because I think it's a great way for us to redefine. And for you on a marketer side to redefine what the value of your advertising is and how do you really engage with consumers in a positive way. And, right. I guess from that, your last statement and just in general, in terms of the challenges, how do you think that's going to affect the messaging to consumers? Because ultimately that is going to, you're being challenged now in terms of how you communicate with your customers and prospective customers. So how do you think that's going to affect that messaging?
The quick answers that I hear from peers or agencies is, you're just going to have to get a little more generic in your messaging. Maybe some of the targeting that you're doing will go away, but you can still put your message out there, maybe in a more generic fashion. And I look at that and I don't know that I agree. I actually think this is a time for us to get back to some fundamentals. So we're talking about digital and fundamentals, but one of those fundamentals is content and SEO. One of the things I used to do in my teams, both at AT&T and then prior, was really looking at search patterns that begin with a prospective customer anonymously, right? Working with the Googles and the Bings and others of the world, but no, seriously, just from a research perspective, looking like when does a journey that ultimately I hope lands with someone buying from me, where does that begin? Where do they start kicking the tires? What kind of questions are they asking? Who are they going to as authority figures? Are these analysts? Are they YouTubers? Who are they? And if you look at search, you just see a series of questions through a kick in the tires to a final purchase journey. I think the back to basics here is creating content that answers those questions, and not in a way that is, me, but in a way that's truly helpful. So getting back to that basic of answering questions, becoming an authority, that's what SEO is all about, right? Becoming an authority on something such that while I can't track you around the web, which is a good thing, and see everything you're doing, I certainly can proactively place information that's accessible to you that is helpful. And then I earn the right to talk to you specifically about my business and talk about pricing and features and specs at the right point.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I agree. It's definitely an interesting time for sure in terms of how that all gets back to those fundamentals and really the new world that we're living in. What do you one of the things that we were talking about is what has made you most proud about your work at AT&T? I know you've been there for a considerable amount of time. You've got a great background in terms of brand marketing and years at Microsoft. But since you've been at AT&T, what are one of the things you've been most proud about in your work?
Wow, I've got tons of things in my head when it comes to things I'm proud of. I'm proud of the people that I get to work with. I think if one thing overall for the company is I am proud about how the company views diversity as a superpower. The last couple of years, we've been even more transparent about gender, ethnicity, how that's represented across the company, but very specifically through various levels of leadership. And that information is not flattering at every level, but the company and the people there and myself super committed to better reflecting how our customers are, how our communities are. And it's great to see changes. One of the changes that we really implemented over the last 3 or 4 years in marketing was really to better gender equality and removing old stereotypes. Very specific reviews and scores that we would put behind video production, for example. How are we representing men and women? Are we breaking stereotypes? How are we doing that with an ethnicity perspective, but not just in front of the camera, but also behind the camera? And it took it very, very seriously and would make selections on directors, on production teams, and our agencies, pushing everywhere we are, including ourselves, to really make sure that we were living, everywhere we could, that we were being diverse and respectful. I think overall, that's the thing I'm probably most proud of. There's so many fun things to go on with brand. We're doing a lot right now of simplifying things, and it's great. But honestly, a reflection of who we are, it has been the bit that really makes me excited and like loyal and devoted to being where I'm at.
That's wonderful. It's I think a lot of times with those questions, it's easy to fall back into the accomplishments and specific partnerships you've put together or campaigns you've launched or challenges you've overcome. But that was very genuine, and that's great to hear. I really appreciate you sharing that. One of the questions, actually, we just got a question that came up. I know we're not at the Q&A yet, but somebody popped it up, right, which is great, because the thing was relevant because we were just talking about data. The question is do you feel like younger adults, 30 and under, are less concerned about data safety and sharing than older adults?
I feel like they are younger generations are a little more aware. But I don't know that I feel that they are completely open to it. One of the things I spend a lot of time with teenagers. I've been a Scoutmaster for it'd be 3 decades probably if I actually count it all up, but I think it's like 25 years and counting. And I've done that both with boys, and the best part has been the last few years with a group of girls. They've been so much more fun. Anyway, through my volunteering, I spent a lot of time there, and of course, like every young teen's like bringing the phone with them, and it's been interesting to talk about how they view things and what they accept. And more, I would say, certainly the last couple of years, particularly in the pandemic, where they're doing everything virtually, I've had some of the most interesting conversations with teenagers, and them looking at us and like throwing me in the thing of like, why are you okay like sharing all that on Facebook? Like, why are you okay with this? A bit of what I think is going to be a reckoning at some point. It might be, our grandchildren or great grandchildren who are asking the question of like, why did you create this mess for me? Right? Why didn't I have, more control over my information, my profile? My daughter, who's in high school, I have to get very specific permission from her before I share anything. And I kind of pushed back on that initially as a parent, but no, I mean, she's serious. And I think that's good, right? Yeah. And I've seen other of her friends and other teens do the same things with their parents who, total stereotypes here. I'm bucketing everybody generations together, but a little more loose in sharing without understanding
oversharing.
I think next generation is going to force change. I certainly would love to see a next generation of thinkers that we are elected officials, because I think government, it takes a bigger role in this versus leaving it with private corporations and then picking on all of them for what they're doing right and wrong. But we're gonna get there. We have to get there.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, we have children, and it's you know, we knowing the industry that we're in, you know, they were probably the last to get on social media. You know,
Yeah.
we put it off as long as possible until they were the last one of all their groups, and you know, I think it's important to give kids a break of electronics, or force them. You know, when we're in our car, there's no electronics. When we're eating, no electronics at the table, and you know, we both have a share joy of camping, and when which we haven't done as much lately because our kids are a little bit older. But when we did go, there was no electronics allowed. You know, it was just us spending quality family time together. And I think that too many adults or parents these days are too quick to give in to those impulses and let their children do that. And I think you have to really draw a line. So it's going to be interesting to see what the future holds from a data perspective and that next generation, for sure.
For sure.
You know, one of the other questions and one of the things that we're talking about is that, you know, how AT&T has adapted over the past few years. It's obviously been quite a challenge coming out of COVID. I shouldn't say out of, we're still very much in it. And, you know, kind of what lies ahead. So how has that impacted your business, both from a marketing perspective, how you reached consumers and what messaging you had? And then where do you see things in the future as there's I think just this is affecting consumer habits across the board because of how we're challenged in terms of dealing with COVID and how that's affecting us, from whether it's being in person or shopping habits and or, you know, the phone.
Yeah, a great question about like where we see things going. We're fortunate, and I know a lot of other large advertisers and marketers are fortunate that you get an opportunity to work on, you know, early alpha releases of services. Certainly can, you know, participate in a lot of betas. But over the last several years, we have partnered really closely with some others, both on the data science perspective, as well as some advertisers that we would all recognize, to force a little bit of change. One example, Google, we were one of the key companies pushing really hard when it came to brand safety and transparency. And despite a lot of pushing from, you know, people like me about, hey, I really need access to, you know, that network, we were completely pulled back and spent very little to nothing with them for a really, outside of just core search, for a really, really long time, to create some change, to create some transparency that was important to us, but also important as, going back to your original question about customer experience, that we were more in control of the types of places where our brand showed up with different advertisers and with different content. And I think that kind of example is important when we are looking. I think we need to look more often at our marketing and more often at our partners and take a more holistic look at how we're treating our customers. That's the biggest point. We've done lots of things when it comes to data science. We're exploring a number of things. We've been involved in esports. You know, I know your company, where you're doing, like, we completely recognize this is a huge untapped opportunity. I forget the actual number of impressions, but this point has stuck with me, is on a daily basis, there are more people, vastly more people involved in sporting online. You know, gaming, you may not call gaming online. Maybe that's not a sport to you because somebody isn't throwing a ball, whatever. But from an esports perspective, there are more people on a daily basis that you could reach contextually, like you talked about, than there are on one day of the year at the Super Bowl. And what do we do as marketers? It's the Super Bowl. It's one day. And we know, like, TV viewership is down. Maybe sporting, some news times, you know, kind of break it through. But we really need to look at where people are, and hopefully not do the slimy, I'm going to, you know, full, you know, screen takeovers. Like, I think those days are gone when we're like, I'm going to buy the Wall Street Journal today. I'm going to force everyone who comes there for news to look at my ad, and I'm not going to give them a way to get out of it. Whoa, isn't that great? No, that's wrong, right? Like, that's bad customer experience. How can you be contextual, and how can you go where people are? And gaming is massive.
Yeah. There are 3 billion gamers, and there are an equal amount. They're spending an equal amount of time in social media as they are within gaming. And it truly is an untapped market for brands right now, because the disparity between the spend between gaming and social media is somewhere to the tune of about 2 billion to 78 billion, some maybe 75 billion in that range. But more importantly, I think what, not only the contextual, but the engagement, I think, within gaming is really different, because when people are immersed within an experience like gaming, whether they're, playing a game, watching somebody else play a game, they're fully engaged with that without other windows being open, a million tabs, other screens. They're really in that. But the bigger challenge that we've overcome, and that I think from a gaming perspective that you touched on, is the fact that it needs to be immersed into the experience as opposed to disrupting it. And that's right. As a gamer myself, and I stopped playing games on phones for a while because it was just so annoying. And one of the things that I think is you're going to see is a much more immersive experience from an advertising perspective, to where, it's more in the background as we experience it in daily life, as opposed to thrown at you and you can't escape from it. So when you talk about a consumer experience, you want to make sure that it's the right experience for your brand, and you're not forcing it on somebody, but you're more inviting them into it. So thank you for pointing that out, because I appreciate that. But I agree. I think it's a great opportunity, and really, they touched upon it earlier, and that's the metaverse. And I was reading a story the other day that 38% of consumers even know what the metaverse is, but yet that's sort of the web 3.0. If you look at like Ready Player One, the movie, if anybody saw that, that's really kind of where the whole experience is going with the Robloxes and the Fortnites and the gaming platforms, the metaverses. And that's a really that's the nascent, that's sort of the next generation of where we see things going from a consumer experience, and from I don't know if I want to say an internet or from a web experience, that's really kind of where folks are headed, and where the industry is headed.
Yeah, you're in the right space. This is where this is one big area where people are going, and too many still look at it as, oh, those are young gamers. Well, all those young gamers are like middle-aged,
with
good amount of disposable
kids.
Income, and they're your business decision makers and your influencers and everything else, right? It's definitely mainstream, and definitely something to look at for sure.
Yeah, and it's definitely overlooked. And I think what's also interesting is the fact of people that are spending time playing casual games that don't consider themselves to be gamers, yet they spend a lot of time playing games. So it's what the definition of what a gamer is per se, I think, has changed dramatically, to your point exactly, which kind of rolls into, and I know we touched on it and talked about it, but I love your perspective on this. And that is, what do you think that the new model of digital is? I mean, we talked about the metaverse and so forth, and obviously I have my vision, and we have our vision, but from a brand marketer standpoint, where do you, let's look 5 years down the road, which digital is an eon, but where do you see as the next sort of opportunities from a digital standpoint for brand marketers?
Yeah, my answer may surprise you. I think the new model of digital has been done before. In fact, I'm going to call the new model of digital is the net. The net. This is a card that was sent to me. I'll put up. People kind of say the card that was sent to me on the back really looks handwritten. But the net sent this to me when I received my latest road ID. So anybody who's a runner or out backpacking, or I'm a big cyclist, you get these. They get them engraved with your information on them in case something really bad happens to you and you can't speak or something, and they can call your loved ones and get you to care. But a very common thing that people use. Anyway, relatively small company, but everything this company does, and they're completely digital. It's completely an e-commerce storefront. I've never met any of their people in person, but I know Nanette, and I've held on to this for months because I was so impressed that from their website and how they talked, a little bit of what happens around them in social, how I configured my little really simple wristband to the packaging. And then Nanette tells me her celebrity crush is Mark Wahlberg and Katy Perry. Her favorite flavor of popsicle is orange. Her guilty pleasure is chocolate covered pretzels. You could look at that and be like, that's kind of silly. But then her handwritten note is she says, I hope your new gear empowers you to do more of what you love. and a little bit more. Like she said, I've only been here for a couple of years now at this company, and I love it. That, even if this is mass produced and, you know, Nanette is a farce of my imagination, or, you know, some made up thing. I hope it's not. That would like just blow it in my mind. But seriously, like I do use this very specific tactile example of what the future of digital, the model should be. We can do things at scale. We can reach people in contextually relevant ways. We can create content that really answers their question, but bringing it all together and making it a human to human connection is super important. I get offended when people will call me a B2B marketer, mostly because I've done all types in my career. And I guess technically I do business to business marketing, but it's not. It is, Nanette is selling to me as an individual. And I would love if Nanette went to another company and it was buying some advertising product for me as a professional, I would totally talk to Nanette. I would offer to take her out to dinner versus her having to buy me the dinner. And I mean that real, like the more we can make this a human to human interaction and realize that people are not targets that we, you know, like look at with like some hunting, you know, periscope, but they're people, and we can answer questions, we can earn loyalty, and we'll sell far more to them when we treat them that way.
Yeah, no, listen, I speak to a lot of brand marketers, and I got to tell you, I mean, they really view this opportunity right now in the marketplace from a measurement standpoint at really sort of blowing up the old model of how we are targeting and why we are targeting consumers, and that we shouldn't be looking for the next cookie solution, that we need to redefine what measurement looks like and where and how we communicate with customers, or how you know, from a brand marketer's perspective, how you communicate with your customers. I think that's it's got to be authentic. It's got to be native. And I think, you know, we talked about the up and coming generations. And I think that for them, you know, they understand the nature of, authenticity. And as a brand, if you are not speaking to them authentically, and if you are not committed to the same things that they're committed to, or at least express that, you know, you're supporting the causes that are important to them, they're not going to buy from you. It's very important. And so I think that, you know, taking all that into consideration as we move into this new world, really, what is it that, you know, is relevant for those consumers, and how do you engage with them in an authentic way from a brand perspective? So thanks for sharing that. I thought that was really cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're going to go to question and answer. If anybody has any questions, feel free. I know that we're bopping up against the time here, so feel free to throw those into the Q&A. In the meantime, I know, you know, John, one of the things that we talked about, which I really loved, is and you mentioned the fact of, you know, this personalized messaging being more contextual, and but I think one of the things that I really liked from our conversation yesterday was that, you know, you've got to be more patient as a brand to have consumers come to you. And, you know, getting back to those, you know, fundamentals, you know, what has been the biggest challenge along those lines as we've moved into this new phase of really, you know, reaching those consumers in that way?
Yeah, I don't, patience is an interesting word. I don't know. I may have used that before. I'm not a very patient person, but I do believe, as I was saying, that it's a matter that the shift is a matter of us answering questions that we have the tools to find out the kinds of questions that people are asking. And instead of going, okay, I like that one, I'm going to just answer this, and then I'm going to buy I'm going to buy your screen elsewhere. It really goes back to answering those key questions. And yeah, that takes some time, like building authority through content, like just good old fashioned, if there's such a thing, good old fashioned content marketing, still works. And it will reign again when we have maybe no cookie, maybe no replacement, as you're talking about. Certainly Google and others are going to try and do it. You know, Apple's going to do it in their own kind of walled garden way, even though giving us all the option now. Like the internet's been built on us sharing or not being aware of what we're sharing, and we get content for free. You've seen the the death of so many newspapers, classified ads that used to keep all those things
we were
going.
talking about that. Yeah.
Right. They're completely gone. And what replaced that was our personal information that we maybe were aware that was being merchandised and sold. We're certainly more aware of it now. But what's the next model? I'm glad I'm not in the content business. I've got something else to sell. But that changes this whole relationship that people will have with the content providers and the platforms where we're trying to tell them about our products and services.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And one quick last comment. I mean, without great journalism and without great content to engage consumers, it eliminates a channel for you to be able to communicate to them. And as a J School graduate, it's disappointing to see the demise of quality journalism and newspapers. But hopefully there will be a resurgence. I know there certainly has been some good outlets that I follow, but I know they are far and fewer between these days.
Yeah, I will steal a line that I hear on the daily all the time, and they say, "Look, podcast, right? If you love this content, you can support us by subscribing to the New York Times." So whatever it is that you're whatever it is that you're consuming that you find of value, go and support them, because those things they're struggling, and we can support them. So
and they're
there's my PSA.
There you go. Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, Marissa. I honestly, it's really what dives into and digs into those deep stories that are important to society. So it's to see some of that eroding is disappointing for sure. Yeah. Sorry, we got a little off topic there, but we had to at least talk general life, right?
That's great. That's great. Thank you guys. Really intriguing conversation. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Marissa.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Yeah. Take care. Bye.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I will tell you, this is the time of day where I need my Diet Dr. Pepper. You can see I have it right here. So that means it's perfect timing to welcome our next guest today, who's the Director of Marketing for Keurig Dr. Pepper, and that's Sindhura Palasanapalli. And let's also welcome our moderator for the session as well. It's Anna Ferguson, the head of Midwest Sales and Brand Partnerships for Tastemade. So welcome, Sindhura and Anna.
Thank you, Melissa.
Nice to see you guys. I will pass it over to you while I enjoy my Diet Dr. Pepper.
Exactly. We get some caffeine fix.
Yeah.
So, exactly. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today for our afternoon fireside discussion on marketing innovation. As Marissa mentioned, I'm Anna Ferguson, head of sales at Midwest Sales and Brand Partnerships for Tastemade. And for those of you who are not familiar with Tastemade, we are a modern media company for the Gen Z and millennial consumer. We create award-winning video content and original programming across the categories, lifestyle categories of food, travel, home, and design. And we distribute directly to the consumer using a multi-platform approach. And now, Sindhura, would you like to introduce yourself as well?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm assuming that's a yes. Yeah, great. And Marissa, thank you for the love for Dr. Pepper. So excited to see you're holding one right now. That is great to see. Hi, everyone. Very excited to be here today. And honestly, what a great day it has been. So inspired to hear from all of you and the great examples I've seen throughout the day, and even learn from industry leaders on how we are driving impact with marketing innovation. For everyone on the call, I do want to thank Brand Innovators and 7-Eleven for connecting us all. And also a shout out to my entire Keurig Dr. Pepper team who's virtually cheering me on. No pressure at all. Honestly, my biggest fear is having technical issues and my internet connection stopping. Bar that, you can hear me speak. Definitely. I'm Sindhura, Marketing Director on Keurig Dr. Pepper, and truly passionate about living with purpose. And I do want to share what living with purpose means to me to give more of an idea for folks on the call. For purpose, when I say living with purpose, it's about three key things. One is being authentic. I mean, I truly am passionate about bringing my whole self to work. I'm the first working woman in my family and also an immigrant into the country. I'm passionate about making a difference and truly making a difference by walking the talk professionally and personally. And what that means is building an inclusive community, increasing representation. I mean, kudos to all the examples I've heard on diversity and inclusion today. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month to everyone on the call. And I do have to say, I'm so excited that I work at Keurig Dr. Pepper because we've made great strides in diversity and inclusion. And I got to even be a part of it as I got to co-create our ERGs. And I'm now the co-chair of our Asian Pacific Islander ERG. And personally, I continue to strive to make a difference and in my personal life as well, as I'm a mom of two amazing girls and truly strive to be a role model and create this inclusion culture for them as well. With that, off to you, Anna. What do we want to talk about?
Well, I think I want to focus on purpose. Thank you, by the way, Sindhura, for sharing that. It's a very important, it's one of our key pillars at Tastemade as well, is being a global citizen of the planet. So kudos to you for all your good work. I'd love to hear how you think, Sindhura, purpose has come through on some of your marketing objectives.
That's great. I mean, at Keurig Dr. Pepper, I do want to say purpose is definitely at the heart and key to our mission as a company. I do want to share, three examples, and one I'll go deeper for you all. The first one I want to share has really created a personal impact in my life. One, as we are all aware, it's a new world, right, with the pandemic. So last year, Keurig actually really fueled the frontline, the healthcare heroes, by donating to 350 hospitals, brewers, and coffee. And over 2 million coffee cups have been donated. And why I say it's created a personal impact is my husband works at the Parkland Hospital. And can you say how proud I am? He comes home and he says, "Hey, they've got Keurig coffee that came over. My colleagues are so excited." I was like, "Oh my God, what a great purpose." And I can say I was definitely, he loved that I work at Keurig Dr. Pepper, and he was bragging to all his colleagues. And his
As he should.
Yeah. The next one, which is live right now, hopefully you're all aware of it, Marissa, you're holding a Dr. Pepper. We do an annual tuition giveaway. We continue to make a huge difference. So hopefully you're all seeing that and participating in that and submitting entries through our TikTok. The one I do want to share, which is also I'm very proud of personally as well, is one on our new brand. That is Core Hydration. Here it is. With the virtual background, I don't know how much you can see it. That's one thing we have to improve from a technical standpoint. But just for anyone who is not yet aware of Core Hydration, right? It is one of our newer brands in our portfolio. It is premium water uniquely designed to support your active lifestyle. And we are truly focused on reaching the active trendsetter. And if you're still not aware of
Did we lose you? Oh, Marissa, did we lose Sindhura?
I think we might have. Let's see if we can try and get her back.
Okay. She said, "I don't want to lose my Wi-Fi."
I know.
I just want to let her know she's. Sorry, y'all. Tech issues. I'm texting her right now. Maybe she's coming back. Well, I'm glad to see, Marissa, that everything is being recorded because I flew in from Chicago this morning. So I was very excited when I could finally jump on that I can go back and rewatch this morning's.
Yeah,
session.
it's been a day of just amazing content back to back. So you'll have a lot to catch up on.
Exactly. That'll be tomorrow's job.
So let's see if we can.
I know she wanted to share. They've done an amazing campaign, and unfortunately, she has I could share it with you all, but she actually has the.
She's got the slides, huh?
She's got the slides and the video. Yeah, can she play video today, Marissa?
Yes. So Brand Innovators is playing most of the video.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. They're sharing.
She's logging back in. so everyone can. You guys, I'll let you watch. This is all about obviously
between guys and girls is much better.
Women in skating.
Seeing so many more ideas and tricks and where people are coming from
Sandra will
is
do
so
much more justice than I
inspirational.
will, but because they did really
And I
use
feel like
data
it's just gonna blow the doors open.
to connect with the
There's
particular
gonna be
audience.
girls all over the world that want to get on a board. What that'll bring to skateboarding is beyond exciting.
She said she was logging back in. Well, let's see if I can sort of talk to you guys about what that was. I think it's, again, in thinking about new, younger audiences. I just think Sindora will do a great job in telling you the tactics that were involved there and what they did and what platforms they use, because as you all know, it's core to Tastemade as well. The consumption habits are so much different for that younger audience. And obviously everything is, those things are consumed via either social or streaming. So I think the innovation of this platform or on this particular proposal and program was really exceptional. And I wanted, maybe that's her. I think she's popping in. Sindora, you're back. Hi. There you are.
Oh my God, can you all hear me?
You're back.
Wow, I just talked about.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. But Sindora, I wanted you to, I sort of gave a quick background, but they just played the video of the campaign, but I wanted you to sort of back up and tell everyone who's on sort of what went into it, that what you and I talked about the audience and how this innovation came to be.
Sure. Yeah. So you all were able to hear the campaign, see the fantastic campaign, I'm assuming. Thank you, Brand Innovators, for doing that. And hopefully my technical connection holds. One thing I do want to share about our brand is, really connecting with this audience is important. As I mentioned, sustainability is core. And we've done that in a great way this year by starting with sustainability. Our bottles are made from 100% recycled plastic. And KDP has tangibly made a commitment across our portfolio on that. You've seen the great campaign. I know one of the key things we've also heard about, right? I do want to share, how we came upon this campaign. I think, Anna, you talked about it. First, I talked about purpose and really connecting with the community. When we talked to our consumers, and we really talked about our core's mission is to encourage them to find their balance, find their core. One, we heard from these, from our consumers, especially female skateboarders, where skateboarding is a passion for this Gen Zennial consumer, is that, they want balance in their hydration choices. And they really talked about how they're also seeking balance in their sport. They said, today skateboarding is really perceived as a male-dominated sport. We really want balance. And we truly felt that message should be seen and heard. And that's truly how this campaign came to life. I know all of you have seen this. One of the key things as part of this campaign is we also asked for donation to Exposure Skate, which actually champions women in skate. And the results are here to see. I know we've all talked about, hey, not only do we want to drive the emotional connection, but we also want to make sure we are driving great results. One, we've seen a really great increase in our brand awareness. We've seen great increase in our engagement. But most importantly, we are seeing and resonating and driving that emotional connection with our consumers. And the other thing I'm truly proud about is we haven't really stopped just with our campaign. We felt this was a message that needs to be supported internally as well. We've taken our talent that's been part of our campaign, Emilia Brodka. She's actually the co-founder of Exposure Skate. And we've asked her to speak at our Women's Equality Day as part of our Women and Allies ERG. And I have to say, it's so exciting when you bring that and could really bring your professional and your personal passion to life. In addition, we also had an internal challenge where we encouraged all KDP employees to like and share our spot, and also share with us how they find their balance, find their core in their lives. This internal challenge just ended, and I have to say, the notes I receive on this challenge and how much it means to our employees truly touches my heart. Today morning itself, one of our plant managers wrote to me on how much he loves this campaign. In fact, he used to skateboard. He encourages it in his family. His daughter picked it up, and now they actually have a little girls team where she encouraged 2 of her friends to join her. I mean, truly so amazing if you can bring purpose to life professionally and personally as well.
Yeah, and the fact, Sindhura, that the campaign actually like spread purpose across so many different avenues is incredible.
Exactly. And I think one thing I do want to say, we've all talked about innovating in big ways. I do want to say, let's also innovate in small ways. If you have your smartphones, QR codes are everywhere, right? Like you go to restaurants, you see the menu with a QR code. Let me pause for a moment. Everyone, take out your phones, scan our QR code where you can see more highlights about CORE, and also follow us on social.
Doing it.
Great.
Thank
Can you all
you,
see
Sindhura.
it? Did it work?
It did. It did.
Awesome.
Well, that was an incredible campaign, and obviously, you and I got to spend some time talking about it. Very inspirational, and I would love for you to share with us what did you learn? Sort of what are best practices coming out when you think about content creation, especially for a younger audience, and how, in consideration of that audience and where they spend their time, how did that affect how you went to market with this campaign?
Sure. Yep. Those are 2 great questions, Anna. Thank you for talking about it. I would say, I think we've also heard earlier in the summit today, really about being authentic. And that's truly where it started. We truly wanted to better understand our consumer. We definitely want to be consumer centric and truly know our consumer. So what that started with really understanding what our consumer is looking for and what it means to them. And what we found out is this need among female skateboarders. So this need to be authentic, we truly took it to heart. If you see our content, it is very native. It's actually in our consumer's voice. We actually asked our talent. We didn't have like a prepared script. We said, we know this is, passionate to you. We definitely want to make sure you share it in your own voice and help us give this message, legs. And that's truly what we've been passionate about, how we've been connecting with our consumers. One, ideas can come from anywhere, understand our consumer more with data from, not only from our, syndicated research, but also doing custom research, ethnographies, looking at trends, and truly understanding what they're looking for and being authentic with them.
Thank you. That's we are the same way at Tastemade. I think when our founders launched Tastemade in 2012, it was at the time when consumers were shifting their behaviors, and so it was a social led, and so it was a kind of a test and learn all the time, like you talk about, Sindhura, like really learning in real time and listening to your audience and what they want and what they don't want, for that matter.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. I guess I would like to add
on that. I would say is I've learned the term rad. Jokes with me whenever I use the word. Hey, we should keep it in our brand language. They're like, Sindhura, are you really saying the word rad? Yes, I said I see it in our social. I see it from our consumers.
Have you tried that with your girls?
Yes. Oh my God. Don't even tell me. They tell me I say all these words wrong.
Exactly. I have 3 boys, so I hear you. It's pretty funny. So Sindhura, in thinking about, obviously you've worked for a number of incredible brands. Can you talk about how you've thought about marketing innovation throughout your career, and maybe how you've seen that evolve from when you first started after business school to where you are now?
Yeah, that's great. First of all, I think marketing is a great industry to be in because innovation is really the bread and butter. We can all say there was TV. You could just have one great TV ad you could reach, and now, man, there is no, fine, like almost like a prescribed way where you can break through the clutter, right? So we always need to think about innovating and how do we reach our consumers and truly personally reach our consumers. As I talk about a journey, I would say, innovation has been a key part of my journey. For those where I talked about, I'm originally from India. I'm a career switcher. I'm actually an engineer. So I went to business school. Anyone from Michigan, go blue. Go blue. I also work on core brand, which is blue. You can see that's where my passion comes from. I felt like marketing is truly, the one that's driving the business. I was passionate about it and truly knowing the consumer. That prompted me to actually start my career at Frito-Lay. I know we had Frito-Lay speak in the earlier session. Definitely want to give a shout out to all my Frito colleagues. Miss you for sure. Started my career there. Marketing innovation was key there. Not only I've been in roles where I've learned to reach new consumers, but also launch new products on some of the iconic brands, whether we talk Doritos, Tostitos, Cheetos. I've been at Frito over the course of my career, and I would say really being innovative and being able to deliver successful marketing innovation also helped me grow my career there. So definitely would love to share more examples, as we chat more. But I would say marketing innovation has been key in starting my career in Frito, giving me diverse new experiences. And then I really took that experience and wanted to, lead marketing innovation at other industries. That has led me go to Dean Foods, where I actually got the opportunity to create the innovation function in a dairy industry. As you all know, milk is such a commodity now, right? Like, how do you innovate in milk? What a fine challenge it has been. Really enjoyed learning the dairy industry, learning, how do you really reach the consumer there, innovating in that space. My favorite as part of that role is being on Friendly's brand, ice cream. My kids loved that part of it, where they get all free samples of ice cream. And then I joined Keurig Dr. Pepper, and where I actually got to really work on Core Brand, which is one of our newer brands in the portfolio. It's new to the company, and really build a brand strategy. Think about how do you really deliver a brand voice, especially in this new age, right? When we talk about reaching this younger consumer is actually consuming content in entirely new ways. TV does not cut it. You have to really be there where they are. You have to deliver a message in a way they want to hear. And they're looking for personalized communication. If you don't be authentic, they will leave you. I'd say that has really allowed us to learn the consumer more, really think about new ways of marketing and delivering marketing innovation in entirely new ways. I also feel like marketing innovation has been key in helping me grow as a person as well. And at KDP, it has been key to help me kind of be a part of their inclusion efforts, and really co-create and even like co-chair our first ERG in the Asian and Pacific Islander space. I know I've heard great examples and great passion for that space. So would love to collaborate with all of you and really see how we can collaborate and drive a bigger impact.
Well, challenge accepted.
Great.
One other, I think we have, I'm being mindful of the clock. We have a couple questions, but I did want to ask, I'll save my last question for the very end. Let's see. Well, they're stealing my thunder, Sindhura, because they said, I recently saw the launch of the Dr. Pepper Fantastic Chocolate, but I can't find where to buy it. How do I get it? And that was the second question too.
Yeah, great.
So apparently everyone wants to know, how do I get my hands on the chocolate flavor?
Hey, I do have to say it is very, very exclusive. Even I cannot even get it for my family and friends. The only way you can get it for everyone on the call is to drink more Dr. Pepper. And that's a great example of marketing innovation as well. Because the way you can get it is through our Pepper Perks. You scan the QR code on the 12-pack of Dr. Pepper, scan your receipt, and you get to redeem the points to get the fantastic chocolate, Dr. Pepper. It is such high in demand. I can tell you I receive emails on that and asking like, hey, how do I get this? And I can tell you it is so exclusive. I have not been able to get any supply even for my family. So the only way you get it is through Pepper Perks, and it's a great, great product.
So Sindhura, on that, has you had experienced where marketing innovation has led, like flipped it, where it's caused a product innovation, like Chocolate Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I do have to say marketing, I mean, if you think about innovation, right? Like product launches are key for that. Our consumer tastes are evolving. They want more from their experiences. And that has been key at Keurig Dr. Pepper as well. I know one of the Chocolate Dr. Pepper is truly part of that and is truly hearing what their consumers are wanting. So that is a great way to launch a product and create that exclusivity. We know that Dr. Pepper has great fan base, right? What a great way to launch a product. I would also say, I mean, we have a ton of chemistry crossing across all the portfolio. One thing I do want to share, which is a great idea I would love for everyone to also think about, is we've actually done an innovation challenge as part of our D&I efforts. Because we all know, right? Like we are all looking for different flavor experiences. So as part of our Asian Pacific Heritage Month, we did an innovation challenge for the entire company. And we asked them, what is the innovation they would want that truly resonates with their community on any of our brands? We had some great ideas, whether it's on Snapple, all our iconic brands, and we are really looking to develop and really partner as we bring those to life. But a great way to really not only connect, but also look at how we can launch products.
Oh, that's great. So did you do that for Asia Pacific? What about Hispanic Heritage? Did you do the same type of challenge or no?
Oh, I love, Anna, you're asking that question. We actually have a Shark Tank. We're taking it to the next level. I know 7-Eleven talks about take it to 11. We are also taking it to the next level here at KDP. We talked about, hey, give us a product innovation, right? Like if any of our iconic brands with Asian flavors or Asian cuisine, or you would like to see, for me, I truly want masala chai on my Keurig, if you ask me. Now we have taken it to Shark Tank now. Like, so we have a program as part of Hispanic Heritage Month, where we're asking people to pitch us what they would like to see. It could be communication ideas, programming, anything on our iconic brands that they would like to bring to life. So kudos to, I don't know if Yorka is on the call, she leads our Hispanic ERG, kudos to that team, but we truly are embracing innovation at every facet of KDP and looking to bring it to life. Hey, and a plug here, we are hiring in marketing, so do join us as well and find your purpose.
Yeah. Sindra, I want to ask you when you think about innovation, because most people say in order, you have to test and fail and then test and succeed. So I'd love to sort of hear your perspective on that. And then maybe the last question I think is that we'd have time for is what brands do you think, like, do you have a sort of an admiration for any either competitor or non-competitor, different brand on who you think is really doing it well?
That's great. Yeah. I mean, for me, you're absolutely right. When you're talking about innovation, there are many ways you can approach innovation. I would say the new trend, not even new, right? Like I think social media is playing a key role in driving innovation as well. If we can truly listen to our consumers where they are, I think they are giving us great ideas to drive innovation as well. In fact, one of that is for Core. If anyone knows Charli D'Amelio, she's really popular now. There's a Dunkin' drink called Charli. She actually shared her love for Core last year organically. And she showcased a Core water bottle and how she loves it. And we reached out to her and she created a whole video just showcasing her love for Core when we sent her product. I mean, social listening can inspire and embrace, like hear from your consumer, hear from the consumer you're trying to reach. That's one example I want to share. And how we are doing innovation, I would say, really think about new ways, whether it's test and learn, hearing from your consumer in new ways, and think about, I mean, we do a lot of testing too. And I don't want to come across and say, hey, we do launch innovation here, without testing. No, we actually have a robust innovation process where not only do we hear from our consumers, it's consumer first, and we do robust testing, national testing. We do test and learn. So we sometimes incubate as well. I mean, Dr. Pepper is a great way where we are truly reaching our fans exclusively and creating and hearing from our consumers. And sometimes we launch and we want to learn more, and then we go ahead and tweak our products. One thing I also want to, I do have to say, Snapple is known for always kind of bringing in new flavors and doing the innovation challenge. I know you asked me examples of innovation. This one is near and dear to my heart. Doritos is one I always comes to mind when I think of a brand that truly kind of brought innovation to life and broke through the clutter with their Crash the Super Bowl that they've done, where they asked the fans to create, showing their Doritos product. Or I've been, part of the product development for the Jacked. When Doritos launched the Jacked product, we actually created the biggest vending machine, the way that actual trial was created for that product was amazing at South by Southwest. So I got to be a part of amazing launches. Doritos always comes to mind as like a best practice. And at KDP, I can tell you Dr. Pepper and all of our iconic brands, hopefully you've seen some great innovation from Core as well. And I can tell you we are coming out with great stuff next year. We continue to have innovation at the core.
No, that's fantastic. What are your girls' favorite? What's their favorite Dr. Pepper brand that you allow them to have?
No, I do allow them to have. Believe me, Dr. Pepper is a drink for the Gen Zennials. And I can tell you, Dr. Pepper swag is how they make their friends happy. They don't want anything else. No ice cream, nothing. Give me Dr. Pepper swag that I want to give to my friends. And that is what makes them happy. And, we really have like a community at their school. So I can tell you Dr. Pepper goes a long way wherever they go.
Good to know. Glad you're the hero. Thank you so much, Sandora. And thank you so much, Marissa. It's been great. It's been a great half hour.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Marissa. It was fantastic to share some best practices and also how we are marketing, innovating at KDP. But glad to connect with you all and have this opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you both.
And thank you to 7-Eleven.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you both for your time and sharing all that wonderful information with us. Really enlightening.
Thank you.
Take care all.
Bye.
So, nothing goes better with Dr. Pepper than a salty snack, right? So let's welcome to the stage our next guest, Sarah Fang, the Marketing Senior Director of Frito-Lay Innovations. The session with Sarah will be moderated by Jenny Halloran, the Director of Media Sales at Kroger Precision Marketing. We'll give them just a minute to come to the stage. Hey, Sarah.
So, 1 second. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
How
are you doing
today? Good. It's a great Wednesday.
Yeah, we all got it logged in okay. We're off to a really strong start, I think, already.
Awesome. Thank you both for being here, and I will pass it over to you.
Awesome. Yeah. So to quickly introduce myself, I'm Jenny Halloran, Director of Media Sales with Kroger Precision Marketing, also known as KPM, because, the retail and CPG industry needs more acronyms. So I'll refer to us as KPM, but Kroger Precision Marketing, for those that don't know, is the retail media business of Kroger, designed to make brand advertising more effective by closing the loop between media exposure and store sales. And this is really an exciting time to be thinking of marketing innovation. Kroger is incredibly passionate about inspiring our shoppers through innovation. And who better to talk about innovation with than Frito-Lay and PepsiCo, some of the leaders in this space. So I'm really thrilled to be talking with Sarah today about Frito. So Sarah, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Sarah Fong. I am the Marketing Senior Director for Frito-Lay Innovations, and joined Frito-Lay in PepsiCo in 2016, and I've been in strategy and different marketing roles. And previous to that, I worked in strategy consulting and finance.
Awesome. So Sarah, tell us a little bit more about your role today then as Senior Director of Frito-Lay Innovations.
Yeah, so my team is responsible for building the Frito-Lay innovation strategy, the vision. We build the pipeline for the organization, as well as getting these ideas turned into actual products to be on shelf for our consumers.
Yeah, so getting it beyond the whiteboard, right? Outside of the room and actually trying. I will say, I was so excited today. I was doing a little shopping and I came across, I don't know if you can see it, I'll put it in front of my face, the Doritos Cool Ranch flavored Lay's. So is that, I was like, there couldn't be a more fitting time to talk with you and discover this product on shelf. Is this the type of innovation work that is coming from your group?
Yes, it is. So we launched this. It's we call it the Lay's flavor swap. We also have the fun flavor, and yes, so we are thinking about more building on this platform for future years as well.
Love it. Super excited. It's delicious. I need to move the bag so I don't start snacking in the middle of our presentation. And so outside of just senior director of Frito-Lay, you're part of a group called The Spark. Tell us a little bit about how that came to life.
Yeah, so The Spark, so the organization has been thinking about how do we drive more growth from innovation. And we asked the question, what's the right structure to support and accelerate this growth? And earlier this year, the Spark team was formed. So we are the Frito-Lay innovation team. And how it works is previously we had innovators with each of the brand teams, and now we centralize all of the innovation resources under one Frito-Lay innovation team. And what this has been able to do is to build this expertise in innovation. In the front end innovation, engaging with our consumers, as well as on the back end innovation, turning ideas into reality. And the Spark is a very interesting story with it, right? So when we first formed the team, we wanted to say, what do we call ourselves, right? We wanted this identity. So we got together with our cross-functional partners. So we brought insights in, we brought in R&D, our creative agency, and we did this brainstorm session. And we came up with, just brainstorm tons of names. And Spark is a name that just resonated with everyone. We went through a voting process, and there's the Spark, the idea of Spark, the way how we think about it is a catalyst, right? A spark is something that can transform something that could be into something much bigger. And not every spark will become a flame, but every spark will light the path. So our role in the organization is we're here to help to spark joys for consumers. We're here to spark ideas, inventions, new ways of thinking, and light that fire, the innovative fire for Frito-Lay, and to develop and nurture the products to future-proof our business.
I absolutely love that. And I have to imagine that that's something that you carry over through the team, right? Like it's the whole saying of like, no idea is a bad idea. How do you get something out there? It doesn't have to turn into a fire. It doesn't have to be a flame, but how do you continue to develop that spark day in and day out across the group? That's, I love that. I might steal it. We won't rename a group over here, The Spark or anything, but I really, I love that. So what attracted you then to take this role?
It's a role where I get to work with all the brands Frito-Lay. So how cool is that? So I get to see the entire portfolio, and also it's a role. It's a role to make an impact, right? I have our cross-functional partners always say innovation is the lifeblood of the company. So to be in this role, to be helping to continue to think about how we deliver more innovative products for our consumers to provide more joy to them, it's just very high impact role in my mind.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very rare that you find that right position to be able to talk to all the different teams. And how would you say, we've gone through a crazy 20 months, 2 years almost. How has the need for brand innovation really shifted in the last 2 years for Frito-Lay?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So we've been, thinking through that, and over the last couple years, I think there's a lot of change, right? There's a lot of competition. The speed of change is happening so quickly, and for us, I think we need to. And Frito-Lay is it's a big portfolio. So for us, historically, innovation has always been done with a very brand-centric lens. So as a brand, what should I do for my brand? What optimize my brand? Now we have been more thinking from a portfolio view. So each brand in our portfolio plays a role. And based on that role, we will innovate a bit differently. So and that's because we also from it helps with prioritization, it helps with resourcing, it helps to create focus. What are the areas that we need to focus? So from a change in how we innovate, I think that's a big shift, right? To go from this brand-centric to a portfolio-centric view. Yeah. And also, as Frito-Lay as an organization, because we have a significant share, right, of the salty business. We are trying to figure out how do we think more beyond just flavors, right? How do we do more transformative innovation?
Yeah. I'm super jealous of the job. So that thinking of like trying all the different flavors, thinking of the different innovation. So definitely going from brand centric to portfolio, that's a massive shift. What about, have you experienced any shifts within your specific group in what we've seen with consumers and shoppers really going to more of an e-commerce focus, and how that may have impacted innovation for Frito-Lay and specifically the Spark?
Yeah, I mean, consumers now can purchase our product anywhere, anytime, right? So e-com is definitely a huge channel where they're engaging. So from an innovation standpoint, we had a program called Make Your Own Variety Pack on snack.com. Earlier this year, it had great success. So, that's a way we're looking at innovating this new channel. And we're also thinking about how do we use the e-com channel to drive more excitement with upcoming innovations from an activation standpoint.
And what about, have there been any major challenges that you've seen presented through that? So those are some great opportunities, but I'm assuming bumps in the road we've all faced.
Yeah, and I would say all the channels have different needs, right? From a price, pack, what's needed for that channel. So I think when we launch innovations, then we have to think about, how do we serve consumers who's shopping across all these channels? How do we launch omni-channel, right? So that I think it's something that we are constantly trying to work through of how we can make sure we get our products to as many consumers' hands as possible when we launch an innovation.
Yeah, so true. I know just in my house alone, we go in store, we do pickup, we do delivery, and you want to make sure that regardless of that modality, trust me, if I don't come home with the multi-pack with what I call the messy one, the Cheetos and Doritos for my toddlers, then I know we've got a long week ahead of us. So yeah, it's very critical in my house to be able to get it regardless of how I'm shopping. And then tell me a little bit about the process for brand innovation in the Spark. What does that look like for the team?
Yeah, so we have, we have the front end process where we spend a lot of time trying to mine insights. What are we seeing in the category? What are we seeing trends with consumers? What are these ideas we want to go after, right? And then you have the back end process. Once we have, we understand what we're going after, how do we turn them into actual physical products? So we have, we leverage the typical stage gate process, but one thing I would say where I think a lot of magic is made is also on this cross-functional partnership, right? You can't just be marketing team launching innovations. Really, we are so tight with our cross-functional team, whether it's insights, supply chain, R&D, sales. And we have started, and we talk to the cross-functional team on a weekly basis. We have forums where we set these up where like every other week we would do what we call collab sessions, where for these big rock projects, we spend time as a cross-functional team and talk about how they're going, where teams need help, how do we help them unlock roadblocks. And then every other week we have these meetings called hot topics, where we talk about, hey, what are the hot topic of the week that everybody just needs to be aware of and we can get ahead of it. So I think this cross-functional team and just the cross-functional collaboration is really something I think it's inherent in how we innovate and bring these ideas into products, right?
Yeah, you definitely hit it. Like the TikTok trends, right? That's what I hear on my team when I'm now back in the office and sitting at the desk on Monday, and what the group is talking about to catch up on the real life outside of just kind of in your own brand teams and that innovation. What about, so sitting where I sit, Kroger and Kroger Precision Marketing, we are fueled by data, just hundreds of thousands of data points informing every decision we make, how we communicate with our customers, and really be purposeful and personalized in that approach. What kind of data or insights are fueling your process? Do you rely on any retail data for the innovation?
Yeah. I mean, insights can come from anywhere, right? And data can come from anywhere. So if you think about how we look at insights, first of all, we have a great consumer insights team that we partner with very closely. And so we look at third-party syndicated data, that's one source. But we also do look a lot at the consumer insights, right? Whether it's doing consumer ethnographies, consumer co-creation, spending more time with consumers, looking at social listening data. So there's that's another source where we get insights, and also customers, right? I feel like retailers have been great partners. We have discover sessions with the retailers where we can share, you know, what both sides are seeing from a consumer insight standpoint, category insights, where are there opportunities. So so I think those are ways how we get insights to inform innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it can be overwhelming, right? When you start to get too deep into it. How have you seen the innovation process and culture evolve since the formation of the Spark?
Yeah, so I think I want to talk about it inside our team and then outside our team.
Okay.
Right. So inside our team, the Spark, within marketing, right? So we are all about building this culture right now. So the team was formed earlier this year. So we are, and for us, it's all about making sure we're getting the best and brightest talent on our team, making sure they're trained up to speed. So when the team was formed, we spent a whole, I think it was on a weekly basis for 3 to 4 months. We had trainings on how do you do innovation? How do you do innovation within Frito-Lay? How do you do Frito-Lay innovation just in general? And we had different speakers come in from different, you know, cross-functional teams and to with that process. And then also, you know, as part of within also building the culture within our team, we want to make sure we inspire this transformative work and we build this magnetic experience. So we have been, you know, bring external speakers to come in to also talk to us, or just to spark that thinking, right? So we have brought and also within PepsiCo. So for example, we brought people in from Gatorade to talk about what they're doing, etc., and entrepreneurs. So it's I think that's been really helping. And then additionally, we also do something kind of like a newsletter, innovation newsletter, which we publish every other week that talks about here's the key trends that's happening in CPG and also outside of CPG that we think just kind of spark that thinking, that fresh thinking. So that's within our team. We're definitely building this culture. And then outside of our team, we want to involve our cross-functional team as much as possible. So when we have speakers come in, we ask them to join so we can do this together, right? We get inspired together. Also, we do a lot of outside of the team, we do a lot of product tastings, competitive tastings, and with our cross-functional partners. And once COVID, right, is over, and hopefully the pandemic is over, our goal is to make sure you know, we get back to these expos, and be able to do the route rides, etc., to make sure we know we can get the forefront of the key trends.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up such a great point. So many different industries were just totally turned on their head with COVID when it started, and sampling innovation, that's key, right? Does it taste good? Does it crunch, or is it softer? Like, how does it impact, you know, when you're eating it? So I'm sure you had to even think differently about your team and some of those cross-functional teams and how you're even getting them to sample product once it's created. Maybe some shipping fees associated.
Initially when COVID happened, we all get samples sent to our houses, and we would do these virtual tastings. Like, everybody opened the bag, everybody talk about it. I mean, we were doing one category exploration where, like, I remember getting a whole box of competitive products and also our products, and just, you know, having a virtual session, right, for the team to get together and talk about the experience, where they think there are unmet consumer needs, etc. But I think over time, you know, we've been able to do a very small group tastings in the office, but it's very, very small.
Yeah.
Keep it a tight number because of COVID, and everybody has masks on. But tasting is definitely a very important part of our job.
Yeah, small groups. I imagine that's almost how like a Flamin' Hot Mountain Dew comes to life, right? You have this virtual tasting. Someone has their Mountain Dew sitting there. They're trying all the Flamin' Hot products, and there it is. Yeah, all the creations. So, what about consumer reactions? What have you seen? Anything like, what's your most surprising win?
Yeah. So, I think for me, the Tostitos avocado salsa that was launched was for me a very I think for us, it was a great win. So we launched Tostitos strips at the same time. So it was two innovation. And we usually don't do a lot of, I would say, communication behind our chips innovation. For this one, we decided to bring in Martha Stewart, Snoop Dogg, a lot of media behind it, got great impressions and trials. So those innovate, so the Tostitos avocado salsa in particular did really well.
Yeah, I love that, and the strips too. I think it's just brilliant how you brought the two of those together. What about flops? Anything that you thought was just going to be a huge win and then it just didn't work out as you were hoping? Didn't spark that fire?
Yeah. Let me get back to you on that question.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. It's I know you never really want to put that out there. That's one of those fun ones where everyone's so passionate about it. And then when it hits the shelf, it's like, man, this is it'll come back. I always find those ones that maybe don't land the first time, it comes back a few years later as kind of a reinvention of that.
I do have to say there are definitely ones that comes to mind, and for those innovation, I think we are getting a lot of learnings out of it, right? Because for us, innovation is right. It is you launch innovations. Not every innovation is going to land, right?
Yeah.
But what we want to make sure we get out of it are the learnings.
Yes.
So we have similar innovations that maybe didn't do as well as we wanted to, but we are very much like looking at what happened, what's the learning, so we can learn from those lessons as we move forward.
Yeah. How do you keep that culture of exploration alive? Like there's got to be, I'm sure, a lot more losses than wins, right? It's hard to launch a product. So how do you keep that energy going?
So in our organization, there's something called voice your opinions fearlessly. And everybody, and also there's another one that's acting as an owner. And I think for our innovation team, those are, and also our cross-functional partners, those are the two most important things that I would say tenets everybody live by. So if something doesn't work, or where there's lessons learned, get the team together, we talk about what happened. Everybody should be able to voice their opinions fearlessly, right? And have this frank conversation. So that's that's how, because if everybody, the entire team is acting as owner, everybody want to make sure you learn from it and do things differently. So we don't keep doing the same thing and expect different results.
Totally. And so you've talked quite a bit now about working with cross-functional teams within the Frito-Lay organization. How do you partner then with retailers to bring these innovations to life?
Yeah, so for retailers, right, so on the front end, we do the discovery sessions, which I spoke about earlier, which it has been really helpful to just kind of unpack insights, talk about opportunities, go together. And then on the back end, we do, work with a lot with retail partners to bring ideas, make ideas really big. For example, the roulette innovation we launched at Walmart this year, right? It was a huge partnership with that retailer, and it was very successful launch as well.
Fantastic. And then what would you say the future of innovation looks like within the snacking category?
So if you look at snacking, right, what we see with consumers is that the traditional breakfast, lunch, and dinner are not how consumers are continuing to it's evolving, right? It's becoming, consumers are eating throughout the day, mini meals, right? It's sometimes up to 8-10 times a day. So we see this blurring between snacks and meals. So I think as the snack category evolve, I think we need to think broader into where this trend can take us.
Yeah, I was actually just joking with a friend the other day. I was like, well, it's time for our second lunch, as we've gone through kind of those main meals. So absolutely. I find that even with kids and in school, snacking is such a key focus rather than having those designated times of breakfast and then lunch and dinner. So yeah, how do you have something that's of substance throughout the day? And for the group here, kind of as we wrap up before getting to their Q&A, what's one thing that every consumer product organization could learn from your Spark team?
That's a really good question. For me, this year was all about building this team, forming this team, building the culture. and start also delivering results for the company all at once, right? Building the way we say it, building the plans we want it. And I think probably the most important thing is to advise is to make sure you recruit the best and brightest. That's our model for the team, right? Yeah. Make sure you have the people that you're bringing on are really passionate about about innovation. You know, they get excited, they wake up every morning, they get excited about the work. And I think that's the secret sauce to making magic.
Yeah, it is the magic. It's I love innovation. I'm definitely a purist in the way, like I said, I love the original Cheetos Crunch. I love the red bag Doritos, but every time I catch something new, clearly Doritos Cool Ranch combo with Lay's, I'm definitely adding another bag to the basket. So appreciate all the work that your teams are pulling together to keep consumers like myself very happy. Okay, first question here. How do you stay future focused and where do you look to understand what's 5 years out?
So this is where we partner a lot with our insights team, right? Trying to understand, we call it foresight, like what's happening, let's look out, in the future. I mean, there's studies that we were kind of talking about today with consumer early read for 2030, which, those are, even those 2030 will be here before we know it. So really getting in front of the consumer trends 5 years out, 10 years out, we stay very close to our consumer insights team.
Yeah, I'm sure it would have been funny if we had asked you that question in January, February of 2020 and how you're thinking of that. And then the quick spin up that happened over the last year or so, and then thinking 5 years. But yeah, 2030, you're right. We'll be here before we know it. It's already almost October, which is still wild to think about. And then I don't see any other questions in the chat. So Marissa, I'm assuming you just open it up and those attending can send those on through in the Q&A section.
Yep, that'd be great.
Sarah, while we're seeing if people add some questions in there, any innovation that has gone out maybe a limited time that you wish could come back?
Well, very good question. So there's the innovation we launched, the Frito-Lay launch back in the 1990s, actually brought back this year.
Okay.
So Doritos 3D.
Yes.
It's my favorite innovation. It's back in the 1990s with 3D. Remember 3D movies was really popular. So this product was launched. Then we discontinued it. Then we listened to consumers, and they wanted to bring it back. So this year we brought it back, and it was featured on Super Bowl and the flat napkin ad, and yeah, it's doing really well in the marketplace. Something we brought back.
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned that. That one, I love that. Definitely has a little bit of a kick to it, but certainly fun to just step back and kind of have that nostalgia as well. Another question that we received here is, how do you see media partnerships, specifically in TV, evolving in the rest here of 2021 and then 2022?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I would say probably that question, I'll save that for my brand partners. So our team works really closely with our brand partners. So as we come up with innovations, we work with them on what kind of activation strategy and the plans. So that would be a question I'll probably better reserve for my brand partners to answer.
Yeah, and this may be one for them as well. Have you seen any key differences in how you have to go to market with innovation compared to some of your core products?
So when we go to market, so I don't know if it's so can you just maybe unpack that question a little bit?
Yeah, so you need to get the word out there more. It's something that people may not know anything about. So how are you driving that awareness with those customers in a different way than you would some like just rolled gold pretzels that they know are their tried and true?
Yeah, so we have for innovation, depending on the type of innovation, right? Because we do what we call 52 weeks, and we also do a lot of limited time offerings. But depending on the role of the innovation in the portfolio, there's different activation strategies around it. So if it's something that becomes sort of a big bet, the organization gets all behind it. We have 360 support. We go really big on our support and activation. And then, right, and if it's a limited time offering, depending on the type of limited offering, you can do national limited time offering, you can do limited time offering for a customer, right? And you can also do more buzzworthy limited time offering. So depending on the role, we will activate them differently, and we'll have a different plan to bring awareness to consumers and retailers.
Perfect. Carlos, this question I love so much. So what is the most unique innovation that never came to life?
That's a good question. So, I mean, I've been in role for 8 months. So I'm hoping all the innovations that I'm working on will come to life, and we'll see them in market.
Right, absolutely. Okay, well, I think one more. Have you seen the culture of your team spread elsewhere in the organization? Driving Spark throughout.
Yeah, I think this, the talk about Spark, like, let's think differently. Let's think out the box. I think, and this, just make sure you can act, be fearless in your opinions and acting as owners. We hear that across the organization now. Like, when we work with our cross-functional partners, they say that. They're like, hey, and we always say we can voice our opinions fearlessly. So here you go. Yeah. And, right. So we see that culture across Frito-Lay of how do we think differently? How do we push our boundaries? And how can we be uncomfortable in certain ways, so we can test and learn as well.
Yeah, finding comfort in the unknown. Absolutely. Okay, I see Marissa is back on with us. Anything else, Marissa, that you're seeing on your end?
No, this has been really great. Thank you guys. This whole day has just been really inspiring. So it's been great to hear what you guys are doing. And when you were talking about snacking, I mean, at 7-Eleven, we're all about snacking. So I was like, yes.
Yeah, I love it. I think, for me personally, I was just jotting some notes down. I love the whole concept of bringing joy to consumers and kind of keeping that at the forefront of how you drive that spark, and then really thinking brand centric to portfolio centric. I think that can be transferred to all organizations. We so often get caught up in kind of our own silos. So even here, right, we're like, oh, we're going to launch something specific to TV or something specific online, but how do you take a step back and really drive across everything? So those are some of the key things that stuck out. Really appreciate the time, Sarah, and also 7-Eleven. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. And let me share the story. Allow me to share the story of the Frito-Lay Innovation Team. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Bye.
We've heard some from a lot of different fantastic food and beverage brands today, but in our next session, we'll be joined by innovators from brands that span a few different industries. So please welcome to our stage Yvette Davis, the Associate Director of Brand Marketing at Sam's Club. We have Christy Gohl, VP, Head of Transformation of Global Hotel Alliance. We have Whitney Magnuson, Senior Director, Social Marketing at Northwestern Mutual. And Megan Davis, Director of Marketing Initiatives and Planning from Neiman Marcus. And our moderator for this session is going to be Sydney Van Blaricum, VP at Adherent. So welcome to the stage. We have a lot of folks on. It's going to be a full house here in a second. Awesome. Hey, Yvette.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Doing well today.
Excellent. We have Megan, Christy, Whitney. Hey, guys.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It's been a really great day, and we're excited to hear what you guys have to say. So as soon as Sydney gets on and starts moderating, I will hand it over to her. Hey, Sydney.
Hi, guys.
Hey there.
Okay, well, I am very excited about this. So thank you guys for all joining this. Okay, so yeah, I guess you already introduced us, so that takes that we can just jump in, I guess. All right, we had the opportunity to speak earlier this week, and I was just so inspired by so much of what you guys had to share of how you got to where you are. You know, no one ended up in their role on accident. You know, you worked really hard to get where you were, and it was, you know, and you don't do it on your own. So I hope that's some of what we can talk about today. But I'll just kick off with the first question. Okay, so currently women comprise about 47% of the workforce, but only 5% of the S&P 500 companies are led by female CEOs. So my questions to you are, what are some of the impacts you have experienced by having female leadership during your career? And additionally, is female leadership something that you seek out when exploring job opportunities? And I'll let you guys just jump in.
Well, I'm happy to kick us off. Hello, everybody. So nice to be here today. I think it's such an important question, and it's definitely something that I look for when I'm on the job hunt. I recently joined Northwestern Mutual about 5 months ago now, and that was a big part of my interview process, was making sure that there was female leadership. We have, not only is my boss a woman, but also our CMO is female. So we have some great women leaders in the company. And I think that it's so critical to ask those questions when you're interviewing, and be observant of things that maybe might not necessarily be upfront. But to contrast, I also was interviewing with another company who had 9 different interviews. That's a whole nother topic on why that many were necessary. But of those 9, I only saw 2 people that weren't white men during that process. And I think that's really telling, that either they weren't empowering their women to be part of that interview process, or they didn't see it as valuable to make sure that candidates were seeing that. And so just being observant as well as asking direct questions during the interview process is really critical.
That was great. Anyone else have anything to share on that question? Okay. You know, curiously, Whitney, when, you know, I love to hear that that is something that you evaluate when considering opportunities. I know in the past I've done the same, and I personally didn't speak up as that being something that I noticed. Curiously, was that something that you brought up in your interview with anyone when you did decide to go a different way?
You know, it was for the 2 people in that were people of color or women that I talked to in that other interview process. I made sure to ask them. I said, how is the culture here? How do you feel supported? And I think, again, just everyone wants to put on a good face in an interview, but if the only thing they have to say is, well, you know, there's an employee resource group, I think, again, that's pretty telling. But, you know, I think it also is on all of us to make sure that we are putting that at the forefront once we're in a role as well. If your company says that they have, you know, a commitment to diversity in their board of directors or diversity in their C-level employees, and you're not seeing that, I think it's important to keep tabs on it. And if it's not changing over time, then I think you also start to have to ask yourself the question, am I complicit if I stay here and make this company successful when they are not making that a priority? I'm giving my labor to make this company, you know, successful and make money. So I need to have that voice and make sure that these priorities are being, you know, held up and making their way to management.
Yeah, just perfect. Actually, and Sydney, it makes you think. And hello, everyone. It's so great to be here. You know, when I think about it, I don't seek it out. I don't seek out female leadership. I just seek out kind of open leadership, people who are open and someone I can connect with, and they're humans and they see me kind of an equal front. And I've been fortunate to work in organizations where that was the case. I do think if I were in a situation where I had 9 interviews and most of them were male, which wouldn't surprise me at all, most of the people I work with are male, I wouldn't see that as a hindrance. If anything, it's okay, cool. Exactly as what you said at the end of that was, all right, well, it's my opportunity now to bring this, to make sure that I am having a voice, that I pulled the chair up to the table, that I'm making sure to represent that, not for that reason, but just because, I mean, if they're interviewing me and I'm chosen, all right, I'm already the female there. I'm already in the room. And then it's up to me to prove the value that I can bring, and gender or not, let's do that. And then over time, you know, it should equalize if you're in a good organization. And so I think that that's kind of the way I would see it.
No, I think that's great. You know, I've spoken with other people in the past about, you know, having diversity across the board. You don't know what you don't know. And one of the things I noticed in my past is that, when I joined, there was no maternity leave policy. And it makes sense because it was mostly a male campaign or company when the company started, and there was no reason to have one. And so these are things that had to come about as, the company grew, things like that. Yvette, when we were talking previously, you mentioned something about how your leadership, which happens to be female, has put time on your calendar every Wednesday. Do you mind speaking to that? Because that's something that I think is so important and powerful, especially in this pandemic life.
Yeah, of course. So hi, everyone. I'm Yvette Davis. It was very empowering and comforting for me as an employee of Sam's Club to see our leadership step up, in the midst of this pandemic and say, hey, like, I understand we're all literally going through this together. And because of that, actually put a block of time on our calendar weekly where, she said, hey, if you need to step away. It wasn't necessarily like this block of time is dedicated for work, but it was like, giving us that grace and that reason for us to not have to just sit at our desk and work, but realizing and recognizing that there are other things going on that we may need to take care of. So for me, that was, a reason to like really make me proud for the organization that I worked for. And it wasn't just talk. I feel like a lot of times we hear our leaders, they talk and they say, we want you to like take this time, but for her to like take it a step further and like beyond the talk and actually put the block of time on everyone's calendar is what I feel like really made it so impactful.
Yeah, I really like that. I think it's one thing if they had said, hey guys, you should take this time, but when that time is put on your calendar and it's there, you're allowed to take it. And I just think that that's so powerful. And I think that breeds trust and loyalty to a company who respects their time.
We have something similar at Northwestern Mutual. Our CMO has blocked everyone's calendars for lunch, noon to 1. And I think she herself is a mother of 2 young children. And I think, especially during the year that we've just all come off of, being able to just like get some sandwiches on the table and not feel like you're missing a meeting is just a weight off everyone's shoulders. So having that universal block can be really helpful.
Yeah. No, I love hearing that. And I hope that more companies continue to lead in that direction. I know that I am on back-to-back meetings every day, and it's exhausting, So I like that your companies are leading with really recommending breaks. All right, I'm gonna move to the next question. I didn't tell you all this, but I'm adding a little quote I like in here. All right, author Nora Roberts was quoted saying that the key to juggling both work and family life is knowing that some of the balls that you have in the air are made of plastic and some are made of glass. And if you drop a plastic ball, it bounces, no harm done. If you drop a glass ball, it shatters. So you have to know which balls are glass and which balls are plastic and prioritize catching the glass ones. So this past year and a half for many, balancing both personal and work life has been tough. Senior level women are noted to be leaving the workforce or downshifting their careers at 1.5 times more. And this is, during stressful times of COVID-19, with most citing burnout as the primary reason. So what are some of the ways that you have been able to establish clear boundaries between work and personal time during the pandemic? You guys talked about what the company has done to help set boundaries, but what have you done? I know that for me, it's evolved dramatically over this past year and a half as I learned to set boundaries, but what are some of the things you guys have done in order to evolve to this new lifestyle?
I'm happy to jump on in that one. So hi, everyone. My name's Megan. So for me, when the pandemic kicked off, I think it's kind of twofold. So it's open and honest conversations. And there's kind of 2 parts to that. So the first one was when the pandemic hit, I had to have open and honest conversations with my husband or who your partner is or who you share your household with. But we had to have honest conversations where I was working 14-hour days. There was no laundry getting done. There was no household chores. And you know what? He was in sales and he wasn't traveling. And it was you have to take that part on. You have to take on a bigger role here because I have to shift to work. And we had to have those open and honest conversations within our own household to juggle, like you were saying, the glass balls and the plastic balls, and understanding who could take on the workload. But then there's also open and honest conversations with myself and my team and saying, where are you at? Where is your headspace? You need to go take an afternoon because you are about to break. Or, you know what? I cannot work past 6 p.m. today because I just can't take this anymore. And I think it's just those open and honest conversations and having that psychologically safe space with your leadership, with your team, with those around you, to be able to have those honest conversations about what you need to be successful, not only in your job, but also in your life as a whole.
I can jump on. I completely agree with the boundaries that you have to set yourself. And I feel like, all of us on this panel, we've gotten to a point maybe in our career where we've earned the trust of our peers, or you put in the hours, so you're more comfortable to set those boundaries. I know early on I didn't have any, but I also had less responsibility, so I didn't need to have as many boundaries. Now I have 2 small children. I have a lot of other stuff where I need boundaries. And so I will say very much for me, when it all started a year and a half ago and we started working from home, and I never thought I would enjoy that. And now I very much see it became a necessity because of school closures and quarantine and everything else. But there is so much value with that because I work with them. So Global Hotel Alliance, who I work for, is based in Dubai. So they're 9 hours ahead of us most of the year, and so 10 hours less of the time. So if anything, I'm putting myself on an early shift. So I start my day at like 6 a.m. and then I wrap up by 5 or 6. And so yes, it's a long day, but I'm done in time to actually be there for my kids, to be there for dinners and soccer practice and whatnot. And very much I've established with them of don't send anything before 6 a.m. I'm not going to be on it. Also, I'm not going to do night calls. I would much rather a 6 a.m. call than a 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. call because I'm putting kids to bed. So it very much is, here's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to get everything done here. And if I don't, then I will do it on my own time at night. But I don't want calls. I don't want presentations. I don't want to be on and outside of that range. And it's very much been respected. And similarly, there's people on my team who want the opposite. They want to come in at 10 and they'll work till 8 or 9. And that's fine because we do have a good crossover, especially if they're not in the sense that it works out really well. But it's very much a person by person basis. And, again, this is about women leadership, but I think, yes, it's a personal thing. I feel women a lot of times, maybe with the situation, if you have children or if it's family first there, a lot of times women are wearing the weight of the world. They want to do everything in the household. So you mentioned you're responsible for laundry. Why is that assumed? Or yes, I am too. My husband also does a lot less than me. So I think we just do what isn't done. And so we're doing it all. And therefore it is I think it's self-imposed. And probably as a group, it's just naturally more self-imposed. And so if we're trying to do it all, it has to be on our terms. So it all becomes your organization has to provide a flexibility. Ideally, we have someone who is in a leadership level who understands flexibility is key, for all individuals. It doesn't have to be because you have children. You might be taking care of parents or a pet or who knows what you're doing, but allowing people to have the comfort to know, hey, I can do this and feel like people aren't scrutinizing me for doing it in weird hours or hours that are different than theirs.
My tip is not as deep as either Megan or Christy's, but I have a Peloton, and at the end of my work day, I have to get on the Peloton. And that is the line that I draw between that was work time, this is personal time, and never shall they cross, hopefully. So big fan.
Yeah, pretty much something similar for me, like Whitney mentioned. I have made an office in my home, and I've learned to implement like little things. Like before, I probably would just log off the computer versus shut down all the way. Now I like actually shut down when my work day is over. I shut the door to the office so that I know not to go back in there until the next morning. And similar things with my phone. I have like a personal and work phone, but with my work phone, like I put it on silent once it's time for me to like truly disconnect. And I have started not looking at emails until I'm actually ready to work. Because sometimes you can look at emails and you're still not ready to log on for the next morning. But for me, I've just started implementing a practice of like, don't turn work on until you're ready to turn it on. And then when you turn it off, turn it off.
I really respect that. Whitney told me at one point that she doesn't even have her work email on her phone. And I love that. I strive for that.
That's why I had to separate phones. I couldn't have one phone. I've learned from that in the previous job.
I have not had my work email on my personal phone at over 4 separate companies now. So I don't think there's any reason for it. And you're usually just stressing yourself out. Now, Slack maybe is an exception. I may have Slack on my phone, but
that's fair. That's fair. It's kind of like texting. Yeah. You know, I saw there's a TikTok that's been going around. It's saying, if your friend has everything together, she's killing it at work. Her body looks great. She's like killing it in every other avenue. She is a second away from a mental breakdown. You know, it's true. Like, you know, you think about the 40-hour work week and being able to have it all. And the reality is, you know, as more women have entered the workforce, there's typically not someone at home who's cleaning the house and cooking the meals and all these things that typically, you know, someone was home doing. And it's so important to learn to delegate to other people, to outsource when necessary. And it seems like that's something that you guys have all really been working on and mastering. And I think it's something that I need to work on more, but it's, you know, we can have it all as long as you understand what parts you're not going to do yourself. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next question. What are ways that companies can better support women in a post-pandemic workplace? I know we kind of touched on some of this. So if you guys wanted to, you know, add on a little bit, great. If not, we can move on.
Actually, Sydney, you're reminding me when you mentioned that last point. The best tip, absolutely, when you mentioned delegating or having help, it took me up until last year to realize I need to have help in the morning. I was trying to get kids ready, get them to school. I was on conference calls on the drop-off line at school. I was traveling about 30% of the time internationally, and I still was trying to do it all without help, and it was absolutely insane, and I was insane for going with that for so long. All I did was I hired a regular morning nanny, I call it, and I found someone who would come every single day, and if I don't need them, I would just tell them, here, it doesn't matter, I'm paying you anyway, you just come so I know that you're there, and I know it's happening, and it's the best thing ever, and I'm so grateful to have figured that out, and I mean, it's only 2 hours a day I need them, but it is the best thing ever. And also like hiring a housekeeper, once every 2 weeks, best thing ever. That means when I have some time to myself, I'm not cleaning. I mean, I still clean a bit, but it's the simplest stuff. And yes, it requires a little bit of money, but it's so worth it because, you know, your time should be spent on things that are important when you're not working, because you're probably working a lot. And so I completely just wanted to hone in on that one thing. I wish someone would have told me 10 years ago, hey, just hire someone. And I was like, no, I can do it. And I did it. And I was miserable doing it. So I'm so glad that now I have it more balanced, it's delegated. It really helps.
You know, Amber Benz, who I'll say this one thing and then I'm sorry, Yvette. Amber Benz, who runs Reward Style, who started that, she said at one point, you know, if someone else can do the job, something like 70 or 80% as well as you can, let them do it and focus your time on the thing that someone else cannot do. And I think that that's just so powerful in realizing where it's best to spend your time. Sorry, Yvette, I didn't mean to cut you off. Your turn.
Oh, no, you're fine. I think one of the things I was going to say is, you know, it's okay to, I think, Chrissy, you were saying this, it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to admit like not being okay or going through Zoom fatigue. So like really encouraging people to like step away and take those days off. Like I call them mental health days. I feel like a lot of people may reference them as that, but it's okay to like need to take a day to, you know, gather yourself or just to like relax and do nothing. And I think that's something that, you know, I look forward to people normalizing.
Totally agree. That's so true. Okay, I am going to move on to the next question. All right. So personally, I credit much of my career to strong female leaders who have helped me fight forward at every career step. What are some of the examples you have of female leadership helping you with your career growth?
I don't know, I can start. I don't know if it's necessarily with my career growth, but I would say that this was a depiction of what I would like to say true leadership. And I aspire to also show my direct reports that I'm this type of leader. So early on in the pandemic, you know, our CEO was talking to our organization, and she really talked about, you know, how she balances work and her family life. And one of the things that she mentioned is that she, you know, has made this commitment to her children that if they ever need her, she was willing to step down from her CEO position. And so for someone to be at that level of leadership, who is, you know, prioritizing their family, their personal life, is something that, you know, is a reminder to me to also prioritize my personal self and to take, you know, if I ever have to take those type of measures, like not to be afraid to take those steps.
That's such a good point. It's so true. I mean, leading by example is so important. And I mean, yeah, I mean, thinking about someone and that level, you know, prioritizing their family first when you know that they're doing such great things, you know, it's really powerful.
When I think about, and actually that when you mentioned that when we were talking previously, it did remind me actually a few years ago when my son was, he has special needs and we were exploring what exactly he had needed. And I very much needed my afternoons to be like going to appointments and all of that. And I remember telling I was really very much thinking I need to probably quit because I can't do this at the same time and I can't be producing at a level that we're all comfortable with in my mind. And very much it was me working with the organization, realizing I could still work. And then I just worked part-time, we called it part-time, and it got me through and we figured it out and it ended up being fine, but I needed that. And I very much was in that mind frame of, you know what, I never thought I would step away from my career. And at that point in my life, I thought, you know what, the glass ball, I was aware it was going to break. And so it was my, like, I was in an organization that worked with me on that. There was probably many that wouldn't. They would have said, go ahead and quit. I want someone here full time and this role is full time. And so I think that it's really important that, yeah, again, it goes down to leadership. You have leadership who can be empathetic and work with you. But when you ask specifically, Sydney, about like female leadership, again, I did think about it and think specifically in terms of genders, is there any patterns I remember from the bosses I've had? And the one thing that probably stands out for the two female bosses I've had is, you know what, they were the ones who really pushed the status quo. Because I would think, or if I think about it, the male leaders I've followed, and I love them, and I very much respect them in many ways, the ones that I still work with and previously, but they very much, let's say salary was not maybe commensurate with someone's experience or with whatever, or this is the way it's always been done. They just were okay with that. Whereas if I think about the female leaders I've worked with and what I personally find myself doing all the time is always pushing it. No, they deserve more. They should, no, let's give them more, or this is more competitive, or no, they're providing more value than that. That's what we need to do. And my female leaders were very much a reason why I had salary increases that no one ever had, kind of pitched for me prior. And then they came in, they're like, wow, you're really underpaid. But that's not right. Let's fix that. And thank you. That's a great idea. And the male leaders prior to them hadn't thought it was fixable. And so it is something interesting that maybe, I don't know if it was because there were maybe that kind of mentality got them where they are, or maybe it's just a thing of, okay, well, we need to be challenging those boundaries. And that's something that I see them doing. And I very much have that challenger mentality anyway, but I think that that's what we need to do for each other because it's currently not happening.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like these are things that we talk about or don't talk about, but more in quiet. And that's why I like panels like this. We need to speak out loud about how we got to where we were and how we helped each other. I realized, I was really thinking about this question this week, and I was thinking about every step of my career, and I'm with you. I respect so many of my my leadership at every company, regardless of gender, of course. But I realize every time I've made a career change, I've really leaned into my female mentors, and they've really helped me go beyond those boundaries that maybe I didn't know that I needed to, or I didn't feel confident doing. And it's great that we're talking about it and knowing, okay, you can ask about these things and you should talk to someone to see what their advice is, so that you don't end up in a role where you realize that you are significantly underpaid for doing the same job as maybe someone else who's being paid much more. That's great. Anyone else have any feedback on that?
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, Sydney, the transparency of that is so important, especially for people who, because their parents were, more middle class or working class or whatever, they don't have that generational knowledge handed down to them of this is how you go to negotiate for more, or this is how you can, talk through a raise or things like that. So I've often heard the distinction between a mentor and a sponsor, and I've been lucky enough to have both. in my career, but especially I think when you get to the level when you're moving into executive leadership, so going from like that senior manager level to up to the director level, senior director level, that is a really important time to seek out that kind of voice of wisdom who has been there before and gone through it. Because if you don't have that experience yourself, you don't have that experience in your family, there's a good chance that you very well may be undervaluing yourself and your skills. And so I think that especially is an inflection point that women should be aware of.
That's awesome. We have about 5 or 6 more minutes before we start jumping into Q&A. So I'm going to get to this next question, which is kind of part B of it. What are ways that you have helped empower women in your life? So, previous question was, how have you been empowered? But how are you helping, women or just younger people in general? How are you helping, I guess, the next generation?
I'll jump in on that one. So one of my biggest things, and we kind of talked about this, Sydney, of just, I always encourage my teams, take up that space, get that seat at that table. And you are smarter than you think you are. You are better than you think you are. And we as women have a tendency to think, oh, I shouldn't say anything. Like, I don't know that that's a very good idea. And I used to always tell my teams is, you're the smartest person in that room. You know that better than anybody else here. So you better share all of your ideas. You better come to the table with everything you've got, because really you have more to offer and you have more space to take up than you're allowing yourself. I like to tell this story, and I shared it with you, Sydney. I went and did a talk at my old university with a bunch of women, and one of them asked me a question of, what do I do? I got an internship. She got it at Amazon, and she was like, but all of the other interns are better than me, and I just don't know if I'm going to do good. And I was like, why do you think they're better than you? And she's like, well, they went to Ivy Leagues. They have 3 other internships before me. This is my first one. And I was like, again, why do you think that you're not as good as they are? And I explained to her, I was like, the interviewers thought that you were just as good. They are just as excited to welcome you as they are all those others. So you obviously have something that you can't see, but they can. So you need to go, you need to own it, and you're going to do great. And it's so funny because just a couple of weeks ago, I saw that she got offered a full-time position with them. So obviously she rocked it, she killed it, but she couldn't see how great she really was, even though everyone else could. So that's my biggest thing, is just take up the space, know that you're better and smarter at everything that you do than you're giving yourself credit for it, but take that credit, so that's my biggest piece, is just encouraging women to take up that space.
I love that. And it's so true. I just remember being so timid in my first few jobs and really having to find my way. And you start learning that everyone's faking it and you just need to lead with, your experience and your gut, and people will respect you for that. And that's such great advice.
I was going back to the patterns thing, and it was the reverse. Instead of thinking people leadership who I look up to now, then I think about my team, right? If I think about genders, and Megan, playing off what you're saying in a more general way, I think the women, I'm always coaching them to have more confidence. And for the males, they're already confident enough, which is interesting because they're the ones, if we have a meeting, they're the ones speaking, and the girls are, you mentioned Sydney, timid. Yes, they're the ones being more quiet. And if it's one-on-one, no, they're there. But if it's in a setting where there's males available, or where there's a larger group, maybe, the women are the ones who are either lacking confidence or lacking the willingness to express themselves. And it's something where, in my coaching, I'm having to build up their confidence, and I'm focusing less on their work and more about, hey, you are strong. Exactly the same idea as what you're saying, Megan. And then for the males, I never have to do that. They already have that, which is very interesting that there's this, like, again, that common factor. And I don't know, explain it, like why it is, but it does probably exist.
I heard once that when applying for jobs, if you list out all of the qualifications, women will only apply if they reach 100% of the qualifications that are outlined. But men will typically apply, and I don't remember the percentage, but something like as long as they qualify for 40% of them. And they won't just apply with hoping I get it. They apply with confidence and, expectation that I deserve that. And I want that. I want to, especially as I've hired over the years, I realize so many of the job descriptions are so vague, and they're not necessarily, we're putting outlines on there, but we're totally okay if people don't hit all of those. But I had no idea about that as I was coming up in my career. And so advice to everyone, no matter who's listening, apply for that job, even if it feels like such a stretch, because it's a good chance if you're passionate about it, you could be the best person who is applying for that job.
I was underqualified or non-qualified for most of the roles I've had. And you know what? I've rocked all of them. So yes, I completely agree. The job role, that's a suggestion.
Going back to the original question too, Sydney, of like how we empower others. I think some of the things we started off talking about of how we set boundaries, you also have to practice what you preach. I've been nagging a person on my team this week because she's sick and she keeps showing up in meetings. And I'm like, what are you doing? Take a sick day. But at the same time, I haven't taken a sick day yet this year. So there's probably, a mismatch there, but really logging off when you're on vacation, not sending that email at 11 p.m. because you happen to log into your email, schedule it to send at 8 the next morning. So I think just being good stewards and then watching for that burnout in the next generation, because they don't have the experience yet to set their own boundaries quite as well. And so letting someone know, hey, I noticed you haven't taken any vacation days this year. Why don't you go ahead and plan a trip? Or something like that, just kind of helping look out for them. And that's especially, I work in social media. It's such a 24/7 thing that we do see a lot of burnout, especially in our community manager level folks. And so I think really keeping an eye on that and making sure that we're giving them the tools that they can start to set boundaries for themselves too.
That's great. Any other feedback before we start jumping into Q&A?
Yeah, I'll add to that last question. Basically echoing what everyone said, but as far as my direct reports, reflecting back, they've all, I feel like, have been female. So one of the things that I've seen my leadership do for me, and I try now to do for the people that report into me, is give them opportunities to sit at the table and, present those in front of leadership when they probably think they shouldn't be there. Because I think when you just extend that opportunity to them, it gives them the encouragement and the empowerment that they need to just realize, like, yes, I do belong. Someone else believes in me. And I think, Megan, you mentioned earlier, like, they second guess themselves. They know the information. They're able to, have those conversations. And then outside of that, I do a lot of kind of conversations like this where I go to schools in low income areas and I sit, do their career days. And for me, it's a lot about, one, showing diversity, and then two, showing them that, someone that looks like me has the title I have and does the type of work that I do, to once again encourage them at a young age that, you can do something more than being a celebrity or, an athlete and still find it very fulfilling. So I think those are the things that are those are the things that I'm doing to make sure that, just encouraging younger people.
Awesome. I love that you speak at schools and stuff. That's awesome.
It's been very interesting during the pandemic because none of them want to turn their Zooms on. So I'm like, am I just talking to myself?
We did a mentorship program with schools, and I don't know how teachers do it. Me as a professional being on Zoom all day is hard enough, and I can't imagine being a student. Sitting still in school was so hard for me. But I laughed because almost all the students put the video to here. So all you could see is like the top of their head. So you knew that they were there, but you couldn't see anything. And I just thought that was so interesting. It was just, the things that the younger people than us are doing. But it was great to have a perspective into this, this lifestyle, this school lifestyle, into the students right now. I'm going to jump into one of the questions. So it says, pivoting is often used as a reference to business, but I believe it is also important and should be applied to careers. How do you know when it's the right time to pivot? What are the fundamentals or key factors to consider before you have ultimate turn/change?
Well, go ahead, Megan.
No, Whitney, go ahead, take it.
Well, everyone's ready for that one.
Yeah. So I used to be a lawyer, and I'm not anymore. So I've definitely pivoted in my life. And I think the simple answer is there's never a perfect moment. There's never going to be the moment when everything in your life is exactly lined up to make a change. So sometimes you just have to go for it. But I think there are ways to be better prepared. Of course, talking to a financial advisor at Northwestern Mutual would be a great start. But, I think that, as long as you feel like you are up for the challenge and you are hungry to take on something new, even if you don't necessarily know everything that you're walking into, you're okay with not being the expert in the room for a while. I think having that mindset of a beginner again can be really healthy and can really propel us to learn new things, try new things, get some amazing new experiences. So don't wait for all your ducks to be in a row.
That's good. Go ahead, Megan.
No, I think Whitney hit it on the head. I mean, honestly, so I've been at Neiman Marcus for 3 months now, but I came from a completely different industry. I came from the travel industry, and mine was, I just didn't have anywhere to go. There was no more growth left. And I love a good challenge, and I always want to take on something new, but I can think of every time I've left an organization, the reason has been different every single time. And I think, like Whitney said, you'll know when you hit that point, and you have to be open to the opportunities that could be out there. I never thought that I'd be going into luxury retail, but here I am, and I love it. So it's a great organization, and it's a new challenge, which is exactly what I was looking for. So I think you'll hit that point and you'll realize when that change is necessary for you.
I told Christy she should have advice for you because she was previously at Neiman Marcus for 6.5 years. So we have some overlap here.
There we go.
Quite funny because actually I had no idea I'd end up in luxury fashion to start it off. And then I was working there, then went to hospitality, and I wasn't seeking hospitality, but I'm so glad I'm there. And it's been there 12 years now. And the exact same thing what Peter was just saying. And my advice is just whenever you realize that wherever you are has no more stimulation, you're not excited by it, you're not passionate about it. And if there's no opportunities for growth, then that's when you should start looking for something else. And something else might not be better, but it's when you probably are not excited about what you're doing that you need to change. And if you can't find change where you are, then okay, you need to look elsewhere. So I think that's what should be. If your gut is saying, you know what, I'm not interested in what I'm doing anymore, that's okay. That's a good reason to start thinking of your options.
When I interned at the Richards Group many moons ago, Stan Richards said, you give a job a year. If, within a year, if you leave it within a year, you haven't really given it a chance, and you don't know if you're really learning something from it. And at a year, if you feel like that is not your place, move on. And what I have learned is it's okay to move. I mean, find that job that you want, and you don't need to apologize for it. Have a story behind it. Before I found my current job, I jumped all the time, and I had great experiences at all my previous jobs, but I learned from those jobs, this is not where I want to spend the rest of my career. And I pivoted into things that I liked from those jobs until I ended up in programmatic, and I love it. But, find something that you're passionate about. For me, I need to learn something every day. And if I'm not, then I get bored. So find what drives you and, gets you excited to get out of bed in the morning. And if you start dreading work every Sunday, then maybe you're getting burnt out, and maybe find a change. And that can be within your same organization, or that can be moving on. But, I really liked, Whitney, how you said that you were a lawyer beforehand, and now you're in marketing. And, I think there's a risk there. You put all this time into school where you graduated with honors, and then you fully pivoted. But, I saw a story where a guy said, they said, no, you just went through all of law school and you need to stay in it. Otherwise, you've wasted all of these years in law school. And he goes, well, now I've been a lawyer for 50 something years, and I've hated every year of it, every day of it. So did I waste 10 years of study or 50 years of practicing? So, just really, really trust your gut and what you're finding passion in. Oh, I feel like we're getting the hook.
Thank you guys for such an inspiring conversation. This has been awesome. I want to say, going back to what Christy mentioned earlier about asking for help, I mean, that can mean hiring help, but in my case, my dad's retired, and let me tell you, he loves projects. And so I'm like, Dad, I need you over here Friday at 10. You know, the people are coming to paint whatever. So I mean, but it's hard to ask for help because you just think I can do it, I'll figure it out. But even just asking family has been really helpful. So thank you guys so much. This was amazing.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks so much. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys, we've made it to the final session of the day. We're here. You've all hung in, and you're going to love this last fireside chat because it's about wine. So that's very exciting. It's almost happy hour time, so totally appropriate. But please help me welcome from Scout and Cellar, Sean Nichols. Sean serves as the Chief Growth Officer for Scout and Cellar. And our moderator for this session is Megan Janitas from Tastemade. So hello to Sean and Megan. Welcome to the stage.
Hi.
Oh, Sean, I think you're on mute. Sean, I think that you might be on mute. You might need to unmute yourself.
Well, I didn't realize I was muted, so forgive me.
No, perfect. Welcome you two to the stage. You're our final session today, and there's been a ton of great content. So we're really excited to hear about wine. I know I am, at least.
I know it's everybody's favorite subject. It's always a good
Right.
one too, right before the day's end, and everybody can go have a glass of wine. So thank you. I really appreciate it, Marissa.
Awesome. Thanks, Marissa.
Hi, Megan. How are you?
Hi, Sean. How are you?
I'm fabulous. Thank you.
Good. We're the closers of the day.
I know.
think we
Thanks
can
everybody
do
for hanging in there for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah. Well, if you don't mind, I'll start with a little bit of a summary and introduce myself, and then we'll let you shine the rest of the conversation.
For sure. I'm pretty sure this is a team event.
Yes, absolutely. So looking forward to chatting. But first, on behalf of both of us, just wanted to say a big thank you to Brand Innovators at 7-Eleven for having us. It's great to be here. I'm Megan Janitas. I'm a sales director at Tastemade. We're a purpose-built modern media company. We're engaging a global audience of over 300 million monthly viewers. And we're doing it across all major social, digital, and streaming platforms. So we get to create amazing award-winning lifestyle video content that spans much of lifestyle. So food, travel, home and design, and we're sharing that with this engaged global community. So I have the privilege to get to go to work every single day, albeit right now virtually, with a team of passionate food lovers, travelers, designers, and we're working really hard to change the face of media every single day. Together, we're on a mission to inspire everyone to experience all the taste that life has to offer. And Sean and I got to do a little bit of prep together, and I think she and Tastemade and Scout and Cellar have quite a few synergies in between our brands.
For sure.
So we're going to talk a little bit about that. So without further ado, it's my honor to introduce Sean Nichols, Chief Growth Officer at Scout and Cellar. And Sean, if you don't mind just taking the floor and giving everyone kind of a little bit of a peek into your background, and then tell us how you arrived at your current role.
Of course. I've had a very long and I would say storied and diverse career. And I'm not going to say how many years, but I've done a wide variety of different things. Starting when I graduated from college, I thought I wanted to be this big advertising executive. And I went off to New York and I worked at Ogilvy and Mather on big, huge, iconic brands like Pepperidge Farm and American Express. Really kind of got my roots set in what it meant to be a really great communicator, to develop amazing advertising and consumer communication overall. Loved doing that, was there about 5 years. And then I moved back to Texas, had a small little advertising stint. But what I really wanted to do, like a lot of people in advertising, is you want to go see what it was like on the other side. And I really wanted to go to client side. So I got a job at Dr. Pepper. And I was there. I spent the majority of my career there for about 20 years. And again, got to work on huge brands. At that time, we had over 54 brands in our portfolio. Things like, of course, Dr. Pepper, but 7-Up, Sunkist, Sundrop, we had Snapple was another huge one that we loved. Mr. and Mrs. T's cocktail mixers, Clamato. It was our Hispanic brand. So I got to work on, again, amazing brands. And I did everything from fountain food service marketing. That's, hey, how are we going to sell more Dr. Pepper in a McDonald's, to the traditional brand marketing, to at the time when I was there, we developed a content marketing team. And we were in charge of developing thousands of pieces of content across the board for many of our brands. So it was really a wonderful experience. And from there, I kind of, after 20 years, I was tired of selling soda, and I was just listening to the last group talk about, hey, how do you know when it's time to change? And I think I had gotten to the place where I said, I'm not growing anymore, and I'm not learning anything new. And I had this sort of hope that I could go work for a startup. So I left Dr. Pepper just kind of out of the blue on a whim, saying, hey, I'm going to take a chance and I'm going to kind of reinvent myself. And so I did some consulting work, and that's when I happened to meet the owner and founder of Scout and Cellar. Did a little bit of work for her, got some, got the brand up and launched. But because it was a startup, I was at a place where I was being paid in wine, and I decided, okay, I really needed to go do more than just getting paid in wine. So I got a job at a big national dairy company called Lala. I was there about 18 months and became actually the CEO of Lala. And so was there about 9 months after that. So in all, not much more than about two years in a few months. And the owner of Scout and Cellar called me and said, hey, I'm big enough now that I can afford to pay you. Will you please come back? And that really had been my dream. Was I wanted to do something in a better for you space that really was doing something better for the environment and for the world, kind of that conscious capitalism idea. And I started as the chief growth officer, which essentially means that I head up sales and marketing, as well as the long-term growth strategy for the company. So how are we going to grow in the next year? How are we going to grow in the next 5 years? What are our goals, and what's our path look like to get us there? So that's what I've been doing for the last 2 years. And it's been absolutely an amazing journey that I have really loved. Kind of every day is a challenge, but every day I learn something, and that's just been invaluable.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, if you're not being challenged, you're not getting to see the reward too.
It's so true. It's so true. Yeah. And you're just not growing. I mean, the minute we talked yesterday about the minute you are stagnant, you aren't growing. And this was just a move where I wanted to take a big risk and really learn something new. And I've learned the wine industry. We are Scout and Cellar, just to let you all know, is about 4 years old, and it's an e-commerce wine company. We're actually a winery. We make the majority of our wines, and they are marketed across the country by about 20,000 brand ambassadors that market the wine. So it's a direct selling company. And before all of you all roll your eyes and go, oh my gosh, a direct selling company, it really was. When we were starting the company, we didn't have any money. It was a startup, and we didn't know how we were going to get this really special wine. We call it clean crafted wine, which means it's grown without any toxic chemicals put on it while it's growing on the vine, while the grapes are growing on the vine. And then when it's being produced or being made into actual wine, no synthetics, additives, no added sugar, no added sulfites are added into the process of making the wine. And so on both sides of the process, the growing and the producing, it's completely clean, or what we call clean crafted. And really just, you feel better when you drink it. It's a huge point of difference, and it's not been done in the category before. And so we knew we had this idea, and we were going to have to try to explain it to people. And we're thinking about, okay, how do we go through the normal channels of distribution, which is, it's called a 3-tier system. A winemaker sells their wine to a distributor, and that distributor then sells it into a retailer like a grocery store or a restaurant. And it's very cumbersome, and it's hugely expensive to get into. And we didn't have the funds. And so we sat around and said, okay, well, what do you do when you drink a bottle of wine? You share it with friends, and you tell people about it. I mean, the majority of wines that I have tried, someone told me about it, or I tried it at a friend's house. And so we said, okay, social selling is the way to go with this. And the way I like to think about it is I have 20,000 amazing people who are passionate about our brands, and they are like social influencers. They really are my marketing arm. So it's been an amazing, it's an innovative process of how we've gone about marketing the brand.
Yeah, I think that's awesome that you shared that. I know we had talked about that before. Just not only the products themselves have a differentiation within the wine industry, but then also the way you essentially built a team and built it so fast. 20,000 independent consultants is enormous. And
blew away our business plan, that's for sure.
Yeah. And I think that that's really awesome and super unique. So I'd love for you to talk about that, because you already kind of mentioned maybe where I was thinking of going with this in terms of like influence.
Yeah.
Right. So you now have a community that would be your audience, and we can talk about that in a little bit, but you also have this community of, social influencers, but they're also your sales force.
Right. Exactly.
Can you talk about like how that kind of parlays into innovation? The brand's innovative, but then how do you go about your marketing strategy, and how do you bring in the influence of your independent consultants as well?
Right. That's exactly it. One of the first things we did was do some research in talking to them, just like I would think about them as a consumer. So I think about them not only as a sales force or as my marketing force, but also as my consumers. We know a good bit of them only drink our wines as well. So they are significant. Now we have over 500,000 customers, but these 20,000 influence all of them. So it's a bit of when I think about marketing innovation, it's creating assets and education for, so they understand the wines, they understand the value proposition, and they really become almost a concierge or guides to their customers on, if you think about it, I don't know if you're like me, but when I get to Whole Foods at the grocery store and I'm standing there in the wine aisle, I go, okay, I think I like that label. That's a pretty label. I guess I'll try it. And I'll spend $20 on a bottle of wine that I've never tasted. That's totally okay. But what is so great about our model and the way we sort of reinvented ourselves was let's educate these 20,000. And we knew they have so much influence over the other 500,000 customers we've got. In fact, we've valued their media. So just their social networks alone are valued at over $3 million a month. So I have $3 million of media that I don't have to pay for. But what I do have to do is really think about controlling the message. So we create, again, lots of education on how to market it. So there's lots of YouTube videos, lots of weekly emails and so on that go out. We have an in-house sommelier, and he does trainings every week about the wines that are being launched, so that they can then go and tell people about, instead of having to stand at the Whole Foods and look at which rosé you want. It's essentially, hey, I tried this rosé, or if you're a provincial, like you like French provincial rosé, you're going to love this one. And that really comes with a lot of credibility. So it's been quite the journey.
Yeah, I love that you call them like a concierge.
Yeah,
that makes it, the customer service that comes with that, and making things so personal. I think that that's a big piece of just marketing success in general. Now, I've been doing a lot of thinking about how when we're talking to brands like yourself and talking about how just people are so multifaceted, but they can be influenced, but they're influenced by other people or other things that they authentically identify with.
Right. Exactly.
This is so unique in the sense that you now have cast this kind of wide net, but they're just people, multifaceted in their own right, but kind of create their own small communities, which adds up to a large community. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you have anything to add there, but I guess where I'm going with that is thinking about no longer can you get away with just making a commercial spot, one message, blinking it everywhere, and we're done. We've done our job. We can all go home.
Yep.
So how do you think about your audience and the consumers? Because clearly your network of consultants is essentially your your consumer, like you said, but then how do you think about the actual target consumer? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
For sure. So we have, as I said, we did research with our consultants and we grouped them in just like you would consumers, in their mindset and where they were in, the types of wines they wanted to sell and why they were doing it. But then we also did the same thing on the other side with consumers. And what we found is there's a link. So when we had an influencer who was very much into health and wellness, we found that the people that she was influencing were also very interested in health and wellness. And that was a very specific message. It was things like, you should be concerned that there are 300 additives that that winemakers can put into their wine. And many of them you probably wouldn't want to drink. So we were like, okay, that's a great message. Then there's a whole group of consultants, and their audience mirrors them about wanting recipes and cooking and entertaining. What do you pair things with? That was really important to them. So we then end up customizing our messaging for consultants to use based on their consumer base. And then from there, we typically will then boost our media that we send out specifically from Scout and Cellar in different channels as well to kind of help broaden that awareness, so that if a consultant didn't get to them, or if there's a health and wellness person out there that doesn't know about Scout and Cellar, we're then sending that message out on their benefit as well.
What's working right now for you? You mentioned YouTube, but that sounds like most of your efforts there have been kind of more for the consultants and the training, in terms of kind of going out to your target potential new customer, to if they didn't get exposed to a consultant, how are you reaching new customers in that way?
Well, in fact, right now we are testing all the different pieces of our marketing mix. So it's sort of like a marketing mix study. And what we can do is we can tag, an Instagram story. We can tag a Facebook post or a Facebook recipe we put on Facebook. We can tag some of the things that our consultants are talking about as well. And then when people are driven back to the website, we know which message was most compelling. And then we're tracking what are they looking at on the website and how are we converting them to a purchase. And what we've just found is that our influencers, so we also use then influencers besides our 20,000. We're actually looking at those to try to broaden to broaden our awareness in our consumer base, and they're working extremely well. Just like you said, Megan, people want, they take advice and they listen to people that are very authentic to them and that they have a relationship with. So now what we're doing is we're saying, okay, we've got these consultants that have a relationship with 50 or 100 or 500 customers. Well, how can we take that same idea that she's doing and expand that even further so that we're broadening our reach for them?
That's really neat. My next question still kind of piggybacks on that. Just thinking about this community, how do you, and thinking about the consumer, how it's really hard to grab their attention, right? So in Tastemade's case, we're experts at creating video, and we know exactly how to grab attention. How are you thinking about that? When I'm guessing, maybe you can go in more detail about the audience, but guessing that, let's say it's a millennial female, but she might be a young mom and she's very busy. How are you getting her attention? What's the best way to go about that?
It really is. Again, we're going to go back to the consumer learning. What do they do for a living? What's their mindset? What are they interested in? Of course, they drink wine, but who are they drinking it with? What do they like to do? Are they using it to entertain? So then we can segment them out and focus the messaging. But one of the key things, because we are sort of this concierge service and we have consultants across the country that can do tastings, we consider ourselves much more of an experiential type brand. You can go to a tasting and actually drink the wines. You can buy a tasting set and you can watch a video of our SOM talking about going through a virtual tasting of the wines. So we've sort of pivoted to a lot of virtual tastings. People want to learn about wines. They want to learn where it comes from. They want to learn about who grew it. In particular, millennials and Gen Z are very concerned about how it was grown, the farming practices. They want to get to know the grower, the person that's had a farm for 100 years in Lake County in California that is growing these beautiful wines that are grown just like he's a third generation grower, and his family grew 100 years ago before you had pesticides and all the things. He's just growing like his great grandfather did, which is an awesome story for people to be able to tell. So we're finding that education and virtual education, people are very much interested in, and they will tune into it. We'll send an email out and say, hey, next Tuesday night, John is doing a tasting with this tasting set, or you can drink any clean crafted wine, because he's just going to talk about that. And he'll educate people about not only the wine, but who grew it, where it came from, how it got there, which is really kind of cool.
Yeah, so a lot of you were mentioning virtual. That is the pivot you had to make very quickly coming out of the pandemic, right? Or during the last 18 months. And I know for your business, and because of the tremendous growth you've had, that has been you've basically turned a negative into a positive.
Right.
Is there anything more you can share, even if it were in terms of advice or lessons you did learn? Were there some things you did try that immediately failed and you moved on? Or did you, just see most of that success come out of doing these virtual experiences and really leaning on kind of the brand and storytelling virtually and connecting people that way?
Right. Yeah, I think a couple of key learnings that we got. One is how important storytelling is, and to make sure you share that. When our consultants used to have tastings prior to the pandemic, they would, get together with their girlfriends, have a tasting, they'd talk about the wine. And, we had given them tons of information about the wine, what you pair it with and things like that. But that was really about it. When we had to pivot to virtual, when we couldn't do tastings in person, one of the things we learned was, again, people are so interested in where things come from. So we did very short, kind of down and dirty. It wasn't a 60-minute tasting like we used to do prior. It was 10 minutes. Tell me about 2 wines. Talk to me about a little bit about the story. Get me in and out. The other thing we did was we started with them live, thinking, okay, everybody's looking for something fun to do on, Tuesday night at 5 o'clock when, we were all drinking wine. Instead, what we did was we said, okay, instead of just doing lives, let's record them as well. And then people can access them whenever they want. We found that we got so much more exposure that way. Then the other thing we learned was when we had to pivot was lots of people just didn't want to buy a whole bottle of wine. We then changed to smaller sample sizes, and you could buy a set of sample sizes of 4 wines for the price of 1 bottle. And that was hugely successful for us. And what ended up happening was, just the industry alone prior to the pandemic, online wine sales were about 2% of wine sales overall. The majority of people still buy their wines at the grocery store, at big box stores, at Costco, and that kind of thing, at Total Wines and so on. And what we saw during that, during the pandemic, when lots of wineries were having to shift into this virtual world and discover that there is this amazing experience you can have, is that we built it to about 4% of wine sales went through online, which sounds tiny, but that from 2 to 4% was more than it had grown in the last 10 years. So all of a sudden people were pivoting to buy wine online. And that was just a huge, huge, huge success for the industry as a whole. So everybody out there, you can buy wine, and it's so much easier to have it delivered to your house or to your office because it's just so much more convenient.
So is everyone back to doing the gatherings and the tastings like they did before, or is it slowly coming back?
So we've had a combination. We had a group of consultants that joined during the pandemic that only ever did virtual and digital, opportunities, tasting the wine. Some would record little videos and send them out on their Instagram stories, or some would do actual, hey, 5 o'clock on Friday, I'm going to do this thing. And they might even deliver some wine to their people in their neighborhood, things like that. So what we're finding is that that was faster and easier and cheaper for them to do. They didn't have to take a bunch of wine glasses and a bunch of bottles of wine and lug them to someone else's house and stand there for 2 hours and then clean up all the wine glasses. They didn't have to do any of that. So what we're finding is we've really kind of changed the behavior to, if I had to guess, we're about 50-50. I mean, certainly people are really anxious to get back together, but about 50-50 of those people who are just doing virtual or kind of half and half. I've got a virtual one on Sunday, please join me, or Friday night, I'm having a get together, please come in person as well. So I think what we've really discovered is that the experience in creating that relationship directly from the person who is marketing that wine or that brand to the consumer is more important than we could have ever imagined.
Mm-hmm.
And I would recommend that highly to anyone. Build a story, tell people a story, give them a place to go and learn more about things, because they really want to know.
Yeah. No. And I mean, I'm sure my whole team, we can all relate, because storytelling is the essence of everything we're doing.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
I love to hear that. And I think it's just so great that you had the business model, the foundation set, that when the world was rocked with something that we never could see coming, you could turn that into a positive, and that you had a massive team that was, could be trained really quickly and sort of deployed again, but in a new fashion. And you kept up with that consumer behavior, and it's clearly benefited your company. I'd love to just kind of overall talk about innovation. Yeah. And all too often we'll hear from clients that they want to innovate and they always want to try something new, and they first to market, got to be there, give it to us. And Tastemade is always coming up with new ways to innovate and provide that for our clients. But then there's oftentimes where clients then shy away from that, and they'll say, they'll kind of just rest on being proven and safe. What's your point of view on that, and what's your take? Is there just a time and a place? And if you have a little bit more to say about that, I'd love to hear
it. For sure. I kind of think about innovation in a couple of different ways. I mean, it's probably about if I had to bucket it, 4 different things that I think innovation really is about. The first one is you got to have the confidence to take a risk. And I think that everybody should be in that place. So those people that say, oh, no, I want to play it safe. I want to play it safe. The minute you start to play it safe, I just think you're stagnant, like we talked about earlier. Take a smaller risk rather than a bigger risk, but take that risk and have the confidence to do it. And the only way you have the confidence to do it is kind of in the second rung of what I think about innovation, which is, okay, get lots of people along for the ride. If you can, kind of in your sphere of influence, get people nodding their heads or saying, yeah, okay, we can do this. I'm in with you. Then if you get to a place where you fail, well, you're all failing together. You're sort of failing forward, and you could say, okay, we tried it. We all tried to build the best mousetrap we possibly could. And if it didn't work, that's okay. What did we learn from that? So that failing forward to me is really, really important. And I think the last one is your innovation should always be sort of a solution to a problem. Don't innovate just to innovate. Innovate to solve a problem that someone has, because then that kind of, if you're placing a bet, your bet's a little bit stronger, right? If you're solving a problem that exists out there, and your product in particular, or the way you're going about doing something is a unique way that hasn't been tried, man, that should just kind of give you a little bit more confidence that what you're doing is right. So to me, I'm always like, okay, what problem are we trying to solve, and how are we going about doing it? Oh, it's some crazy idea. Okay, I'm all in. Let's figure out how together we're going to do it, as opposed to one person having to put a stake in the ground and nobody else is aligned. we had when I was at Lala, we had this program that we used to do, all my shopper marketing friends out there. We were trying to generate broaden awareness and usage of a really unknown product. It was a drinkable yogurt. In the United States, people don't drink a lot of yogurt, but it's huge in the Hispanic culture. And so we had a great stronghold there, lots of brand awareness. But what we wanted to do was expand it outside of because it had so much health benefits and really was a good product, particularly kids liked it. We wanted to expand it outside of the Hispanic group. And so we decided to do is we were gonna do this cool coupon at a retailer, and we would then track who used the coupon and so on through the, you know, the loyalty card with the retailer. Well, we do this blanketed coupon. It was really great. It was a ton of money, and it was a huge expense. The coupons were redeemed really high, but what we found out was, oh, this is not right. The current people who are buying our product are the ones that were using the coupon. And so it really didn't expand our, you know, our user base. So what we ended up having to do was, okay, we're going to fail forward on that one. What do we need to do? And so we used the shopper loyalty card information that the retailer had. We had to pay a little bit of money for it, but we actually went to, okay, all those people who buy yogurt, all those people who buy snacks for their kids, all those, we really started to get very, very targeted and to try to get them to consider, okay, try a new snack, try something new that's better for you, you know, has the goodness of yogurt and so on. And it was so much more successful. But we had taken all the learning from the last one and applied it to this new one. And the dollars that we ended up spending were smarter, much more strategic. And we ended up building our base, which it's just a simple, you know, shopper marketing program, but we had never really thought about it that way before.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like you're thinking about it as a need that the consumer knows they have that need.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're thinking about it when the behavior doesn't exist, but you're kind of on the cusp of it. You have to drive that behavior, and that is hard to do.
Yes, it was, but right. In partnership with a retailer that we'd already done the coupon with, and we'd shared the learnings, and it was successful for him because we moved a lot of product. So he was willing to do it again. It was just, we had to figure out how we were going to bring new people into the franchise. So.
Yeah, that's an awesome example. Back to Scout and Cellar. What's next? What's on the horizon? Can you give us?
Oh gosh.
Sneak peek?
Well, we're in the midst of right now planning for 2022, and we've got lots of big stuff coming down the pike. A couple of things. One is we've been greatly impacted, or the wine industry in general has been impacted by lots of fires near and around the the vineyards. So lots of our growers have been impacted by the smoke in the air, and it creates grapes that don't taste as good. And what most wineries are doing is they're saying, I'm sorry, we're not going to buy your grapes. And what we're trying to do is figure out how can we innovate with new products that we know consumers want, we've seen in consumer trends, but innovate and create something new and different. We did this in the last year's vintage where there were some fires. This also 2020 has the vintage also has some smoke taint as well. And so what we're doing is we're innovating and creating some new things that we think are just going to be huge for our consultants. The other thing we're doing is we're expanding on our clean crafted commitment, which is what we call, you know, how we make and how we grow and produce our wines. We're expanding into that in our transparency. And in February of next year, we'll be launching a big, huge program that we think will actually disrupt the entire wine world. And we are so excited about it. We are just, we're in the midst of finalizing all the plans for it now. I'm very excited.
Oh, that's a great drop there.
Yeah.
You have me on the edge of my seat. I'm excited. Well, stay tuned for that. That's really awesome.
Yes, everybody watch what Scout and Cellar is doing in the next couple of months.
Yeah, and thanks for teaching us all a little bit more about just, you know, how environmental things are going on in this world absolutely affect the wine that we're drinking. And I think that that's just part of the story is,
oh, for sure.
And even if it's something that's kind of more of an issue, of bringing that to light and then how you are solving for that. So that's great. I've been looking a little bit at the questions here.
Oh, what questions do you have?
Well, a few of them are exactly how I was going to kind of round this out at the end, but I think the main one is everyone wants to know what your favorite wine is. So
we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Megan asked me the same exact thing. She's like, what are your favorite wines?
You can tell a few of your favorites, but as we talked yesterday, I'd love for you to share the stories behind those favorites as well.
Of course. Well, we've got about 50 wines, 50 plus wines probably on the website right now. And we're getting into the holiday season. So there's going to be even more. There's all sorts of, holiday gifting and all sorts of stuff that are coming, very special type varietals and vintages for some of our brands that'll be coming out over the next couple of weeks. But right now, my absolute favorite is a brand called it's called Middle Jane, and it's a beautiful brand. I'll tell you the brand story, but any varietal that is within the Middle Jane brand is phenomenal. You cannot go wrong. If there's a cab, if there's a Pinot, it's going to be just bar none, really phenomenal, great value for the money and so on. But what I also really particularly love about Middle Jane is on the label, it's a beautiful label. There's always a dress, and that dress and that name is from the owner of the company. Her name is Sarah Shadnix. Her middle name is Jane. Her mother's middle name is Jane. Her great-grandmother's middle name was Jane, and her daughter's middle name is Jane. So we happened to be talking one day, and just this kind of came out as this family thing. And she was telling us about the first Jane with the middle name of Jane. And it was during the 50s. I guess she was just this amazing, strong, empowered, raucous kind of a woman who said how she felt and what she believed in, and would drink a martini and a glass of wine, and she dressed impeccably beautiful, as well as she always wore lipstick. So we have this joke at the office that whatever it is you're doing, you better put your lipstick on, because Jane would have wanted it that way. But it really is a brand that's about empowering women and feeling good about yourself and who you are, and the brand, the wines really reflect that. The second one I love is a little bit is sort of in that everyday category. It's a Dove Hunt Dog Sauvignon Blanc, and it doesn't matter what vintage it is, it's always going to be phenomenal. It's like a drinkable everyday, sometimes we say porch pounder, but yeah, you can drink it, and you realize you're 2 glasses in before you ever even realize it, but it's awesome, drinkable everyday wine. And it's called Dove Hunt Dog because Sarah likes to dove hunt, and she dove hunted with her father all growing up. It was one of the ways that they really shared an experience together when she was a little girl, and she has dove hunt dogs at home. And so the series features a bunch of different dogs that hunt, and it's just beautiful. They look like a little paint by number set, the artwork does. So that's another one that I just love.
Oh, great. That's awesome. I think you probably got a lot of people like clicking and trying to get that wine for the weekend.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And then we might have time for one last question, but we talked a little bit about this one too. In your opinion, what brands are getting it right, and who do you really admire?
Oh, well, we talked a little bit about that yesterday. And, the examples I have are pretty much within our industry, because that's who we're paying attention to a lot. One of them is a company called Beauty Counter. It's a direct selling company that has really disrupted the industry, and they're doing it in a completely and totally different way. But the thing that I love most about them is that they're very mission based on bringing clean beauty and making us aware of the products that are, the chemicals and things that are used in beauty products and that we're putting on our skin. And then also very, very much work on, cause behind doing things better, like creating makeup that is in skincare that is better for you. So I just love that. It very much mirrors what we're doing at Scout and Cellar, but they're a little bit older, and they give us a lot of learning, and they're just phenomenal company. The other one is go check out their social and their website. It's really beautiful. With their cause marketing is fantastic. But the other one that I love is a wine company, tiny little wine company that in the last 2 years you would have never heard of. And just within the last 18 months, they've just exploded, and they're called McBride Sisters. And they are these two sisters. You should listen to their story. They did a podcast, a 2-part podcast on how I built this. You will laugh and cry throughout the entire thing. It is phenomenal. But what I love most about them is they're female entrepreneurs, which we love as a female-owned company and female, led company. We love other companies that are female-led as well and really support and empower female entrepreneurs. But they're Black, and they talk a lot about the diversity within the wine industry and how it's really not there. And they are breaking the mold like you would not believe. They just were featured like one of their biggest successes. And we were so excited for them. Actually, one of their biggest successes was they were focused at Target on a huge display called Women in Wine. And they're social, their Instagram, pull it up. It is beautifully done. They tell a story, they create an experience, they have personalities. They're just amazing. I think in 6 months they're going to be on Oprah. Like, they're just amazing women. So I think they're doing it really right, because they're connecting in a way with people that I think it's so much more than the wine. Just look at what some of the wines are called. They have a wine. The two sisters have a wine called Black Girl Magic, and then they have cans, and the cans are called She Can, and it's like, oh
yeah, yeah. That's the marketing on the bottle just does it for you, right?
It really is. They build beautiful brands.
Yeah, I see Marissa is back. So Sean, I just want to give you a moment too to let everybody know where they can find Scout and Cellar, or where to follow you on social. I'm so excited to see the storytelling unfold, and
it's great.
But congrats on all your success. It's been great talking with you. And if you want to let everybody know where to get a hold of you or follow the brand, go ahead.
You can look me on LinkedIn, but it's really much more about the brand Scout and Cellar. You can see behind me, it's Scout, but the website is Scout AND and Cellar. So Scout SCOUT and AND, and Cellar like a wine cellar. And think about it for all your holiday gifts, but it really is, just try some of it. You'll see there's a big difference between that and mass-produced wines, and we're just very proud of it.
Awesome. Well, thank you both. This was such a great way to wrap up our day. So thank you for your time and all of the great information you shared. Very exciting. I know I will definitely be trying your wine. Absolutely. I had people telling me during the session, it's so good. Yeah. So very excited. Thank you both. And that's the end of today's session. So thanks to everyone for joining us today. Big shout out to all of our speakers throughout the day. It was a long day of amazing content. Thanks to our sponsors, and of course to our audience. And thank you guys for sitting in there with us all day. The next Brand Innovators Livecast is actually tomorrow. So there's another one coming up. You don't have to wait too long. It's on September 23rd, and it's focused on brand storytelling. So sounds very exciting. Registration for that livecast is open on the Brand Innovators website. So go and register for that. And we thank you for watching. Again, this is Marissa Eddings, Senior Director of Digital and Content Marketing at